Good morning, Mayor. Yes, sir, we do have a quorum, so we can get started. If everyone in the audience will please take their seats, we're going to get started with the meeting.
Good morning, everyone. Ms. Prine?
Good morning. This is a meeting of the El Paso City Council for Wednesday, June 22nd, 2022. Present in council chambers are Mayor Cesar, Representative Anello, Representative Molinar, Representative Salcido, Representative Lizarraga. Representative Hernandez has requested to be excused. Mayor Pro Tem Schwarzbein is joining us virtually, and Representatives Rodriguez and Rivera are running a few minutes late this morning due to the accident on I-10. It is 9:00 a.m. Now will everyone please silence their electronic devices so as not to disturb the meeting, and rise for the invocation delivered by Police Chaplain Robert Hemphill Jr.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Now, you know, it's appropriate we have you here today. You know, we're going to be celebrating the Hall of Fame inductees, and I know that
Yes,
you and
sir.
I had a great honor of being inducted together. So,
Yes, sir.
so it's great for you to be here.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations to all of the inductees for our Hall of Fame. And like to say good morning to Mr. Mayor, council members, department leaders, community leaders, and friends. Please bow your heads at this time. Behold how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. This is the goal when we meet to take care of the business of the city of El Paso. Father, I come to you this morning asking your blessings, wisdom, and spiritual guidance to help the mayor and council members address their agenda items and make the tough decisions with favorable results and outcomes. Let your presence be known as you lead our mayor and city representatives in this meeting today. This we ask in your holy and precious name. Amen.
Amen. Command Sergeant Major will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, sir. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone, again, and thank you, everybody, for being here. I know that it's an important day for everybody, but it's also an important day to remember all the lives that we've lost in the year, whether it's from COVID, whether it's from senseless tragedies, or just people that we love that have lost their life. I think it's remember them all. It's really important on a day like today, and as we sit here and rejoice the inductees of the Hall of Fame, but also we want to remember them, and we want it to be a special day for them. But one of the things that's really important, and as we talked about COVID, and we talk about people that have lost their lives in senseless acts of violence, that we never forget, and we continue to put them and their families always in our prayers and in our thoughts. So today, let's remember the people today and the people that are no longer with us today. And if we can just have a moment of silence, please. Thank you, everyone. May God bless America, and may God bless every one of you. Ms. Prine?
Thank you, Mayor. Want to note for the record that Representative Rivera is also present in council chambers. That brings us to the mayor's proclamations. The first proclamation is El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame and El Paso Sports Commission Week.
Representative Nello, please.
Thank you. Whereas the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame was founded in 1955 to honor those athletes who have in their athletic fields of endeavor brought great credit upon themselves in the El Paso County. And whereas the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame honors each year the Ray Sanchez High School Student Athletes of the Year and the 2022 Hall of Fame class under President Dr. Scott Stein. This year, inductees are Dr. Jim Bowden, Kenny Lucero, and Stephen Lee in the Living Athlete category. The coach administrators to be honored are Wright Stanton III and David Moore, followed by Chris Sneed in the official category, followed by Brian Kennedy in the supporter of athletics category, and Bruce L. Gordon And whereas 50 years ago on June 23rd, 1972, Title V was passed to allow an equal playing field in life and in sports for girls and women. The El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame at this year's banquet will honor the first women's basketball team at the University of Texas at El Paso by honoring the 1974 to 1975 UTEP women's basketball team. And whereas the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame has inducted almost 393 athletes into its prestigious organization, and whose individual plaques are proudly displayed in the concourse of the Don Haskins Center on the campus of the University of Texas at El Paso. And whereas the sponsorship of the El Paso Sports Commission and their president, Omar, and staff, combined with the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame's yearly effort, continues to provide fond memories for decades to come for El Paso, Texas, the region, and the nation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that the week of June 20th, 2022 shall be known as El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame and El Paso Sports Commission Week, signed by the Honorable Mayor Oscar Leeser. Congratulations.
You know, I want to congratulate everyone, but I can tell you as I see Wayne walking around with that phone, that's not the same camera I remember many years ago. But I do feel a little mellow as Jello right now. But Mr. Stein? Dr. Stein, sorry, sir. I've known Scott Stein since we were, about 10 years old?
Exactly.
Yeah,
If
so,
you guys want to hear stories about Oscar, I'll be happy to. Well, good morning. I'm Scott Stein, the current El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame president, and special thanks to our Hall of Fame committee members who have worked so hard on this year's banquet ceremony. Thank you, Mayor Oscar Leeser and the City Council for the great honor this morning in recognizing the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame class of 2022. A special thanks as well to our title sponsor, the El Paso Sports Commission, as we induct our 8 new members to the hall tonight at 6 p.m. at the Radisson Hotel for this sold-out event. Our 2022 hall class in the living athlete category is Dr. Jim Bowden, who is an outstanding contributor for many civic projects in the community for the less fortunate. He was a star member of the 1976 Texas State Championship Eastwood boys basketball team and a UTEP basketball player for Coach Haskins. He's also a previous recipient with his family of the Star on the Mountain Award. Next, we have Stephen Lee. Is Steve here? Stephen isn't here right now, but in 1985 at Austin High School led the state in rushing with 2,625 yards, including rushing for 419 yards in one game. He also had a great career at San Angelo State, where he's in the school's Hall of Honor. Next, we have Kenny Lucero. Kenny was an outstanding cross-country and track athlete at Coronado High School, was first-team All-State in 1986. At UTEP, Kenny was a 3-time WAC Conference 5,000-meter champion, and he's an NCAA All-American. In the coach administrator category, first we have David Moore. Coach Moore coached Clint High School boys basketball team to the Texas 3A State Final Four in 1992 and won 11 district titles. As boys and girls golf coach at Clint, his teams were in regionals 29 times. Next, we have Wright Stanton III. Coach Stanton was a highly successful club swim coach with SWAT and Barracudas for 22 years, while he coached numerous athletes into the collegiate level. He himself has also won dozens of medals on the senior swim circuit across the nation as an amazing athlete. In the supporter of athletics category, we have Brian Kennedy. I think everybody knows Brian. He's founded the El Paso Sports Commission in 2003, and he's a CEO. He elevated the world of sports in the Sun City from hosting Conference USA basketball championships to Golden Gloves to a national bowling tournament, which I learned last night is the third strongest or most profitable sporting event next to the Super Bowl, and a multitude of other sports he's brought to El Paso on the national and international sports stage. In the officials category, we have Chris Sneed. Chris is a Hanks High School and Texas Tech graduate. He's been a highly regarded collegiate football official in what we hate to say is the SEC for many years. And Mr. Sneed is the son of legendary artist and Buffalo Soldier, one-act play thespian Bob Sneed. Although he lives in Lubbock, he drove in this week to take part in all of our activities and to be part of tonight's activity. All the best, Mr. Sneed. In the posthumous category, we have Bruce Gordon. He coached it several years for the El Paso School District, was a 17-year track and field coach at Coronado High School. He won numerous district championships and was loved by all that knew him as a coach, a teacher, and a mentor in his 31-year career. He is represented by his wife, Erlene Gordon, and thank you, Mrs. Gordon, for everything. Yesterday, we were honored to honor the newly named Ray Sanchez High School Student Athletes of the Year and Teams of the Year. And tonight, in celebration of Title IX, we're going to honor the very first UTEP women's basketball team from 74 and 75. That team, along with the volleyball team, will be inducted into the UTEP Hall of Fame in September. And for those that don't know, Wayne was also the first coach of that UTEP basketball team. Again, on behalf of the El Paso Sports Commission and the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame, thank you all very much for having us here today. And for more information on the hall, go to elpasoathletichalloffame.com and find Oscar's picture in there. Thank you.
Thank you all, and congratulations to every one of y'all. It's always a great honor, and it's something that you'll be able to carry with you for the rest of your life and your family. And you know, it's an incredible honor, and I know that y'all are very deserving of every one of y'all that's inducted into this Hall of Fame. Dr. Bowden, you look like you can still play. Scott and I don't think we can play anymore, but you look like are you still playing some?
No, not with my new knees and my shoulders.
Well, congratulations to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar.
The next proclamation is National Cancer Survivor Month.
Representative Salcido?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Proclamation, City of El Paso, Texas. Whereas a cancer survivor is an individual living with a history of cancer from the moment of a diagnosis through the remainder of his life. And whereas there are more than 886,712 Texans who are cancer survivors and nearly 16.9 million cancer survivors in the United States. And whereas more than 127,131 new cases of cancer will be diagnosed in Texas, and whereas helping those with cancer is a top priority through increasing access to quality cancer screening and care, providing effective prevention strategies, and providing services to individuals living with the beyond cancer. And whereas the first Sunday in June is recognized as National Cancer Survivor Day, and during the month of June, we celebrate those individuals who have bravely, successfully battled cancer to earn the designation of survivor. And whereas in El Paso, Texas, we celebrate our cancer survivors who have reached their milestone and recognize those who have supported them along the way. Now, therefore, be proclaimed by the Mayor and the Council of the City of El Paso that month of June shall be known as National Cancer Survivor Month, signed by Honorable Mayor Oscar Cesar.
Thank you. And, it's, I like having a lot in common with these proclamations, but being a cancer survivor is one of the things that I do have in common. And it's, I'll never forget the first time, and you know that it's a support that makes a big difference. First time I heard I had cancer, I went outside the building, I sat down, and all I wanted to do was cry. So I did. And then you realize the technology and everything that's out there today is so different. And So, you know, being a cancer survivor is a good thing, and being able to support other people and let them know, you know, because I'll tell you one thing, when I first got told I had cancer, I'd walk up to somebody and they'd go, oh, by the way, I met somebody that had the same type of cancer you did, and, well, you know, they died. And you're like, well, that's not what you want to hear. And you kept hearing that, and then I got interviewed by a media source, and I told them that story, and then they told, oh, my mom died of that. So that's not a cancer survivor. They want to know that there's so, you know, the cure rate is so incredible, and that we all can beat it with the proper mental attitude and the proper support by everyone around us. I actually had cancer surgery about 9 weeks ago. So thank you all for what you do, because, you know, knowing that there's people out there that can help you, and knowing that the technology has changed to the point where you don't worry about it. I mean, this last time they told me what I had, I went, oh, that's an easy one to beat, you know. But before, all I wanted to do was cry, and, you know, knew I was going to die. I mean, that's the first thing you think about, but you don't. The survival rate is incredible, and the support that you all give, and there's so much support out there that we all can beat it. There's no doubt. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Leeser. Thank you, Council and City Manager. I saw him here earlier. Thank you so much for your words, and we may sign you up to do a testimonial for our celebration event. So my name is Carol Bowley. I am the Executive Director of the Rio Grande Cancer Foundation, and the foundation is hosting a celebration event for those in our community who have lived with, through, and beyond cancer. The Rio Grande Cancer Foundation is a support system for those going through their cancer journey. I'd like to introduce Cindy Martinez. She's going to tell you a little bit about our event.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Our event is going to be held on Saturday, June 25th from 12 to 2 at Cielo Vista Mall. We've gathered quite a bit of survivors from our patrons and from other patron organizations, the Cancer and Chronic Disease Consortium. They're going to be at Cielo Vista Mall, and they're going to do a line dance, which they've been given instructions, and they're going to have a little party to celebrate their survivalship. They're thriving, they're happy, they're coming to our offices for other services, and now we get to celebrate them on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I've known Scott Stein, Dr. Stein, since we were 10, I've known Carol's brother and sister since I was 9, so a lot in common here. Thank you all.
My name is Diane Medina. Just briefly, if anyone is in need of any type of services that we have financial services, even our Four Seasons program, where we do have our mastectomy garments and wigs that we supply for, or we have for our cancer patients in our community at no cost to them. You can go ahead and give us a call at the Rio Grande Cancer Foundation.
Thank you. Well, thank you all.
And the final proclamation this morning is Carla Sierra Day.
Good morning, everybody. Whereas on March 1st, 1961, President John F. Kennedy created the Peace Corps by executive order, an agency that promotes world peace and friendships through the dedication of American citizen volunteers serving abroad with local community members on locally prioritized projects in the areas of education, health, environment, agriculture, community economic development, and youth development. And whereas the John F. Kennedy Service Award was established in 2006 to honor the hard work and sacrifice of 5 individuals who made outstanding contributions to the Peace Corps mission, and 3 goals both at home and abroad, presented only once every 5 years to 2 current or former Peace Corps volunteers, 2 returned Peace Corps response volunteers, and 1 returned Peace Corps volunteer. And whereas on May 19th, 2022, El Paso's very own Carla Sierra, a former Peace Corps volunteer, was awarded the John F. Kennedy JFK Service Award in a special ceremony at the United States Institute of Peace in Washington, D.C. And whereas Ms. Sierra previously served the Peace Corps in Panama as a community economic development volunteer and extended her service through Peace Corps response, spending an additional year as a consultant. And whereas Carla Sierra, with a master's in business administration and MBA, is a director at the Libre Initiative, a Hispanic advocacy organization in El Paso, Texas. Ms. Sierra is involved in a variety of community initiatives, leads a team of staff and volunteers, educates and empowers Hispanic community members' voices in the political process and through financial literacy training, issue advocacy, and community service opportunities. And whereas, because El Paso is the largest border city in the United States, with the steady influx of immigration from Mexico, Central America, and South America, Ms. Sierra's work has ripples which reach well beyond the border, impacting families and lives in several countries and promoting the goals of the Peace Corps. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that June 22nd, 2022 shall be known as Carla Sierra Day. Congratulations, Carla. Good morning, Carla.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great
sir.
honor.
Thank you. To the Honorable Mayor and the esteemed City Council of El Paso, I am truly blessed and grateful that you have taken the time to honor my work in the Peace Corps in Panama for 3 years. It certainly is not an easy task. Leaving your family and friends and all of the comforts of living in the U.S. is certainly difficult, but certainly rewarding. I said it in D.C. and I'll say it again. My grandparents are a huge inspiration for me. They journeyed to the U.S. from El Tecuan in San Pedro, Mexico, in search of the American dream. And if it wasn't for their courage and their tenacity, I would not be here today, and I would not be able to serve in the Peace Corps like I did. I'm blessed with 4 parents. They have all sacrificed, shown me love, and I would not be the person that I am today without their support and guidance. My 7 siblings, Carlos, Jonathan, Amanda, Vanessa, James, Alexis, and John, have also inspired me to be the older, best sister that I could be. I'd also like to thank my best friends of 20 years. We graduated Montwood High School here in El Paso, and we continue to hold a very strong bond with one another, and I love each of them very, very much. Being a Peace Corps volunteer is certainly challenging. It's humbling, fulfilling, and of course lonely all at once. Bathing outside a makeshift shower with chickens running around my feet, catching amoebas, finding iguanas in my closet, and eating spaghetti with hot dog 4 times a week is certainly not something that I thought I signed up for. But I'll never forget, one of my aunts shared a really important scripture with me, and that was Galatians 6:9, and it said, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." And I certainly hold that very dear in my heart, because that certainly helped me get through those 3 years that I was in Panama. I'd also like to thank my Libre Initiative and Libre Institute community. I have many partners here in this room, and I thank each of you for being here. You have certainly helped us catapult Libre Initiative and the Libre Institute and the great work that we're doing here in the community. And I just thank each of you that are here in support for me and some of the work that we're doing here. And of course, I'd be remiss if I did not thank the president, late great President Kennedy, who established an agency that helped us go to other countries and really share how great it is to be a part of this country. And again, I want to thank each of you at City Council and of course the Honorable Mayor for allowing me to, I mean, this is amazing. I don't even know how to explain it, but thank you so much for celebrating that and my efforts. And then finally, to my beautiful wife, Michelle. She has certainly been a rock for me through this entire time. And I'm glad that after I completed my Peace Corps service, I came back to El Paso, and she was here, and we kind of found each other again. So now we have 2 beautiful children, Chloe and Kennedy. And we actually named our son before I knew that I was getting the award. So it was kind of ironic, but so blessed to have them. And again, thank you so much for this honor. And thank you to my family and friends and all of our partners that are here in the audience.
Congratulations, Carla, and thank you so much for allowing us to share your story. Your journey has been an amazing one, and we are very proud of you. I'm very proud of you as a Montwood alumni myself. We are making that school very proud. So thank you so much for being here, and all the guests that came to support you. Welcome, and good luck for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're also very glad you came back to El Paso. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
And this morning, the mayor is recognizing the Sergeant Major Academy's 50th anniversary with a Star on the Mountain Award.
Thank you. And I know we have Command Sergeant Major Todd Shirley here with us, which let us thank you on the Pledge of Allegiance. Is the Deputy Command of the NCO Leadership Center of Excellence, Sergeant Major's Academy. And before I read this, I've been in business and private sector for going on 22 years, and my first customer that I ever had the opportunity to earn their business was Command Sergeant Major Blankenship. And he's dear to my heart. They named a classroom after him. And but he was my first customer, didn't have lights, didn't have air conditioning, and we sat outside the building and did everything and wrote a contract and everything by hand, and he became a loyal friend. And I miss Command Sergeant Major Blankenship, and it was an honor when they dedicated that classroom to him. It's there today. So it's really an honor and a pleasure for me to be able to do this on your 50th anniversary of the Command Sergeant Major's Academy here in El Paso. So I'd like to award the Star on the Mountain on behalf of the city of El Paso, Texas. Congratulations to the NCO Leadership Center of Excellence and the Sergeant Major's Academy on the 50th anniversary of Sergeant Major's Academy, June 12th, 1972 to June 12th, 2022. Thank you for your service and all you do for the city of El Paso. Thank you, and may God bless you, sir. Please, sir. Just by the way, it was signed by me, so. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Mayor Leeser and City Council members, thank you for taking time out to recognize our 50th anniversary. It's also celebration of 50 years that we've had a partnership with the wonderful city of El Paso. Over the time, the evolution has, the NCO Leadership Center of Excellence reaches out to 400,000 students a year when you think about the entire NCO leadership professional military education system. And also today, our Sergeant Major graduates will leave with a bachelor's degree. So 50 years ago, we started out and we've evolved into a very great institution producing very, very talented Sergeant Majors. So, but again, thank you, Mayor, for taking time to recognize us, and thank you for your support and the partnership that we've had with El Paso. It's very, very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I know that the Command Sergeant Major's Academy has been such an instrumental and big part of the growth of our community, and we look forward to not another 50 years, but hopefully another 100 years. Thank you.
I'm going to give the mayor a coin that was made for our 50th anniversary. And there's also a external. And then this is a book that is published by the Leadership Center of Excellence. It's the story of the Non-Commissioned Officer Corps. So it takes you from the beginning all the way up to the present day, sir.
Council, at this time, would you like to recess to take some photos with this morning's honorees? There's a motion and a second to recess. All in favor?
Wait, sorry, should we do the resolutions first? And then do them all together? All the photos? So, Ms. Prine,
Which item, ma'am?
so it was item, I think, 14 and 15?
Go ahead. Just take them.
Items
Yep.
14 and 15? Okay, is there a motion to take items 14 and 15?
So
at this
moved.
time? There's a motion and a second to move items 14 and 15 to the forefront. All in favor? Anyone opposed? The motion passes. Item number 14 is discussion and action on a resolution recognizing the month of June 2022 as Pride Month and accepting a donation of a Progress Pride flag from EP Sun City Pride, and to have City Hall fly the Progress Pride flag every year in June in solidarity with the LGBTQIA+ community.
Thank you, sir.
And this item was
Representative
submitted by
Rivera.
Representatives Rivera and Donello.
Thank you. The resolution reads as follows. Whereas El Paso is home to thousands of LGBTQIA+ people, and whereas on June 9th, 2020, the City Council of the City of El Paso accepted the donation of a pride flag from the EP Sun City Pride, and has since then displayed that pride flag at the City Hall in support of El Paso's LGBTQIA+ community. And whereas the rainbow flag is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advocate for the LGBTQIA+ people in people. And whereas all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, LGBTQIA+ individuals have had immeasurable impact to the cultural, civic, and economic successes of our country. And whereas the City of El Paso is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for the LGBTQIA+ people in our diverse community. And whereas while society at large increasingly supports LGBTQIA+, equality is essential to acknowledge that the need for education and awareness remains vital to end discrimination and prejudice.
Thank you. And whereas this nation was founded on the principle that every individual has infinite dignity and worth, and the City of El Paso calls upon the people of this municipality to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists. And whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for El Paso's LGBTQIA+ community, and is an opportunity to act and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of El Paso that the month of June 2022 shall be recognized as Pride Month in support of the LGBTQIA+ community, and that the City of El Paso recognizes all LGBTQIA+ residents who influence and lasting contributions to our neighborhoods make the City of El Paso a vibrant community in which to live, work, and visit, and that the City Council accepts the donation of a Progress Pride flag from EP Sun City Pride, and that on June 22nd, 2022, the City of El Paso will fly the Progress Pride flag at City Hall in recognition of EP Sun City Pride, and that every year for the month of June, the city will fly the Progress Pride flag at City Hall in support of El Paso's LGBTQIA+ community. Approved this 22nd day of June, 2022.
Make the motion, please.
Second.
A motion and a second.
Will you speak, Mayor?
Would you please?
Awesome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning. I'm wonderful. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
So, good morning to our mayor. Thank you, all of our city representatives, for being here today. First off, happy Pride. My name is Regina Mendoza. I am the Community Outreach Co-Director for El Paso Sun City Pride. This nonprofit organization focuses on creating educational opportunities for the LGBTQIA+ community while providing safe spaces for all community members. We would like to thank you for the opportunity to present the gift of the LGBTQIA+ inclusive flag. This not only brings inclusivity to our community, but it allows the LGBTQIA+ youth of El Paso to feel visible and properly represented. We are humbled to have the ongoing support of El Paso and are pleased to present the significance of the inclusive LGBTQIA+ flag. It is my pleasure to present Leroy Edgar Herrera with that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. So the Progress Pride flag celebrates diversity and calls for a more inclusive society. Added were transsexual stripes, which represent boys, girls, and people who are transitioning or identify as non-binary. The black and brown stripes represent Black and Indigenous people of color within the community who have often been left out, but who have been a driving force behind this movement. The shape of this flag conveys the importance that although progress has been made, there is still a future to protect. Thank you.
Thank you,
Representative
Mayor.
Anello.
Thank you. And first, I want to say congratulations to you all on your very successful event last weekend. I know it is not easy to throw a festival, and you all did a great job. I want to remind council and the public that this resolution does not approve the hanging of this flag. That was already approved by council during COVID in solidarity with Pride, who could not have a festival in 2020. This is just that resolution had specific language that the flag needed to be donated by EP Sun City Pride. And so we wanted to transition to, well, the more inclusive flag, we needed to do so in writing. And then I just want to talk a little bit about what this means, right? You all discussed what it meant to the community, but I think as an elected official, it's important as well. Last week, we unveiled the Pride crosswalks, which were so important. But it really reminded me of why we do things like this, right? You look at Pride Square, there are many what people call gay bars there, right? And those didn't come up naturally. They weren't, unfortunately, areas like that across this country and world did not occur out of pride. They were a place for safety. Previous to Stonewall, it was illegal for individuals that were of the LGBTQIA+ community to have alcohol in what were considered straight bars, right? And people had to fight for that right. That was not a normal thing 30 years ago. And so when we hang the flag here, we support Sun City Pride and putting in the crosswalks. It's not just about standing in pride, it's also saying we recognize that we have more to do. We recognize that there is policy behind these acts that need to be enacted. There is education that needs to be done from us and this city. All of that is behind these symbols. We don't want to just stop with the symbols. The symbols are great and they are important on so many levels, but there's a lot more for us to do. And so I thank you all for supporting us in that and helping us educate ourselves and learn and pass those policies and work with you to do so and understand. So thank you very much and congratulations again.
With that, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, Mayor, the motion was made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Anello to approve the resolution on item 14. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwine?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 15, and this is discussion and action to approve a resolution recognizing June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth Independence Day and recognizing organizations and citizens of El Paso who celebrate this important day to our nation. This item was submitted by Representative Anello.
Thank you, and I just want to remind EP Sun City Pride that we will hang the flag and go out and take some photos. Thank you, Ms. Prine. So whereas in 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation declaring all slaves free. However, this freedom was not made known to many enslaved Black Americans until 2 years after its passage. And whereas Juneteenth recognizes that on June 19, 1865, the last enslaved people in Galveston, Texas, were informed that slavery had been abolished, and that Black Americans who had been slaves in the Southwest celebrated June 19th, commonly known as Juneteenth Independence Day, as inspiration and encouragement for future generations. And whereas Juneteenth provides an opportunity for the city to celebrate Black American heritage and honor the lives, sacrifices, and contributions that are woven into the American fabric. And whereas Juneteenth also acknowledges America's commitment to liberty and equality in accordance with the Constitution of the United States, along with the Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, which abolished slavery, ratified by Congress on December 6, 1865. And whereas the candid acknowledgement of this history is necessary if we as a nation, state, or city are successful in our effort to build a truly equitable community that exemplifies and promotes the fundamental American values of freedom, diversity, equality, liberty, and justice. And whereas there are many organizations and individuals around the city of El Paso, such as Black El Paso Voice and the Inner Club Council of El Paso, who focus their efforts to promote Black American voices and culture, as well as to preserve Black American history and its struggles. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of El Paso recognizes June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth Independence Day in celebration of the culturally important role of emancipation and the work toward the liberation of our past, present, and future, and recognizes and commends the efforts of organizations like Black El Paso Voice and the Inner Club Council of El Paso for promoting and preserving Black American culture in the City of El Paso. Approved this 22nd day of June 2022. Congratulations. I want to say to you all, also congratulations to you all as well on a very busy and successful weekend. And I say the same thing that I said to the Pride community. These symbols are so important, but there are policy and there is work that needs to be done behind them. So I thank you again for all the work that you do and allowing us to work with you and learn from you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. My name is Monica Tucker Merriweather. I am the founder of Black El Paso Voice and the Black Roundtable, and it's important for us to continue to share about our history because there is a disconnect and a misunderstanding when it comes to celebrating Black history and Juneteenth and what it is. So we're committed for the next year, each week, to provide information for the community and the public to understand exactly what Juneteenth is. Just this weekend, we did celebrate with several organizations, and from the comments alone online, there is education that is needed, and it's not that Black people are trying to one-up the system just to get recognition. There really does need to be education and understanding about our history and our culture, and we hope that the City of El Paso and others in the community will join us in celebrating and educating the community. We have a lot of work to do internally within ourselves, which is why we started the Black Roundtable to discuss our own issues too. I'm also the founder of First Fridays with the FBI, and that's our initiative to help educate not only the Black community but others on how we desire to come together to talk about the past and how we can build better for the future. I was able to sit and speak with Chief Allen at one time, and he understood my purpose, and I respect him. My sister is a police officer, so it saddens me sometimes when people just don't understand law enforcement, and that's one of our initiatives as well. And I'm also a proud military spouse of a now retired service member who's here with me, and it includes the military community. So again, we hope that you join us in educating the community and the public about our history and how we just want to come together. So I appreciate you for letting us be here to speak today.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. And you couldn't be more correct that education and knowledge is so important for us. So thank you, and thank you for your service and your husband's service. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you, and I think there's someone else there. Thank you, Monica.
What was that? I'm sorry. Oh, thank you.
Second, I don't know. Is there a motion to approve item 15? There's a motion made by Representative Anello, seconded by Representative Molinar to approve item number 15. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. And the voting session? And the motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion to recess?
Council, if I can.
There's a motion and a second to recess the council meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed? The meeting is in recess at 9:45 a.m. in order to allow council to take some photos with this morning's honorees. It is 9:45.
Council, if I can ask y'all, we're going to go ahead and start with the Athletic Hall of Fame folks. We've lost quite a few folks. And then we'll go on to the Cancer Survivors Month proclamation, followed by the Carla Yvette. And then we've lost the Star on the Mountain folks. And so then we'll move on to the LGBTQ recognition and then the Juneteenth recognition. We're going to do most of them here in the back of this room, with the exception of the Athletic Hall of Fame. We're going to go ahead and do that outside. Thank you. Yeah. The Sergeant Major's Academy has come back. We're going to do a group photo.
Council, if you'll return to the dais, we can resume the meeting, please. Council members, if you'll please return to the dais, we can resume the city council meeting.
Ms. Prine, do we have a motion to reconvene?
There's a motion and a second to reconvene the city council meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed? The meeting is back in session at 10:06 a.m. That brings us to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda will be considered by city council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless separate discussion is requested by council members. Prior to the vote, members of the audience may ask questions regarding items on the consent agenda. When the vote has been taken, if an item has not been called out for separate discussion, the item has been approved. Council may, however, reconsider any item at any time during the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem Lizárraga.
Good morning, Ms. Prime. Thank you. I move to approve the consent agenda with the following revisions. Page 3, item 2, excuse Representative Hernandez. Page 3, item 5, move to the regular agenda per Representative Molinar. Page 7, item 17, move to the forefront of the agenda per Representative Rivera. Page 15, item 37, revised per Capital Improvement Department. And
That revision is to note the districts affected are 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8.
Thank you. Page 15, item 38, move to the forefront of the agenda per Representative Rivera.
And Representative Rivera would like to go to 38 before item 17.
Page 16, item 40, delete per Office of Strategic Communications.
And that item will be brought forth either on July 5th or 6th.
Thank you. Page 16, item 43, take together with item 16 per Community and Human Development. Are there any other revisions, Council?
No,
Need
ma'am.
a second?
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Lizárraga, seconded by Representative Rivera to approve the consent agenda as revised. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. If we can turn to page number 15, to item number 38. That was moved to the forefront.
And Ms. Prine, if I may, for the record, Senior Deputy City Manager Tracy Jerome, we are returning this item. This is in response to council action regarding the establishment of the Women's Commission. This commission will be made up of appointees by members of, all members of council to address a variety of issues regarding the rights and the protections of those rights for the women of our community, including pay, the disparity in pay, education, personal security and safety, childcare, and a variety of other issues that we'll be coming back and discussing with council over time. With that in mind, I would like to make a recommendation, because we have already received some feedback from the council, that we'd like to add the word rights. So changing the name from the Women's Commission as a recommendation to council to consider to the Women's Rights Commission. Thank you.
Item 38 is discussion and action on a resolution to establish City of El Paso's Women's Commission comprised of members from across the community, inclusive of all, not a select or limited group, focused on women's equality and protecting their rights.
Representative Salcido? No? Okay.
That was me. Mayor, it was mine.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. You know, I had brought this before, and we had passed it. So I believe we have some public speakers, right? Can we have those speakers first?
Yes, sir. We do have, on item 38, we have Ms. Sylvia Costa that signed up to speak, followed by Isela Castañon Williams and Dora Oaxaca.
How many speakers do we have?
3,
Ms. Prine?
sir.
3? Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Good morning, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Good
Hello,
morning.
Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. YWCA's mission is to eliminate racism, empower women, and promote peace, justice, freedom, and dignity for all. And we support the Women's Commission and the Women's Rights Commission at the City of El Paso. Conversations about this commission started more than 3 years ago. YWCA had conducted a study on the economic status of women in El Paso, and we presented our findings to the community in March of 2019. Women in our community identified housing, healthcare, food insecurity, sexual assault, and childcare as either their top needs or top barriers to their success. 60% of women who make less than $24,000 a year reported running out of money between paychecks. 11% of women said they can't afford childcare, including those that have household incomes of over $50,000 a year. Our study found that only 38% of El Pasoans have insurance through their employers, compared to 53% of Texans and 56% of Americans. Only 15% of women who participated in our study believe that education beyond high school is attainable. And 62% believe that they will need to leave El Paso to advance their careers. The wage disparity between men and women in our community is about $9,600. That is more than a year of tuition at UTEP, 3 years at EPCC, and it is 10 months of rent in El Paso and more than a year's worth of childcare cost. Addressing this gap in our community may help women attain higher education, find higher paying jobs and employment, and support their families. In our focus groups, women discussed being raped or sexually harassed and assaulted. They brought these issues up unprompted as reasons why they quit their job or stopped going to school, things that economically hindered them and their families. At the end of our presentation in 2019, we introduced the ideas of a women's commission to go deeper into this work and to develop solutions. This commission will go beyond just one issue. It will carefully investigate and identify the key things that women in El Paso need to help them succeed. And it will go further to create and implement solutions. Because we live in a world where we have not achieved gender parity, this Women's Commission is imperative in the El Paso community, and I strongly urge the council to once again vote for its creation and have full support from all council. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Isela Castañón Williams, followed by Dora Oaxaca. Good morning, Ms. Williams. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Yes.
Good
thank
morning.
you. Good morning, City Council members and Mayor. I would like to speak in favor of this resolution, as I did before. When I came the last time, I spoke to you about one of the issues that needed to be addressed, and as Dr. Sylvia Acosta mentioned previously, there are many issues that need to be addressed by this commission, but today I bring another issue to you, and that is the fact that we have problems and with serving women who have experienced spousal abuse in terms of getting services from our city attorney, district attorney's office. And this, in my opinion, is another issue that this commission can look into. As has been stated previously, there are many, many issues surrounding women that need to be taken care of. And so I greatly urge you to establish this commission. And as you establish this commission, I also want to encourage you to look at your own house and to look at your own women employees, particularly your attorney. Because when I reviewed some of your previous agendas, I saw that on May 23rd, you had an item on your agenda regarding Ms. Carla Neiman's contract extension. And it's been a month, and I haven't seen anything done about that contract extension. And this has to do with women's rights and with equality. And so I want to compare that to the way that you all acted with Mr. Tommy Gonzalez, where you acted expediently and you quickly took care of his issue and granted him a contract extension, and I know that because I spoke here on that day. So I want to encourage you all to take up Ms. Carla Neiman's contract extension as well as part of looking at your establishing this Women's Rights Commission, and to show this community that this city council treats its men and its women employees equally. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Dora Oaxaca. Good morning, Ms. Oaxaca. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good
Thank you
morning.
for allowing us to speak. I think Dr. Acosta said it best. She is definitely well-versed and specializes in inclusivity and women's rights. And I think that this commission is not only needed, but it's also research-based. It's not something that we are pushing for because we want or we're being reactive. It's because there's data that proves that in El Paso, the establishments of this commission will definitely change lives. And I did prepare a simple, straightforward statement that reads, this commission has the potential to serve as a forum for political advocacy, to provide the opportunity to liaise with other women's organizations, to empower women who do not have the agency to advocate for themselves, and to recognize and promote the accomplishments of strong women in the community. And I think that with your vote, with your support, this is not a one-issue commission. This is all issues that impact the majority of the population in this community, and that is women. Thank you so much, and I beg you to move to approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comment on this item.
Do we have a motion?
Yes, sir, but before I make the motion, I would like to also add the amendment that Ms. Jerome has
Go ahead, sir.
suggested,
Go
to
ahead.
change the name from the City of El Paso Women's Commission to the Women's Rights Commission. I make that motion to amend the title.
Thank you, Representative Molinar.
Second.
And
Thank you, Mayor. Just have a small concern regarding the membership qualifications. To me, some of the membership criteria that's written here, you've already discounted someone that's 18 years old. They probably do not have that in-depth knowledge about all this other parts of it. And so to me, it's like we're starting trying to do well, trying to do right, and I do support this. But, you know, if I have a constituent that's 19 years old, 23 years old, and she has not yet been, or even he has not been in any of these type of specifications or history or experience, they're probably going to be excluded. And so that to me does not include or have anything about inclusivity. It just doesn't sit well with me. And so the word in-depth knowledge to me is just not right in that membership criteria. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we have a motion and a second. Representative Anello?
So I'm feeling a little iffy about the Women's Rights Commission. You know, I know Dr. Acosta just got up here and talked about sexual abuse. Right, those are not women's rights, but those are issues that women deal with. And so I want to make sure that by adding like the Women's Rights Commission, the commission is not going to be told that they can't be discussing certain issues that don't deal with equity, right? Things like that. I mean, otherwise I'm fine with it, but I just want that commitment that whatever a committee member wants to bring up in regards to either the hardships or the accomplishments of women, they will not be discouraged to do so based on that wording.
If I may, Representative, I would counter what you've just stated is women have a right to a safe existence in the community, and so absolutely their physical safety and the guarantee of that is something that we will definitely want to look at and see how we can enhance that. And I believe that should be a right, that they should be protected and have the safety in their existence in the workplace, in their homes, and in all parts of our community. So I don't see that being exclusionary. I think because these issues are incredibly important. So I agree with you, but I don't think that including that word necessarily would be would preclude those discussions.
Okay, I just needed that commitment. And so I know some boards and commissions are different based on the term, right, the years that you can serve. And so I just wanted to understand why this was a two two-year terms versus 2 4-year terms. If there's, there's just something I don't know as a council member, if there's like a standard for commissions on determining how the length of the terms. I see Ms. Neiman nodding her head, so I think there probably is a standard. I'm just unaware of it.
Representative Anello, if you give me a minute, I think part of the provisions in the general provisions of our code always set the timeline for boards and commissions for 2 years, unless the council passes a different resolution or an ordinance creating a board with longer terms. So it always defaults to the language that's in our code, that's a 2-year provision.
Okay, and so then like something like the CPC is 4 years, right? Because that's a state mandated board or something.
The CPC has a separate ordinance that was created that way. So it's done by council, but the default by our code is always 2 years.
That answers that question. A question that I actually want to pose to council, which is not something that we discussed, and this is, we've been talking about this commission now for about a month and a half. I've had a lot of people approach me. I think there are a lot of overqualified, like people who would be so qualified for this position, and right now we're limiting that to 8. I don't know if we wanted to discuss there being other members, right? Do we want to have a representative from city employees, right? Because if we're going to be discussing city employee issues, and I don't think that right now is the time to take this up because this resolution has already been written and I think we should approve it. But I would like for maybe the commission to have that conversation. Are there other representatives that they would like to have a seat at that table? And so that could just be one of the first conversations that is had with that commission. So I just wanted to share that. I mean, I think, we're going to be talking about a lot of things. We've heard the YWCA, who has a commission, a social justice commission. All of those members would be great on our board, but we're limited to 8 seats, right? So do we want to have someone from that commission represented? But again, I think that should come from the commission. I think that'll be a great conversation for them to have other seats that they would like to have there.
Yeah,
and if that's possible, that would need to be a legal question too.
You want to light up?
No, I agree. I agree.
Okay.
With
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Representative Molinar.
Thank you. So again, I think this is a much needed and long overdue commission and committee. And so again, I want to thank all those involved and all those who came to speak today. I just had one question. So the folks that are eligible is open towards any gender that could be placed by a council member.
Yes.
Yes, Representative. It would not be legal for us to deny on the basis of gender.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear to the public because I think, again, that maybe some people think that this is somehow exclusively open only to women who can serve on this commission, but it's open towards anybody, man, women, or otherwise. And so I just wanted to make sure that clearly stated in public and for the record. So again, I think this is a great and important step forward, long overdue. We know that we have issues of equity, quality, wage gaps, and other challenges and opportunities for women in our community. And so I think that this commission can really help to guide this council in steps that we need to take to protect and celebrate the women in our community.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Hold on. Thank you. Representative Molinar.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I'd like to entertain a motion to amend by restriking the in-depth knowledge part of the membership criteria.
Second.
Would you like to speak first, Representative?
There was one more thing that I wanted to say. Tracy, I'm acting like you're in charge of this commission, so I'm just going to speak to you. I was excited.
I am the staff liaison,
Perfect.
and it will fall under my purview because the city manager is that highly committed that he has appointed me as the senior deputy city manager, as
Well,
staff liaison.
I think that's
and
a
we'll
great
be building a
appointment.
staff that will be supportive of the committee.
Good, that's awesome. But so I was excited to hear after we passed this item about a month ago, that the county also created a women's commission. And so I've had a few people call and say, well, how are they going to work together? And this is kind of a systematic issue that both the county and the city of El Paso have. We're doing a lot of the same work. We're not working together. I think this is a great time to bridge that gap, and as much kind of partnership. And I think no one has reached out to me from the county in regards to this. I imagine no one's reached out to y'all. And again,
Actually, yes, ma'am. We have been in contact, and we will continue those conversations. Because we're exploring actually ways in which not only can we collaborate, but we may be able to come together in a more formal fashion. But that's something that we're still meeting. It takes time to get meetings organized and to understand fully what that looks like. And so they are in discussions. They haven't established exactly what they're going to be doing. We are going to be making this official at the city level today, but we're only in the beginning of our conversations about collaboration with the county. This will be another example, actually, of how we can collaborate, how we can work together, and I look forward to coming back and bringing more of that information to you. It's just early days to make sure that we're following the proper processes and procedures to make sure that we can collaborate to really amplify what we want to be doing, not only for people within the city, not only with people within, across the county, but together, because I do believe that coming together and collaborating, we can do so much more.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I'm glad to hear that y'all have had those conversations, but I think we definitely need to be working in partnership with them. The data that we get out of this is going to be really important, and we need to make sure that that's the same across the board. Thank you.
And Council, just to the comment about us working with the county, we actually have partnerships with them with the Animal Shelter Services Department. We also have had partnerships with the, obviously, Office of Emergency Management. And so we've also worked with them with the VAC, with Veterans Advisory Committee. And we were in training together ever since the 2018 that we started the Communities of Excellence model. We've done Lean Six Sigma training together. We've done Baldr's training together. We've worked on the immigration crisis together when that happened back in 1819. And then the August 3rd event, the hate crime, we were in connection with them there, as well as the pandemic that we've talked about, the numbers and what the council's been committed to. And we've been working in close connection with them, not only with the UMC hospital, but also with the county in general. Now, it's true, not every time does it make sense for us to do things, because they do things more in the county outside the city limits as opposed to inside the city. But the city is also part of the county, and they get taxes from the city as well. So there are times where it makes sense for us to work together in concert with those examples that I shared.
Thank you, and I think that, you could probably talk for the next 20 minutes and talk about things we're working together,
Yes,
which
sir.
is the internet,
Yes, sir.
Connectivity around the city.
I think you have monthly meetings with them.
Yeah, and then we have a monthly meeting with the county judge and Betsy Keller, you and I. So there's so many things we do together, and we'll continue together, because one of the things that I know you've mentioned and the county's mentioned that, we can put our money together and do a lot more for less money, because we're uniting our funds. So that's one of the things that we'll continue to work together. I do want to thank everyone who's brought this forward to Ms. Jerome. I know you worked on it very hard, Representative Rivera, and all the council members that I know had signed on originally. It's really important that we continue to treat everybody equal. My favorite saying in the world is, treat people the way you want to be treated, you'll never be disappointed. So with that, Representative Salcido.
Thank you, Mayor, and I just want to thank everybody for their hard work on this item. But I had a question. So the commission, is it the full name Commission on Women's Issues and Rights? If I can make
Originally, according to the language from the initial direction that was given by council, it was to create a women's commission. So what we had proposed was women's commission. And then we've added, because we've received a lot of feedback already, what's been proposed by Representative Rivera is to change that to Women's Rights Commission. But if you want to make another, if you would like to make another suggestion, that would be, that's obviously up to you, ma'am.
I think that just adding issues and rights would be, because you would never know what other issues might arise. So
I think at this point, it's the name of a commission, right? I think like you just keep adding in everything, it becomes like a little convoluted. I mean, for me, Women's Commission is good. If we're gonna add rights, okay, but I mean,
Difference for rights was to distinguish it from a different organization that's out there, correct, Mrs. Jerome?
I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat your question?
The addition of the word rights was to distinguish this particular commission from a commission that already exists.
I think that the what's been expressed to me, and again, the public feedback that we've received thus far, is making sure that we're really capturing what we're looking at. They feel that the word rights is a very, it puts a fine enough point on it and should be inclusive enough to make sure we're covering that, because the supporting language is to protect the rights of women in our community.
Mm-hmm.
And so they felt that bringing the rights back into the title was where it belonged. But again, this is at council's discretion.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we do have a motion, a second, but first we do have an amendment.
There's actually two amendments on the floor. So the first amendment was made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Salcido, and this is to add rights to the name of the commission to read City of El Paso Women's Rights Commission. On that amendment, I'm sorry, council, just bear with me. I'm having a little bit of an issue with the software. Okay, on that amendment, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Representative Molinar voting nay, the motion does pass.
Mayor, now that y'all voted for it, I'd like, what's that?
Go
we
ahead.
haven't voted. That was just the amendment.
Oh, that was an
Sorry.
amendment. Got it.
Yeah, that's an amendment. Now we have a next amendment.
Okay.
Which was made by Representative
Thank you.
Molinar,
Just know.
second by,
Representative Anello, and this is to strike out the words in-depth knowledge under number 1 of the membership criteria. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
It's still open. The voting session's still open. Can you change, is it? Yours should be aye? Okay. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously.
now we have a motion.
Does this cover, we have to approve it again, right? With a different name?
Yes,
Right.
this is.
Yes, sir, so this will
is-
actually be to approve the item.
Okay, so I
Yes,
make
sir.
a motion to,
We already did.
no, for the,
You already
I'm
did
sorry.
it, second by Representative
Okay, yeah.
Salcido.
But the whole issue,
Right.
that takes care of it. Okay, thank you. Just want to be sure.
Is there a motion to approve as amended?
Oh, it's amended, that's right.
That's
right,
right.
you're right.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Representative Rivera.
as amended.
All right.
I was right.
So there
Thank
is a
you.
motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Anello to approve as amended.
I forgot about that.
On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Mayor?
Yes,
Now
sir.
that the item's passed, I just wanted to underscore the fact that when Ms. Jerome will be working with this committee, that they'll be working on a lot of things that underscore a lot of the work that the council's been doing, a lot of the work that we've been doing as an organization to support women and young ladies. And we have another program where we have kids, young students, shadow me or others and or do internships. We have 2 young ladies today that I'd like to introduce that are shadowing me that are from here in El Paso, and one of them's going to UC Berkeley, the other one's going to UTEP. They have a bright future ahead of them. I'd like to ask them to stand up. They're to my left behind me, Carissa Almanzan and Gianna Newberry. So I met Carissa at a city event on a Sunday at the Scenic Drive, and she's actually she was one of the mariachis there, and she's got a really good voice. And I told our staff we need to hire that group, that high school group, to go out and do other events. So hopefully we can get them before they go to college and get them to some more city events. But yes, I wanted to introduce them, and thank y'all for taking time to meet them. Mayor, we still need to introduce you to them as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. That brings us to page number 7. This is item number 17 that was also moved to the forefront. And this is discussion and action to direct the city manager to designate March 31st of each year as an official City of El Paso holiday as part of continued efforts to address systemic barriers to racism and better include, celebrate, and uplift communities of color in honor of Cesar Chavez Day. This was placed by Representative Rivera.
Representative Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor. Before I say anything, do we have any speakers or callers?
Yes, sir. We have 6 people that signed up to speak on this item.
Could we hear
Can we hear him? Can we bring him up now, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The first speaker is Isela Castañón Williams, followed by Dora Oaxaca, Jaime Abeitia, and Sylvia Costa. Good morning, Ms. Castañón Williams. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. City Council and Mayor, I urge you to pass this resolution. Some other entities in El Paso have already passed similar resolutions and are celebrating Cesar Chavez Day, one of them being El Paso Community College. I believe that this resolution being passed by the City Council is long overdue. This is a Hispanic who has accomplished much towards making life better for all of us. And I think that we need to, as a Hispanic majority community, celebrate those that have gone before us, that have opened doors for us and worked so hard to make life better for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next
Thank you.
speaker is Dora Oaxaca. Good morning, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning again.
If you know the name Martin Luther King Jr., you should also know the name Cesar Chavez. However, many people don't. While he wasn't known for being the great speaker that Dr. King was known for, he was a soft-spoken and had a peaceful approach to civil rights in another area that led to important changes. Born into a Mexican-American family, Cesar Chavez spent the early part of his working career as a manual laborer. This led him to see the injustice that was taking place with most farm workers, many of who were Mexican-American descent. I go by a quote. This is very personal to me, and I think to so many others. It's not often that I choke up. But Cesar Chavez was an inspiration to me, and I think to so many other El Pasoans. And I'm so proud that you all are taking up this item, because as Mexican Americans in this community, it's about time that we rise up and we seek our worth. And I've said it before, for many years, for decades, we were the cheap labor of this community. But we're the wealth that makes us rich. I started the movimiento, la causa de Si Se Puede, as a Mecha member. I then became the vice president of Mecha at UTEP. And my first, and when I say that Cesar Chavez had an impact in my life, is that he gave me a voice. And without knowing, we've become the leaders that we are. Thank you to Cesar Chavez. Si se puede.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jaime Abeitia. Mr. Abeitia is joining us virtually. Sir, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
You're on mute, sir.
You're still on mute, sir. No, you're on mute now. You're still on mute. You're off mute, but we can't hear him. Can't hear you, sir. Hold on 1 second, please.
Laura, you might ask him to put.
We can't hear you, Mr. Abeitia. You may want to call in instead to the teleconference phone number so we can hear you better. We'll give him an opportunity to dial in. In the meantime, I'll read a letter from Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. And it reads, to the Honorable Mayor Oscar Leeser and City Council members, I am writing to express my support for designating March 31st of each year as an official City of El Paso holiday honoring Cesar Chavez. Designating March 31st as Cesar Chavez Day continues to move forward efforts to address systemic barriers to racism and better include, celebrate, and uplift communities of color. Cesar Chavez Day currently is a U.S. federal commemorative holiday proclaimed by President Barack Obama in 2014. The holiday celebrates the birth and legacy of the civil rights and labor movement activist Cesar Chavez on March 31st every year. Cesar Chavez Day is commemorated to promote service to the community in honor of Cesar Chavez's life and work. Some state, county, and government offices, community colleges, libraries, and public schools are closed. Designating March 31st of each year as Cesar Chavez Day in the City of El Paso has my highest recommendation and support. Sincerely, Veronica Escobar, Member of Congress. Mr. Abeitia
Thank you.
is on the line now. We'll move to Mr. Abeitia.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
All right, 2 years into the pandemic, we got to get this technology fixed, guys. I had the mute button off. Anywho, I wanted to give compliments to Representative Rivera for putting this item on the agenda. It is long overdue. I think in a time where we have our community is dealing with violence across the country, it's important for us to remember someone who preached nonviolence. There's so much talk about guns, but the people that have made the most meaningful change in this country socially have done so without picking up a rifle. And so I think that's important that we recognize people like Cesar Chavez. Coming from, I'm a union organizer. My father was a union organizer, and my mother was a farm worker. And my father worked for Cesar Chavez and the United Farm Workers Union for many years. And I am glad to see this very long overdue item up before council today. I urge you all to pass this, particularly if you are serving as an elected official and you have a Hispanic surname. People like Cesar Chavez paved the way for you, and I hope that we all remember that today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sylvia Acosta. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning again.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. I just want to say this is extremely personal to me. I am the daughter of a migrant worker. I am the daughter of a bracero. I am the daughter of a family that was able to accomplish the American dream. I was able to achieve a PhD in this nation because of the work that was done by this civil rights leader, our civil rights leader, Cesar Chavez. Qué orgullo estar aquí con ustedes en este día. It is, for me, it's a tribute not only to my father, but to my mother. It's a tribute to the work that many of us know about. My dad was a migrant worker. I know many of you here and others that are in our community had parents that also were migrant workers. And to be able to honor a person that represents who we are as a people is incredibly important. Cesar Chavez said that the fight is never about lettuce or grapes. It's always about people. Remember that when you're in your work and the work that you do every day, it's not about the lettuce and the grapes. It's about the people. So when you stand for this and when you put this into play, it is a moment to honor our heritage, our community, our demographic, and our people. This is long, long overdue. And I am proud to stand before you and support this. And I am proud of Representative Rivera for bringing this to the forefront. And I am proud of each of you for taking this up and making March 31st Cesar Chavez Day in our community. It is long overdue, and it is a point of pride for me and for my family. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Finally, we have a letter from Senator Cesar Blanco that reads, Dear Mayor Lisa and council members, I'm writing to express my support of the City of El Paso's proposition to designate March 31st of each year as an official City of El Paso holiday. Cesar Chavez Day is already a U.S. federally commemorative holiday and an optional Texas state public holiday, celebrating his birthday while serving as a tribute to his commitment to social justice and respect for human dignity. Cesar Chavez's efforts represent more than attempts to unionize farm workers. His leadership sought to support the nation's poorest and most powerless workers who struggle to feed their families while often going hungry. Furthermore, these highly underrepresented laborers were subject to wretched working conditions, systemic racism, and extensive exploitation. The grape strike and boycott bolstered the most significant Chicano movement seeking to expand civil rights and empower Mexican-descended people in the United States. It is fitting that Cesar Chavez Day is designated as an official City of El Paso holiday, which will allow for the commemoration and celebration of his lifelong struggle for justice. I applaud the efforts of the City of El Paso's administrators and their dedication to honoring civil rights activists who sought progress and prosperity for our communities. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to get in touch with me. Sincerely, Cesar J. Blanco, Texas State Senator, District 29.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment on this item, sir.
Thank you. Representative Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you to all those that spoke. And I want to thank Congresswoman Escobar, I apologize, and Senator Blanco for their letters of support. This item was placed, and as most of you have heard, it's long overdue. It's about Mr. Cesar Chavez, who led the efforts to improve conditions for California's migrant farm workers and formed the United Farm Workers Union. Chavez was committed to nonviolent protests, as was said. And again, to repeat, President Obama proclaimed Cesar Chavez Day on March 31st, 2014. When Cesar Chavez founded the United Farm Workers of America alongside Dolores Huerta, he drew national attention to the many agricultural workers who experienced inhumane working conditions and unlivable wages. Through strikes, marches, boycotts, he inspired millions of people across the country to fight for safe and healthy workplaces, better wages, improved workplace protections from sickness and disability, and other core rights and protections. In the process, Chavez inspired generations of people across all backgrounds, ages, industries to organize, bargain, and expand opportunity for workers and their families. His devotion to La Causa brought hope to workers and Latinos across the nation. And his fight for justice, equality, and dignity gave workers and Latinos everywhere a voice. Today, we must summon the same courage and moral clarity to carry this legacy forward so that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream. Like the majority of us in El Paso, Chavez was a Mexican-American. His legacy empowers all Davids who tackled Goliaths with the saying, "Si se puede." What is most important is that remembering and honoring Cesar Chavez inspires more people to become involved in the causes that continue Cesar Chavez's extraordinary legacy. To designate March 31st of each year as an official City of El Paso holiday as part of the continued efforts to address the systemic barriers to racism and better include, celebrate, and uplift communities of color in honor of Cesar Chavez, I make the motion to approve with the final saying of "Si se puede." Since other communities, as was mentioned, the County of El Paso, the El Paso Community College, UTEP, even the City of San Antonio, who recently made Cesar Chavez a holiday for their community through a huge celebration in that honor, and Tarrant County. So I ask if my colleagues could support me on this. Okay, thank you. Support me on this issue. Thank you, Ms. Representative Salcido. I make the motion.
Ms. Prine?
Yes, Mayor, there was a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Salcido. Representative Anello?
How about 2 seconds?
2 seconds, Representative Anello and Salcido. Council, if I can ask you when you do make motions to please speak into the mic so I can hear you. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzweight?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Council, and thank you for all the speakers and city management and your staff for working with Representative Rivera to make sure that this was a reality. So thank you all, and again, thank you for all the speakers. Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. If we can move to item 5. Item 5 was moved to the regular agenda, and this is a resolution that the City Council approves the recommendation of the Board of Directors of the City of El Paso Municipal Management District Number 1, that the following persons be named directors of the district for 4-year terms expiring in June 2026. This is James Fegan, Brent D. Harris, and Scott Weaver.
Representative Molinar, you move the item forward.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yes, I thank you for respectfully moving this to the forefront, or taking it out of the consent agenda, moving it to the regular agenda. And so what had happened is that this impacts the city of El Paso, but primarily also District 4. And so did receive 2 calls, and they were for the constituents trying to figure out what it is, what exactly is happening, what's not happening, and things like that. And truthfully, I couldn't answer their questions. I did not know. And even though this municipal management district was formalized in 2020, I kind of remembered, but I don't really remember everything on that part. So I did have a lot of questions, and I did reach out. And so I did speak with our city attorney and Elizabeth Triggs from Economic Development. So thank you very much. We'll gladly listen.
Yes, sir. Elizabeth Triggs with Economic and International Development. I'll just go through a very, very short PowerPoint to provide some context for the item. So again, this is a resolution asking City Council to approve the reappointment of 3 members to the Municipal Management District Number 1. Those members' names are listed on this slide and include James Fagan, Brent Harris, and Scott Weaver. They are existing board members, and so this is a reappointment. For a little bit of context, on March 17th, 2020, City Council did consent to the creation of this municipal management district, which covers about 2,300 acres of land in northeast El Paso. That consent was provided after the Texas legislature actually approved the legislation to create the district. Part of the state law is that the city council or governing body does consent to the creation, and so the city council did do that. At that time, they also appointed the existing 5 members, which are include the 3 that you're considering for reappointment today. And part of the reason why city council made that decision to consent and to appoint those 5 members was because at the same time a development agreement was approved by council that is the underlying document that controls development in this area. That development agreement puts restrictions on how the property can be developed, and includes things like ensuring there are at least 9,500 residential units that are developed over the course of several decades. In addition, 300 acres of commercial, again, an important component to Northeast development, ensuring we have that commercial mix with the rooftops. Also ensures that there's several amenities that we don't see in other neighborhoods across the city, and includes at least 135 acres of parkland and trails that connect to the existing trail system across Martin Luther King to the west. So really, it's that development agreement that controls how this is done. This is simply an action to reappoint the members. State law does set, Chapter 375 of the Texas Local Government Code does set the process of appointment as well as the qualifications. That's not something that the city of El Paso sets. This is the same process that every other municipal management district must follow. So, for example, the downtown management district follows the same process for appointment, and requires that each of its members have the same qualifications. And so on this slide, you can see it. It's a very simple process. The board meets to recommend who they wish to appoint to the board. They provide that recommendation to City Council, and then City Council may choose to approve those recommendations. The qualifications are also listed on this slide. There are 5 qualifications. The first is very broad, and then 2 through 5 are more specific to talking about appointments that have some sort of interest in the property and the project. In this case, the 3 gentlemen being recommended for reappointment meet number 5 on this list. A few of them meet number 1, also number 3, but all 3 meet number 5. So they are qualified by state law to participate. And so again, the council requested action is that City Council approve the recommendation of the board to reappoint these 3 members for a 4-year term to end in 2026.
Thank you very much, Ms. Triggs. I appreciate your help on this. And Ms. Neiman, thank you very much as well. So move to approve.
Go ahead, Representative Mello.
So Elizabeth, you answered my question, but it's not on the presentation, and so the DMD gets this from me a lot, so I'm going to say the same thing to you. So understanding the qualifications is going to be important for us, right? I know there's applications that wasn't on the backup. It's interesting because you say that some of them meet number 5, but right, so like nobody owns property in the district right now because it's not developed. Is that correct?
No, so there's one property owner right now.
Right, so
It's
they're
not
clearly
been
on the
sold
board.
to homeowners yet.
Yeah, so just, just understanding, right? I mean, are somebody who meets requirement number 1, are they an open space advocate? Do they own property close to the area and be impacted by the traffic, right? Understanding what those qualifications are a little bit better for me is important with all of these. Again, you hear it from me a lot with the DMD, and so I'm going to be fair and give you the same amount of pressure on there. It should be in the backup. Application should be in the backup. There should be an understanding. Again, you answered it verbally, but it'd just be nice to be able to look at that.
Absolutely.
So thank you. Thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Representative Molinar, for pulling the item. I appreciate it. I will make a second.
We got a motion and a second there?
Yes, Mayor, the motion was made by Representative Molinar, seconded by Representative Anello to approve item number 5. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Shortline?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. We now turn to page number 16 to item 43 and item 16 that will be taken together. Item 43 is,
Yes.
this is
Good morning.
discussion and action on a resolution approving recommendations as set forth in Exhibit A and Exhibit B for the Neighborhood Improvement Program, Round 5 projects.
Good morning, members of council. Nicole Rodriguez with Community and Human Development. So today I'm happy to be here today to talk to you about NIP. This has been a long process throughout the year. We have been working very closely with Streets and Maintenance, with the Capital Improvement Department, and with all the representatives' office to be able to bring these recommendations to you today. Next slide. So just as a reminder, the Neighborhood Improvement Program is an opportunity for our neighborhood associations to request small-scale permanent physical improvement projects. Currently, NIP is funded at $10 million, and it was part of the 2012 Quality of Life Bond projects. So funding is allocated equally per district and has been competitive amongst our registered neighborhood associations within the same district. Currently, this year, when we introduced NIP, we had $375,000 for each of the neighborhoods. And so we were able to include remaining funds from our previous rounds. And so this was really important to us because we had some rollover funds from round 4 that we were able to include so that we can eventually add more projects to this slate of projects that we're recommending today. Next slide. So the NIP process started with a pre-application review. Our neighborhood associations submitted pre-applications. We then worked with them on a design lab, and then we finally assisted them with their final applications. Just recently, we were able to score all of the projects. And so with that, we worked with everyone to review the feasibility, the constructability, and their scopes. Each of them were given some preliminary cost estimates that we assigned. And eventually we came up with a final scope of work and some cost estimates. And that's why we're here with you today, because we're able to, to provide the final slate of projects for review and approval. And so this round was funded at $4 million. We received a total of 47 applications. 29 of those applications were scored. They were feasible and moved on to the next round. And so we had project requests that total over 4.6, that actually should say million, sorry for the clerical error there, but our project requests were totaling over 4.6 million. And ultimately, we came down to 19 projects that we're recommending today that total about $2.8 million. And so what I want to note here is that those projects that we were listing today, there are some remaining funds. Those remaining balances will be used within those districts so that we can add for contingency, or we can use those remaining dollars for so that we can enhance some of those projects depending on what that rollover looks like. Next slide, please. And so, as indicated, we have $375,000 for each district. And so the round 4 rollover included about $400,000 that we were able to add to our round 5 allocation. And this was really important to us because ultimately this round 5 exhausts the 2012 Quality of Life bond funding. And so because there won't be
We lost Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez, you're breaking up. I think your connection is spotty. We can't hear you, Ms. Rodriguez. Yeah, her screen is frozen. Ms. Rodriguez, we still can't hear you. Perhaps you
Can I
need
just
to
move to approve?
log out.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now we can.
Can you? Okay. All right. Hopefully you guys, that works. So I don't know where I last left off, but we had a round 4 rollover of approximately 400,000. That 400,000 was important for us to get because ultimately it allowed us to approve as many projects as possible. Ultimately, it allowed us to approve as many projects as possible, and so each district had a larger budget than the 375,000 once we took into account the round 4 rollover. These totals do not include what a 1 million set aside that we used for engineering costs. And so ultimately we had $3.4 million for projects within each of the districts. Next slide, please. One of the things that I wanted to talk to everyone about today is a project in round 4 that we could not proceed with. And this was in District 1. It was the Upper Mesa Hills Neighborhood Association for the North Stand pedestrian pathway. It had a total approved budget that was $67,671. And this was for delineators for a walking path. And ultimately, the neighborhood association declined the delineators. And what they really wanted was something that was outside of the scope that was approved by this council in 2019. And so we're asking that we, as part of the recommendations today, is to delete this project from round 4 and reallocate these funds to round 5. Next slide, please. And so here we have the list of projects, and this is in council's backup as well. It's a total of 19 projects. Important to note here that we're using the council boundaries that existed prior to redistricting as part of the approval of these projects. That we worked with, this project started long before the redistricting process happened, and so we wanted to ensure that we made mention of that. Also important to note that some of these projects have in parentheses some what we're calling partial funds, and what partial funds means is that we think that we can still adjust their scope so we can be able to approve these projects and at a lower scope than what they originally intended. And that was so that we can fund within the remaining projects. Next slide, please. And so this is these are the remaining projects for each of the districts. Sorry about the technical issues. I don't know what happened. I wasn't expecting that to happen, but I hope you all heard me. And if there's any questions, please, I'm open to them.
Thank you. Representative Sarga?
Good morning. Thank you, Nicole, for your presentation. It's great to see these projects moving forward. So you did answer my question about the rollover costs. They stay with the respective districts, right? So these.
That's correct.
Okay. So because now the rim area, Upper Tom Lee Park, is part of my district, and I believe Washington Delta is now District 2 and Zach White is now District 1. But I'm so happy to see that these projects will be moving forward, and I just want to thank you for all your hard work, you and your staff, and these are exciting to see. I know our neighborhoods are going to be very thrilled to see these projects. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Molinard, do we have a motion also? Did you? Did we second it?
Second.
Thank you.
I spoke into the mic. Good morning, Nicole. Thank you very much for your presentation. Great job to you and everyone else on this item. Thank you. I cannot be more proud of the the Northeast for sure, but the Neighborhood Improvement Program. Been very active with that for many years. It's a great program. Like to see it continue if possible. But we thank you very much on behalf of everyone in District 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Again, I just want to thank city staff. This program is one that's so very important, and the community really responds well to it, and it really gives an opportunity for us to hear directly from the community and to be involved with projects that they would like to see there. And even though the lines have shifted there, it's really great to see the projects that were selected with the old lines. Again, I think these are all really great projects, and I'm also happy to be able to support one of my favorite neighborhood associations, the Borderland Neighborhood Association, which has their longtime president, Lucinda Cuellar, who is a guardian angel for their community, and being able to help them and be able to uplift various different neighborhood associations, because the reality is that we all have our own Lucinda Cuellar in our districts, right? We all have these mama and papa bears that go and do everything that they can for their neighborhoods, for their parks, for their streets, for their neighbors. And we see that, I think, really expressed very vibrantly and clearly with the NIP program. And so it's such an important program, such a success, again, originally being approved with the 2012 Quality of Life bonds. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes, sir.
So great use of taxpayer funds, great use of voter-approved initiative, that communities and residents are able to see the impact in their community in a very real way. And so very happy to support this, and want to thank all the staff who has taken a lot of time to come up with these, to work with the communities, work with neighborhood associations for these projects and to refine them and to bring them up to this council today. And so very happy to approve this, and thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
We have Representative Rivera, and then we have two people from the public, please. Thank you.
That's what I was going to ask, Mayor. I know
Yeah, we have two people
one of my
from the public that would like to
constituents was
speak.
going to speak. I see her here, so I'll just defer to her. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. We have Sylvia Carrion, followed by Abraham Monteros. Good morning, Ms. Carrion. You have 3 minutes, please. I can pass those
Ms.
out. for you,
Carrion, will
Ms.
you
Carrion,
hand
if
that-
you hand them to me? I'll pass them out, Ms. Carrion, if you want to go ahead and begin your. Go ahead. We can go to Abraham Monteros while I distribute these items for Ms. Carrion. Mr. Monteros? *6, please, to unmute your telephone. You'll have 3 minutes. Abraham Monteros? *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Abraham Monteros, I see you in the queue. If you press *6, you can unmute your telephone. Good morning, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Hello all, my name is Abraham Monteros. I'm president of Chavez Town Neighborhood Association, and I'm also the Central Southside representative of the El Paso Neighborhood Coalition. I'm calling today to say I'm completely in favor of this item. The 19 projects proposed promote the city's strategic goals, and personally, I visit a lot of these parks. They promote an active lifestyle, so I'm very happy to hear that a lot of council members right now are in favor of this. I know a lot of people in the coalition are so happy for this. I just want to say everyone is really behind these projects. I want to thank the city for working very, very hard to get us to turn in everything on time. And I speak in favor of this. This is a great program. And I just want to thank everyone that is working in the city that promoted this program. So just thank you. And we're in favor of this item. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. We'll now go to Ms. Carrion. Good morning again, Ms. Carrion. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'll read fast.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Council. Silvia Carrion with the president of the Mission Valley Civic Association, and I come to present my problem to you all and ask for some type of decision to be made as to which district would be the authority over our request for the NIP in 2021. I am submitting documents which show that Neighborhood Services acknowledged my NIP for Capistrano Park back in September of 2021, at which time this park was under the venue of District 6. I was informed by Neighborhood Services that all projects presented to them in the year 2021 would be going before representatives that were holding that council seat for the year, regardless of the redistricting made in 2022. I'm also submitting email information that I reached out to District Rep. Claudia Rodriguez, who was the representative for this project in 2021. The email response from her chief of staff clearly states that they would not be participating in this process since they no longer are in charge of projects at Capistrano Park. Mr. Rivera, who is now the representative for this park, cannot make this decision since he was only presented for projects for District 7 in 2021. The Mission Valley Civic Association has its back to the wall, and if someone in authority does not step up and help us with our project at Capistrano Park, which is requesting 6 canopy shades for the baseball bleachers. 2 years ago, we requested the same shades for the bleachers along with a canopy for the playground and new bathrooms. We were denied because it was not our turn for CDBG projects. However, in submitting pictures of all the needs, someone saw the pictures of how bad the bathrooms were, and the city locked up the bathrooms and provided porta potties. Rancho del Sol Neighborhood Association is being awarded a walking path, 1 bench, 3 trees, and some playground equipment. I do not negate the need of any neighborhood association, but I feel that the canopy shades for the baseball bleachers would service more human beings that actually attend the games and practices for baseball fields. Please allow me to beg for assistance in this matter in the round for NIPs. The quality of life. Attached are pictures of the baseball bleachers at Capistrano and was submitted 2 years ago. Also pictures of Rancho del Sol with the surrounding housing. This project was brought to me by Paula Powell about 10 years ago. She says, the people at Capistrano need your help. But I was working on Pueblo Viejo at the time and I couldn't do it until this year. Then my CDBG got turned down. There is money available in District 6 and 7 together. Coordinating together those funds, I can get at least a few of those canopies on there. I thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrion. Representative Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez, right? Yes. Ms. Rodriguez, when we were briefed, this wasn't brought up, and I did ask what other projects were pending in District 6 that I inherited as the redistricting. Is there any way you can brief me on this, or is there any, what do you have? How can we fix this?
Sure thing, Representative. I can reach out to your office. The Capistrano Park ultimately, as part of the process, was as listed under Representative Rodriguez's district. And so it ultimately was not listed on the recommended projects. So we can go ahead and schedule some time with your office to schedule.
Were there funds appointed to it, or funded for? At that time, that there was still under 6.
When it was still under 6, so what happened in District 6 is that we have the project that's being recommended has the majority of the funds, and there won't be enough funds remaining to fund Capistrano. That was the top ranked project, which is Ranchos del Sol.
Okay. I still like that briefing when we get a chance.
Absolutely.
The sooner the better, and I'll get back to you, Ms. Carrera. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Manello?
Thank you. And Nicole, I don't think that you can answer this question, but Ms. Carrion brought up something that's a little alarming to me, that there are restrooms in that area that are so bad that instead of being repaired, they were closed. Can anyone speak to that? If there's someone from Parks? I think that that's really alarming to me. Like, we have facilities that are not, and this is a bigger conversation that I think we're going to have a little bit later today, right? But we're really relying on these funds to fix facilities because we're not doing that. And that, I think that's an underlying problem just with funding and how we treat facilities and parks in general. And again, we're going to have that conversation a little bit later. I very coincidentally just sent Mr. Gonzalez an email around that before I even heard about this because it's not in my district. And we as a council really need to start addressing these facilities. We really, really do, because it's unacceptable to say we're not, and I don't know what's wrong with these restrooms. It could be something really large. I have no knowledge of this. But to just close like an existing building that we have an ADA restroom and put up porta potties, I mean, at some point is unacceptable. Again, this is not my district. I would be willing to postpone if you want to, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Rodriguez, Nicole Rodriguez. I don't know if you were all on like a very tight timeline, if that would set you back, if we can put, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
The timeline is dependent. I mean, once the approval happens, is when we start working to, work with CID to achieve, the projects listed. But no, ma'am, there's no timeline associated, or it won't affect anything. Obviously, the neighborhood associations are anxiously awaiting for the approval.
Yeah.
But
and I will say really quick, sorry, Mr. Gonzalez, Representative Rivera willing to pull my motion and postpone this, but understanding that some money is going to have to be moved around if this is our solution, right? If we're going to completely keep depending on these dollars to fix that facility, someone's going to have to give up a project, and that's a decision you have to make. But I'm willing to support you if you want to do that. Sorry, Mr. Gonzalez.
No, that's okay. If I may, I just wanted to just speak to the comments with regard to the canopies. If you remember, at a previous council meeting, Representative Lizarraga asked me to come back with a plan to work with Moms on Board, and one of the listed items was canopies. So that same night, I worked with staff on a game plan to make that happen that was bond related, but also worked with staff to see how we can work that into this next year's budget and make it a 3 to 5 year program so that we could focus on canopies. You may not remember this, some of you weren't on the council at the time, but I know that we replaced several playgrounds. There were 20, I believe. They were rated D, which means really poor conditions. We replaced 20 at one time. It's no different than replacing 300 police cars at one time. It speaks to what I've told y'all several times and that y'all are very familiar with, a lot of the neglect in a lot of different areas. And this is just another one of them. And so what Ms. Carrion says is spot on, but we are going to come back with a game plan for the canopies. With respect to the restrooms, we'll have to look at those across the board for all the parks and see what the conditions that they're in. And I'm going to already send a message to myself to visit with Ellen to talk about that. She's over that now, Ellen Smythe. And so I'll visit with her and come back in short order and tell the council kind of what the game plan is for that.
So, Rep. Anello, if you're willing to postpone it for 2 weeks, I'd appreciate it so I can get briefed and
Yeah, I'll pull my motion if you want to make that motion to postpone.
motion to postpone for 2 weeks for next council meeting, not the special one.
The 2 weeks will be,
2
yes, sir,
weeks.
July
Okay.
6th.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Is that enough time, Ms. Rodriguez? Is that okay?
Yes, sir. We'll be in touch with your office. I will reach out to your office immediately so that we can get that scheduled, but absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am.
And then I would just say that in addition to, our neighborhood associations anxiously awaiting, we are fighting up against cost escalations and things of that nature. So we want to make sure that we honor those quotes that were given to us. So
Sure. Well,
just something to keep in mind.
And that's why I'm asking, because I really like the fact that, the presentation you did for me, but this came up, and so I really need to be briefed on this.
If I may,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Rodriguez, are the contractors going to keep the quotes? Are they going to keep those intact?
I would need to defer to CID, but I will speak with them and then ensure that.
Well, before
that we
they
can get
postpone,
that
would you check on that before they
Exactly.
actually postpone? I know council doesn't want to have any cost overruns, which would make
Exactly.
it worse. And we can always work on a different plan to fund the item that's in question right now.
Mr. Gonzalez, this
Yes.
is Jerry DeMuro with Capital Improvement. Currently, we do not have official quotes for the projects. We have estimates.
Okay.
Those estimates were developed, I would say, Nicole, 6 months ago, probably. So I
Yes,
would
sir.
assume the cost would be much higher today, given what we're seeing with construction material. Particularly, we're having some suppliers that will not even honor, they will not.
Okay, I think what he's saying, the 2 weeks aren't going to make a difference. So I'm good with that. Just
Okay. Then I go ahead and with my motion there, Mayor, to postpone for 2 weeks.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I know Representative Vanello had mentioned, her concern about this bathroom not being open. The Don Haskins Community Center and Westside Park at 7400 High Ridge, the bathroom has been closed there for vandalism and maintenance issues for the better part of 3 years. Just so Representative Vanello is aware of that occurring on the west side as well.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
that's yeah, we need to address this, I guess. Maybe we can move forward with the agenda item in the future, Representative Schwartzman. Thank you for letting me know.
You're very welcome, Representative Vanello.
Thank you.
And I just want to say that I know that there's this concern. I know a lot of neighborhoods, a lot of neighborhood associations are very excited to see this NIP package passed today. So I really would like to see that being passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir, there is a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Anello to postpone item 43 for 2 weeks.
Mayor, can I just ask Ms. Rodriguez one more thing?
Pardon me?
Can I ask Ms. Rodriguez one more thing before we vote? Ms. Rodriguez, can you also bring back any other projects that that you might be aware of in District 6 that haven't been brought before me, please? When we have that briefing?
Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. Thank you, Mayor.
So on the postponement for 2 weeks, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzman?
Aye.
And the voting session? That was an aye, right, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzman?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Representative Lizarraga voting nay. The motion does pass. That brings us to item 16. I believe item 16 was contingent on item 43.
Can we take our break, Mayor, our 11:30 break? Or do you want to take this item first?
Pardon me?
We have our break at 11:30.
Yeah, let's take item 16 because I think
Okay.
it was pending item 43. So
Yes, sir. Item 16 is discussion and action approving a resolution authorizing the use of District 1 discretionary funds to supplement funding for the Borderland Neighborhood Association's project of purchasing and installing a security camera system for Borderland Park.
Mayor Pro
Motion
Tem?
to approve.
There's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, seconded by Representative Molinar to approve. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. And the voting session and the motion passes unanimously.
It was-
There's a motion and a second to recess the regular city council meeting for 30 minutes. All in favor? Anyone opposed? The meeting is in recess at 11:30 and will convene at noon for call to the public.
And if we could please all make sure we're back at noon as we have call to the public at noon. I would appreciate it. Thank you. And we're actually on time. That we're one item off, which is not bad.
Council, if you return to the dais, we can reconvene the meeting for call to the public. We need council to return to the dais, please. Is there a motion to reconvene? That there's a motion and a second to reconvene the city council meeting. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? The meeting is back in session at 12:01 p.m. We'll now go to call to the public. The El Paso City Council is a local government body charged with serving all of the citizens of this city, and the meetings must be focused on the meeting at charge. The city council meetings are public meetings under the Texas Open Meetings Act. Public comment is an accommodation and not a requirement of city council. All persons in attendance are expected to display civility and decorum that is respectful to other persons without the use of insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. Public comment will not be used for personal attacks against a person or group's character or integrity, which are not pertinent to city business, nor may any member of the public use this forum for political statements or campaigning. Please note that during call to the public, the city council may not deliberate or decide any subject that is not on the agenda. However, council may propose that a topic brought forward be posted on a future agenda. This afternoon, we have 9 members of the public that signed up to speak. The first person is Ms. Scheck. However, I don't see her, so we'll move to Judy Ackerman, followed by Efrain Saucedo, Ron Como, Loretta Hyde. Good afternoon, Ms. Ackerman. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for this
Good
opportunity. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Thank you for this opportunity to share some information and put out a request to you. This has to do with what is covered in executive session, what has to be secret, quiet, behind closed doors, and not transparent. And for instance, obviously, if it's a personnel issue, totally understand. It should be behind closed doors, not a problem. I understand the reason that if it's a land issue where the city decided they want to purchase a piece of land that's privately owned, and that land, maybe if you let that news out, then the landowner might up the price. But if the city is talking about land that the city owns, whether it's managed by the city or El Paso Water, then that's public land. That's my land. That's your land. And I cannot understand why my land needs to be discussed behind closed doors in secret. In fact, you might sympathize with me, perhaps, that I feel a little put out. You know, I feel that I've been ignored, certainly left out of the discussion, disrespected. When you're talking about my land, your land, I believe that should be in the public. I should at least know that that topic is on the agenda. So that's basically what I'm asking, is that if you're going to talk about public land, land that you own, that I own, my land, it should be done in public with transparency, not in secret behind closed doors. So please make that happen. Thanks very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Efrain Saucedo. Efrain Saucedo's topic is Pay Protection Program. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Okay, I would like to know how many millions or trillions our city got and how they were spent. I would like to the city manager to give me everything in detail. Since he doesn't have a one-on-one with me, at least I want that now. I went to mall
Oh, shoot. Are they watching us here?
Excuse me, we have a hot mic. Go ahead, Mr. Salcedo.
Thank you. Now, I went to more than 50 big businesses, and they did not apply for the money on the 3508 forms. Then they should qualify for at least $250,000 to $1 million. And the PP protection plan program, pay protection program, the money that the federal government gave the businesses, it was free money to pay the bills, pay the employees, etc. Now, most of them, they are blaming on the politicians, you guys, because you never open an office to tell the people, big business. Now, I've been involved with more than 150 small businesses. They are so, excuse my language, they are so ignorant. They are afraid. They are afraid. Why? Because all the big politicians, they play the big politicians. We're going to put Trump in jail. No, we're going to put the Democrats, Pelosi, in jail. That's the only thing they do. They don't help our people, or poor people. And we're going to change it. I'm going to change it. And I'm going to start calling you, all the politicians that I can back. All El Paso now watch this program. Not just here, in Dallas, Houston, and then across the country, because I have a lot of friends over there in Germany, Italy, and Spain. So I thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. God bless you, and God bless your family. And then if you give me the green light, I can...
Thank you, sir.
I can...
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a wonderful day.
The next speaker is Ron Como, followed by Loretta Hyde, Mia Mimbela, Sharon Miles Bonart. Mr. Como's topic is concerns about animal services. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start out by saying that last week I was invited to go speak in Austin at their city council meeting. We had a very good conversation, which I was kind of amazed at how the city council runs theirs. They actually talk to the people and call to the public. They actually ask for information. They actually tell people to come to the offices of the representatives to discuss their issues. I hope you all can see this. And just so we know, on the way out of the Austin City Council meeting, I was approached by 2 journalists and members of the community. They were in complete disgust at what was happening here in El Paso. The journalists have actually got on my Facebook page so they can watch what's happening here. Austin was smart enough to kick costs out before they actually created the issues they created here. I kept coming to you guys and saying that Terry was doing a good job managing. He had fixed the problem with the people. He was doing trying to hire. However, we've run into an issue because he's not qualified to be a director. He has no experience running a shelter, and it's starting to show. We have 3,387 strays on the last day of the month in May, in a shelter designed for 350 to 450. Okay, you guys, you screwed up. We need to get this fixed. You allowed all this to happen, and now here we are again in 2022. Our shelter is no longer picking up strays again. We're coming into a 2-week period, 4th of July, which is going to be the worst amount of strays hitting the streets of El Paso, and you are not ready for it. You're not ready for it because you didn't listen to the community members that gave you options to fix the issues. Right now, we are producing more strays than ever before in our city because we are allowing unaltered, unvaccinated strays in the streets. What do? They produce more strays and more disease. We've had this conversation for 2 years. For 2 years, you guys have ignored this problem. And now look where we are. 3,387, and we didn't put a dent in the amount of strays in El Paso. And when I talked to Terry, he gave me the deer in the headlights look because he had no idea how to fix this. His conversation was, well, the city's given us 50 to 100 more kennels. That's great. Look at the numbers. That's not going to help. Our shelter's disgusting. It's a disaster. It's time we do something. It's time you do something. You all allowed this to happen for 2 years. For 2 years. Take responsibility and fix the issue. Get us a new shelter. Get us a qualified director.
Thank you, Mr. Como. The next speaker is Loretta Hyde, followed by Mia Mimbela, Cheryl Miles Bonart, Charlie Sanders, and Sabrina Soto. Ms. Hyde's topic is also concerns about animal services. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi, everybody. I'm just to follow up with what Ron is saying. As a shelter, I'm experiencing the same thing. We are overwhelmed with how many animals that we're housing, as well as how many animals we're having to turn away that is not being picked up, which does allow more strays on the roads and streets that get hit by cars or die of disease, but ultimately make more babies out there that there's no place for them to go. I also sit on the city-county ISAC, which is for animal shelters here in El Paso, and every month we get the printout of how many dogs were taken in, how many dogs are being held, how many dogs are in foster. Over 1,000 something in the shelter itself that should house 350 to 400. 2,100 in foster homes, but when you ask where they go as far as the fosters, they have no clue. They can't even tell you the last time that those dogs or cats were seen or vaccinated, or if any of them have had puppies, or with the homes that they went to were their animals spayed or neutered. So this is just an ongoing problem. When I started doing rescue in 1995, I went to Animal Services, and they were euthanizing anywhere from 18,000 to 24,000 every year. That we're still taking in the same amount of animals, if not more. But where are they putting them? You cannot have a no-kill shelter when you have that many strays and puppies and kittens being born with no place to go. You can't make the rescues pick up the slack. We just don't have the funds. If you do want us to do the special needs cases and things like that Animal Services can't, then why don't you allow us to have some kind of budget as well that the city would help offset for the medical bills that we encounter? So it's, all these animals are out there. There's no place for them to go. We're telling them no. They're being told, turn them loose or don't pick them up. That's not the answer. That we can't continue to do this as a city and show that we care about the animals that we're in charge of. I'm just hoping that, we can get together, put something down. We have some ideas, but again, Terry, he's on a mission, to do the best he can. Well, his best right now is not good enough. It's not allowing to have a place or some answers or what's going to happen in the future. With the 4th of July, get ready. You're looking at 400 or 500 dogs coming in just for the next few days. Got to do something now. It's got to happen. Please. Thanks.
The next speaker is Mia Mimbela, followed by Sharon Miles Bonart, Charlie Sanders, and Sabrina Soto. Mia Mimbela, *6, please, if you're in the queue to unmute your telephone. Mia Mimbela. I don't see her phone number in the queue. We'll move forward with Ms. Sharon Miles Bonart, followed by Charlie Sanders, Sabrina Soto. Mrs. Bonart's topic is stormwater rate.
Is the Elmo on?
The Elmo, we need the Elmo.
Okay, please. Is Is it supposed to go that way? Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Sharon Miles Bonart.
Good morning. Good
My
afternoon.
concern, excuse me, sir?
Good afternoon, Dr. Bonard.
I'm sorry.
I said good afternoon, Dr. Bonard.
Oh, yeah, my hearing is not that good today, I guess. Okay. Before you, you see a PowerPoint that is being used on the Elmo, and it says City Charter, City Council, and in-house PSB memo. Unfortunately, what I'm going to have to do is pick this up and read it, because I'm just not facile with the Elmo, okay? All right, this is a timeline for the MLK property. It goes from July 7th, 2021 through January 25th, 2022. I believe you all have a copy of this before you. I was told to me by, yes, by the clerk's office that you have it. According to the city charter, the right of ownership and use of city land is inalienable, and city council has ultimate approval on conveyance of land. City council action, July 7th, 2021, council moves to place a conservation easement on that land. December 21st, declaration of restrictive covenants was placed by the PSB on the MLK land. This is a conservation easement. It is, a conservation covenant. It is not a conservation easement. It is not what was passed at the City Council in July. January 4th of this year, the Gale Reed Assessment Services did an appraisal of that land. You can see before you that it was $14,760,000 was the price for the land if it were unrestricted. Now, this land has already been restricted in December 21st, so the price at that point is $420,000 for the entire parcel. On January 25th, there's an in-house memo signed by Mr. Ballou saying that because there's a third party involved, and this was already discussed in council, there is no third party, that the money to be paid for that land would be full market price. Well, according to the appraisal, that full market price should be $420,000, but their repayment schedule is considerably higher. Bottom line, this process was not used when the police and fire departments academies was discussed. You can see that there's a disconnect in what the PSB did with what the city charter says, what city council has said, and also what the appraisals have said.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. You've reached the 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Charlie Sanders, followed by Sabrina Sotos. Charlie Sanders' topic is water utilities. If you're in the queue, please press *6 to unmute your telephone, and you'll have 3 minutes. Charlie Sanders. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
I was looking through the water utility website to see if I could contact the public service board members to discuss the hike in the water bills. And since the public service board members are not listed on the website, I started looking at the agendas and minutes of their meetings. I never found any of the contact information for the board, but I did find some other information on the water utility website that caught my attention. I thought it was important to share what I found because it didn't seem like anyone was paying attention. So first, on February 13th, 2019, the water utilities president received an 8% increase with a 1-year extension. Then on March 11th, 2020, he received a 9.5% increase with a 5-year extension to 2025. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Mayor Oscar Leeser was on the board beginning January 2021, and on January 13th, 2021, the EP water president received a 9% increase, and Mayor Oscar Leeser abstained. But on November 10th, again in 2021, EP water president received another increase. This time it was a 7.5% longevity increase with an additional 1-year extension to 2026. That's 4 years left on his contract. And Mayor Oscar Leeser, you voted for that extension. Again, with 4 years left on his contract, Mayor Oscar-Leeser voted for EP Water President's contract extension. And an article about the mayor's veto in the El Paso Times on May 18, 2022, it states, and I quote, "Leeser said Gonzalez's contract was renewed in 2019 and won't expire until 2024. It is 2022 and therefore premature to amend or renew his contract at this time. The mayor also said extending and enhancing any current contract when El Pasoans are facing increased living costs, property valuations is neither prudent nor warranted. He called on the city to tighten spending, adding that the appropriate time to renegotiate and amend the contract will come, but that time is not now." End quote. So what's going on? You know, the mayor vetoed the city manager's extension because it had 2 years left, yet he approved an extension of EP Water President's contract with 4 years left. What happened to extending and enhancing any contract when El Pasoans are facing increased living costs and property valuation is neither prudent nor warranted. In 2020, when El Pasoans were still dealing with COVID, water pipes were bursting, sending sewage into people's homes, and water rates continue to increase. You know, this is simply hypocrisy, you know. And then to top it off, 2 salary increases in 2021. Why? I mean, how is that justified? That's a 17% increase. You know, this is ridiculous. I mean, come on, isn't anyone paying attention? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Sabrina Soto. Sabrina Soto's topic is denying El Paso Police Department's current funding request for cannabis prosecution. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, City Council.
Go ahead,
Not
ma'am.
too long ago, thank you. Not too long ago, Texas State Capitol decriminalized cannabis. El Paso should be moving towards decriminalizing cannabis, not continuing to arrest, prosecute, and give us the criminal records. The war on cannabis started here in 1915, and it should end here. It has now been 107 years since El Paso outlawed cannabis. We're long overdue for change. The cannabis community has been saying the spending should not be approved. You are only trying to stop the inevitable from happening. Cannabis is already here in the city, and it isn't going anywhere. There are other priorities the city should be focusing on and not on a plant that helps people from benefits to jobs to so much more. I strongly suggest you deny this increased funding request. Thank you, City Council. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes call to the public.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone that called in and that was here present.
We now return to the regular agenda to item number 18. And this is a Texas Department of Transportation operational update on projects currently in design and estimated completed dates for construction projects.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Oh, I'll share the PowerPoint if you don't mind. I have, that way I can use my cursor. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff, everyone in the audience. Thank you for having us. We really appreciate the opportunity to update the city on the things the agency is doing to fulfill our mandate of connecting you to Texas and enhancing mobility throughout the region. I have in the room with me our district engineer, Tomas Trevino, our deputy district engineer, Eddie Valtier. I have our transportation, no, is that the director of transportation operations, Eduardo Perales, and joining us shortly will be our transportation planning and development, Raul Ortega. He'll be along soon. So we have all hands on deck here. And I will show you a very brief PowerPoint to bring you up to speed on what's going on here. And let me get it to the power. Is that visible to everyone?
Yes.
Can anyone hear? Okay, yes. Great. Thank you. Yes. So I just want to briefly show our letting volumes from 2016 to 2023. Even though these numbers look low in 2016, during that time, there was over $1 billion in projects at play and being built at that time. So even though these volumes look low, we had some giant years in advance of that. Then our numbers went up again in 2019 for current lettings. This year is this number here with $380 million letting this fiscal year. And I will tell you a little bit about some of the most recent lettings and what's coming up. And then next year, we're projected to have another $297 million worth of projects letting here in our district. I am including this end the streak slide because this is also something that we're very concerned with. The last deathless day on Texas highways was November 7th of the year 2000. And since that day, we've had approximately 10 deaths daily on average on our Texas highways, which even spiked to almost 13 a day last year. So this is the reason that we've gotten safety money directed toward projects that will improve safety. And some of those you're familiar with have been our raised median projects. So these raised median projects come with lighting and pedestrian safety. And there's about a dozen of them underway. Many of them are very near completion. The roadway portion has been completed, but we're still awaiting some electrification to some lighting and some other kind of technology aspects to them too, before we can call them complete. I just wanted to show you this slide again. I think I showed it last time. The number of conflict points when you have a bidirectional center turn lane. And that's why there are so many crashes in the areas that don't have these raised medians and why we've chosen to add them, because it greatly reduces the conflict points and thereby reduces crashes and deaths on our roadways. This illustrates, these next two slides illustrate the addition of safety lighting and the difference it can make. This is a section of Martin Luther King, and you can see here, the light you see is the headlights of the truck, and then there's like somebody's porch light. We have the lighting poles in place. This is the exact same location, or approximately. And so you can see the poles are there. They're still lacking electrification, but the difference between what it will look like when the lights are on and what it looks like currently at night, you can see it's going to make a big difference. Other aspects include the safety railing. This is Paisano, which that median project received this pedestrian safety railing, which channelizes pedestrians to cross at safe locations where they have intersections. It reduces mid-block crossings. So here they can push the light and cross with the arrow. This is Mesa Street, which is right by the Cincinnati area that also received this treatment. And you can see again, once again, how that will channelize pedestrians and stop mid-block crossings there. In some cases, we're improving the pavement. This is Zaragoza Street, and you can see from the photo on the right, there is improved pavement in that area. And then on the upper left, you can see that there's some cracking in the pavement, and that will be milled out and filled in there. This just shows you the limits of the project, which goes about from North Loop up to where we've got that newer pavement already in place, and then crosses over the Loop through 75 and goes all the way up to Montana. So that is a very extensive project that's undergoing lane closures daily right now. Some of these projects are eligible for the Green Ribbon funding that we have. This $875,000 Green Ribbon project will let next week. The three areas that are slated for landscaping include Montana, Donovan, and Alameda. This is the limits of the Montana Raised Median project. And you can see on the right side where they're adding sidewalks in that area that is east of Hawkins. And then you can see the area, the other photograph there kind of in the center is the portion that just has gravel, rock landscaping at this point that is on the west side of Hawkins that will be receiving some of this landscaping coming up. The Donovan project, I don't have much to show you on progress because there's still potholing to determine soil conditions underneath the street and yet locating utilities along the side of the roadway there. But that project is underway. And basically what you'll see in that project is everywhere there are double yellow lines, you will see medians go in those locations. The Alameda project, you can see, has progressed quite a lot. It also received new pavement, as you can see from that photo in the lower left. And so that one is another location that will receive landscaping. It is east of Loop 375 near Ivy Drive going out to Horizon Boulevard. A couple projects that are letting later this summer are in the Northeast. We have an R-Cut project that is going in at the state line and yet US 54. This is going to be a change that is going to take some getting used to. We're working on outreach efforts in the community now, but this is a place where when there is a crash, it's quite often fatal, because you'll have people crossing over, coming out of this street here, state line, trying to cross in front of very high-speed traffic, say to make a left turn or go straight. And in the configuration the way it is now, it's very easy for them to misjudge that speed and distance of the oncoming traffic, and a broadside crash is quite often fatal. So what this does is channelizes the traffic to make you will, if you want to go either left or across the road, you will have to go right first. And there's additional pavement here toward the center. There's a turn bay here so that you can get up to speed. You have the chance to get up to speed, plenty of room to cross over, make a U-turn, and come back the other direction. We know how people feel about change, and yet this will be to the benefit, because it will be so much safer for people to be making these movements. Here I have, after this slide, I will show you some of the configurations of what the movements are going to be. The second project in the area is this J-turn at US 54 and Stan Roberts, where it's basically a little bit less complicated, but it is just making you turn right and then make a U-turn and come back. You can either go straight or on your way south, the other direction. Here are some basically what it looks like in a more simplified version of the R-Cut. For example, somebody wanting to come off of the side street there and head north will first have to go south, make the U-turn. Somebody coming off the other direction wanting to go north very simply makes that right turn. The functionality coming northbound, you do have the ability to make a left turn northbound, but of course you're already up to speed. You have greater visibility. Here you can see oncoming traffic for a little bit greater distance. And then finally, the functionality when you're just trying to basically cross over to go the other way, make a left turn or just cross straight over, that's what your movement would look like. So this slide illustrates the conflict points again, and you can see how many conflict points there are with the older configuration, many severe ones, some lesser ones, and how those are minimized with these elongated movements that will reduce those conflict points and save lives. So getting on to recent lettings, this is a very exciting project, the Purple Heart Widening and Frontage Road project from Spur 601 to Montana. Is adding a lane in each direction and also adding frontage roads to Loop 375 in that segment. We expect that this area in here is going to be developed shortly, and here the city has plans for the approximate location of extending George Dieter. And so with the hospital out there, this has experienced increased traffic, and this will greatly enhance mobility. It's a $137.9 million project where we are expanding that highway, widening and improving and adding those frontage roads. The I-10 widening west is another one that people have been waiting for a long time, adding that center, adding a third lane in each direction from Mesa Street northward. The entire limits of the project go from Mesa Street to the state line. However, the widening stops just south of Vinton at this point. We do have another project ready to let that will take it the rest of the way, but the other features on this project continue all the way to the state line, including the ramp reversals and other operational improvements, wrong way driver detection systems that are going in there. Those will all go all the way. Safety lighting will go all the way to the state line, and we are adding high mast lighting along the widened portion. So that's underway, and there's a video on Twitter. If you follow us on Twitter, there's a video that shows the pavement, what they're doing now on this project. You're experiencing lane closures while they improve the shoulders to accept freeway levels of traffic so that they can place barrier, do the work on the center lanes behind barrier, and keep 2 lanes of traffic flowing throughout the duration of this project, which could be as much as 3.5 years. So that is underway now. Here's a few of the features of this that are improve the operation of the highway is this interchange at Los Mochis. We're doing an I-10 overpass, and now this area in Northwest El Paso has become quite urbanized, and it's definitely time for a place between Trans Mountain and Vinton for traffic to be able to turn around there. So this is about just 1.2 miles north of Trans Mountain. We have the Los Mochis overpass going in with this project. We also have the ramp reversals. This illustrates the ramp reversals. You can see where my cursor is. This is the current exit ramp at Trans Mountain, and this is the current on-ramp to I-10 West from Trans Mountain. We're reversing these ramps, thereby placing the merge action onto the frontage road where traffic is lower speed. Also, by pushing the exit way back, there's additional storage and room for people to get over before they have to make a turn into the mall area. And it also improves access to some of these others. Should they apply for driveway access here, they'd be able to have it. And then this is what it looks like on the other side, where the exit is now where the on-ramp used to be, so that it will enhance mobility on this side, on the westbound lanes as well. And those, I think I showed you in that other, this is what they look like along the route. Another feature would be the Thorn bypass lanes, which is you will no longer have to travel along the frontage road and stop at the Thorn intersection there. With the light, you'll be able to bypass that traffic and just go on your way underneath here. And we are rebuilding this bridge as well. This just shows you what we're doing on the shoulders of that I-10 West widening project, where they're milling and paving the shoulders there. This is the twin project to the I-10 Widening East project, which has already been going on for some time. We're doing the same thing out here from East Lake to Horizon, where we're adding a lane to the inside. It was a much shorter project, so it was an $18 million project, and I have some progress photos on that one. You can see these are the new center lanes. These are the barriers they placed so that traffic would not, that workers could work safely behind barrier. And here they are, here's the rebar, here they are placing the concrete, and then this is what the finished product looks like out there. So they're making good progress on that project on the east side. Loop 375 main lane widening, I-10 to Zaragoza is getting there. It is, we're looking to open the third lane on this portion probably toward the end of summer. And then here's what's happening with the bridge widening. I think I remember the last time I spoke, I don't really expect that you remember, but they're building the lanes heading southward, and then they're widening the bridges as they progress northward. And this is what that looks like, where they've had to basically knock some stuff down so that, and put the supports in so that they can have the widened bridges. And then this shows some of the progress. These are new structures here. I mentioned the Borderland Expressway because we just held the public hearing on that, and some of you were in attendance or sent representatives. We appreciate that. We are expecting to let phase one on this, after many years of development, in April of next year. And phase one is basically adding the frontage roads right here between Railroad and Business 54. So that's what phase one will consist of. That's the portion that we're going to do first. It's about $20 million on that. And by the way, it's still online. If you'd like to weigh in on that, you can go online to TxDOT.gov. The hearing will be live through Friday at 11:59 p.m. You can go search Borderland Expressway as the keyword, and you can see all the materials that we had at the public hearing there. And then the Artcraft Interchange is another upcoming project that we have. And just a status update on this, we expect the environmental and schematic design to edge towards 60% in July. And it's looking at right now at a 2023 let date, although that date could possibly move. So I would just offer to you these ways to stay informed. Some of you may already follow us on Twitter, and you can also like us on Facebook. The I-10 Widening West also has its own Facebook page. Visit us online at TxDOT.gov. But that first one would have helped out everyone this morning, because if you go to drivetexas.org and you sign up for Get Traffic Alerts, you look for the little traffic signal there. El Paso is the only district that has these. You can choose your roadways and you can receive alerts on your phone that will tell you what's happening in traffic right now. Our Twitter is great for planned closures, but when there is a crash that was not predicted, this is going to give you an alert that you can check before you get in your car to drive. You can look and you can see what's happening on the roadways and choose an alternate route if appropriate. So I highly recommend you sign up. You will get a lot of emails, depending on how many roads you sign up for, how many do you normally drive, but that's what your delete button is for. It will save you time, and all you have to do if you're not driving and those alerts have already expired, you just delete them. But it's totally worth getting on there. Are there any questions?
Yes, we have Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you again, Ms. Wright, and thank you again for this presentation as well and updates. Lots of great projects that TxDOT and our friends in Austin are doing in El Paso. So thanks again for you, for Mr. Trevino and the whole team over there in Far East El Paso. I don't know if that's Upper East El Paso or Mid Far East El Paso, but past Joe Battle. So thank you again for this. I just had a couple of questions as well. A lot of different projects are going on. I'm very excited to see the I-10 West widening project. I think that's something that we have seen continuously amp up in terms of the amount of traffic that we see once you kind of hit the Mesa Street exit over there on I-10 West, and it pretty much continues all the way through Artcraft and sometimes even Trans Mountain. So this is a project that talking to constituents and residents, they're not looking forward to the evening closures and the frontage road bypasses, but they also understand too that it's necessary and people are already stuck in traffic. So really excited about that. You showed a slide relating to the Los Mochis overpass. So there was a building that was shown alongside it. Is that the DaVita dialysis clinic that's over there? I don't know if you go that one, yeah.
This building right here?
Yeah.
It could. I think that might be what's at Los Mochis. I've become more familiar with the area only since I've been attending construction meetings on Los Mochis. But that does ring a bell. Could be that.
Okay, so that's great, because we do hear about the amount of traffic that's already in that area, and even to do that overpass probably won't be done for another 2 years or so. Right. You know,
the contractor is working diligently to get this project completed as quickly as possible, and they are thinking of new ways to advance it all the time. So we'll just see how long it takes to get that done.
Okay, well, looking forward to it, and it's, again, I think, as you said, it's about a 3.5 year project estimated, give or take a few months, so hopefully a few months, not more months, but I think, again, this is something that the community has seen as a necessary project, and has also seen how much more traffic has improved with the GO 10 project, as well as the Border West Expressway expansion that was completed from, I think, by 2018, so really excited to see those projects. The one question that I had relating to the median along the Mesa and Cincinnati corridor, first of all, I want to thank your team and thank Mr. Trevino for his leadership for looking at installing those pedestrian improvements. This was something, for those that know, one of the first meetings I had with our new district engineer was an on-site location visit at that corridor and at that intersection of Cincinnati and Mesa, where we've seen unfortunate incidences occur. We've seen near misses. It's just a very dynamic part of our Mesa State Highway, and those pedestrian improvements, I think, are really going to have a concrete impact in traffic management and traffic calming. And so really excited, and again, want to thank again personally everybody that had involvement from procuring the funds to the installation of this. Again, this is a highly trafficked area between a couple residential neighborhoods like Kern Place, Rim Road, and Mission Hills. Again, this is right where the Don Haskins Center is, where UTEP's campus is, and also where we have the restaurant district with Cincinnati and other places. So this is an area that has a lot of different population and has a lot of different people coming through with it. And so these kind of urban style pedestrian enhancements and improvements, I think, are really going to have a concrete impact on keeping this area more safe. In addition to the lighting that the city has done, the sidewalk improvements the city has done, and again, some of the additional lighting that y'all have added into this area as well. So again, I want to personally thank you and everybody at the team for doing that. Were some very difficult meetings and conversations with this project and what TxDOT and the city could do, and so it's really happy to see this being done. Just want to again put it out there. I know that you had talked a little bit about the green ribbon program. I don't know when that might happen, but this would seem to be a prime candidate for further investments on the median in terms of, again, just a very visible area for folks that are in El Paso that are visiting our Tier 1 University of UTEP. Seems it would make a lot of sense to look at investing in that area for additional aesthetic improvements. I don't know if you have a timeline or when that might be. I know that we already have some dedicated programs already for the funds for this upcoming year, but anything you can do to help enlighten us would be great.
Well, thank you. Yes, actually, that would happen in the following summer, because we do get limited green ribbon funds, and this year it's 875. I expect next year it's 775, but we are looking at this location for next year's expenditure. But I also thank you for bringing up the I-10 widening west again, because one thing I forgot to mention was that we have expanded our hero services to go through that corridor as well. Currently, the closures that we're experiencing are only about 1,000 feet at a time. So it's much like we are closing lanes while we do that improvement of the shoulders, but it's just like when we do a guardrail repair. It's about 1,000 feet closure, and then it widens back up again. But because of the construction in the area, and we are expanding our HERO program to patrol that area as well, or be dispatched to that area. So again, if you find yourself on a state highway, one of the major controlled access highways in town, and you find yourself stalled out or in distress as a motorist, you can call 915-790-HERO and ask for help. So I thank you for letting me get that plug in there as well.
Okay. So do we have an idea with when we might see some of those improvements in terms of aesthetics for that area?
For Mesa, next summer would be when they're letting. We're
Okay.
letting this first $875,000 we'll let next week, and that
Okay.
will be targeted for the streets I mentioned, Montana, Alameda, and Donovan.
And then
It'll be
the,
based-
yeah, and I think, I think whenever possible, I mean, I always think that, stamped concrete and other aesthetic improvements for concrete is always something that is well received by our community and something we deserve too. So I always think anytime we can be cost effective but creative with what we're presenting to this community in terms of transportation solutions, I always think is a positive one. I just wanted to also bring up too, with the remaining time that I have, the timeline for Artcraft. That's a project that we've seen. Again, lots of traffic is coming through the sanitary support of entry. It just shows the sort of the success of our global reach here in the Borderplex region, that we're having these challenges with not just with residential growth, but also with this commercial and freight growth coming to the International Port of Entry. So I'm curious, I know you mentioned about 60%. So when might we see some community meetings for District 1 for some of the residents out there in the Upper Valley?
Well, as it goes forward with the NEPA process, what we'll be doing on that project will be meeting with affected property owners. The NEPA process in this doesn't require the same series of public meetings that we would typically have on a project like that, but we will be meeting with affected property owners. And in fact, the let date for that is probably looking more like May of 2024 is what I understand. So we have time.
Okay, great. Well, anything you can that we can do to help get the word out, always supportive of.
Well, we're not really ready to show, because we're not far enough along on the schematic design to really show people an accurate depiction of what might happen. We're not there yet, but we appreciate the offer, and we'll reach out when it's appropriate.
Okay. Well, thank you again, and thank you again for all the great work that y'all are doing for our community.
Thank you, Mayor
so
Pro
much.
Tem. Representative Molinad.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Jennifer, thank you very much for your presentation. Always great to see you. And so I'd like to start off, you don't have to go to the slide, but the slide that you had for Martin Luther King that depicted at nighttime, it is black.
Yes, sir.
And so, yes, my office received numerous calls on that, emails, and they really would like to have something done on that. And I understand you and I have already had that discussion, but I'm glad you put that in there. The other thing too for District 4 is the Borderland Expressway. I've been on this project many years, way before I was a city representative. I think you know that very well. I look forward to next year when it finally does start phase 1. So that's great to know and great to see that happening. But once again, I'd just like to remind you, any type of aesthetics regarding the Mexican golden poppy out there in District 4 would be a plus. Thank you, ma'am.
I hear you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Wright, thank you for the presentation. I know that there's so many programs going on, and a lot of the things go through the MPO that continue to reinvest in our community. And TxDOT's been a good partner through the MPO, through the state, and I think the taxpayers see a lot of their taxes and investments and road tax and all being invested in our community. And I think one of the things that is unsaid, but I think it's a really big program y'all have out there, is the HERO program, and that's really a great program to help our community as they get stranded on the highways and to make sure that they're safe and they can get assistance. So that's a huge program going on right now that was started originally through MPO and TxDOT. So it's again, we want to thank y'all. And I think a lot of the things that our community and a lot of people don't realize that, a lot of the streets like Mesa is a state highway. Montana is a state highway. And we thank you for investing and continue to make sure those roads continue to be safe, and and let's continue to be proactive. So thank you for your presentation. And with that, I have Representative Salcido.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jennifer, for the presentation. It's good to see 601 expansion. It's great. It's going to help traffic in District 5. So I thank you for that. Just wanted to know more about the budget that you have in regards to aesthetics, concrete treatments, and landscaping. Do all these projects have a certain amount allocated for them?
So when possible, we are able to include that. In every case, we will choose roadway safety and improvements over aesthetics. But in many cases, we do have some amount of funding that can go to that. Our Green Ribbon project funding is very limited. And so $875,000 doesn't go very far as covering the projects, but oftentimes when we're unable to accomplish it with one project, we are unable to include that in the budget for a project, we will make a plan to come back with funding after the fact and add it later. It's important to us too, but again, safety is our number one priority, and mobility is very important. But we certainly hear you with your comments on aesthetics. They're important to us as well. We live here too, and we want to have things that look nice.
No, absolutely. And I think there's just so many, it's limited dollars, right? So I think probably planning ahead, working with CID, and seeing how we all can work together. And I know bigger cities do have, they get an allocated amount, and you can definitely see the difference. So I would really, this is my beautiful city. Would love to see it have a little bit more aesthetics and for it to, the right funding to come our way. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you. You
Representative
can always
Salcido.
count on us to paint things in an attractive manner. If we're not doing plantings, we're definitely using the materials and native colors that will enhance a roadway design.
One of the things, and this will be the last comment, that we see a lot of cones and they become a huge inconvenience to our community. But I think we got to look at that. We're looking for the growth and the future and the safety, just like you said. So as we continue to expand the streets and look at safer ways, we do understand the huge inconvenience, but I know that we talk about this getting in and getting out as soon as possible, but also for the growth and safety of our community. So I thank you for that. And with that,
thank you.
No other comments. Thank you. Yeah, I'll have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Appreciate the opportunity.
Bye-bye.
Mayor, if I may, before they get off, we will follow up on the comments that council made with respect to landscaping and aesthetics. Are you still on, Jennifer?
I am.
Yeah, we will follow up with them to see if those can be planned in advance, because sometimes that is able to save TxDOT money, and we maintain them anyway because of the agreement. This year alone, in the next budget year, we're going to pay $3.2 million in landscaping maintenance that used to be the state's responsibility. It's on their road, and it's nothing to do with our local here, our local district. I'm just referring to Austin and how that is passed on to the resident, and that's something that Austin should be paying for, not the resident here. And so whenever possible, we will reach out again and work with Jennifer and the team there with Yvette Hernandez to make sure that landscaping, aesthetic improvements on concrete, the concrete treatment, that's worked in as much as possible. It might mean we have to pay more on our end, but I think it's worth it. And to get it on the front end, I think they would agree it's cheaper to do that than to go back and retrofit.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. We do coordinate with your staff, and we are always open to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Ms. Prine?
Yes, Mayor, that brings us to the first reading of ordinances. These are items 19 to 22. There's a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Anello, to approve the first reading of ordinances. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Representative Rodriguez not present. That brings us to item number 23. This is discussion and action on the request that the Director of Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing be authorized to issue a purchase order to CRC Corporation, DBA CRC Dynex, referencing contract 2019-814 Integrated Library Services System Software.
We have a motion and a second.
There is a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga, seconded by Representative Rivera to approve item 23. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. And the voting session? And the motion passes unanimously. Item number 24 is discussion and action on the award of solicitation number 2022-0194R, Benefit Consulting Services to Gallagher Benefits Services, Inc. There's a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Lizarraga to approve. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. And the voting session and the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 25, and this is discussion and action on the award of solicitation 2022-0508, Pebble Hills Boulevard, Airport Road, Vista del Sol Drive, arterial lighting and landscape improvements to Martinez Brothers Contractors, LLC.
Move to approve.
There's a motion made by Representative Anello, seconded by Representative Molinar to approve item 25. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. And the voting session and the motion passes unanimously. The next item, Mayor, the next two items are related. Would you like to take them separately or together?
I think that'll go together.
Thank you. Item number 26 is a public hearing on an ordinance amending Title IX Health and Safety to clarify the maximum sound level that sound levels apply to properties producing the noise and location of sound ratings. Item 27 is an ordinance amending Title V, the amplified sound permit process.
Several of us will be presenting today on item 26 and 27. This is for amendments to our noise ordinance, as also our sound amplification permit. Thank you, IT. Next slide, please. We have several team members who will be joining in the presentation. And as you may recall, we have been working on revisions to our noise ordinance for a few years now. And so we're bringing back what we feel is an approach that's going to allow a balance between businesses and the community, as well as an ordinance that is reflective of something that's easy to understand and also to enforce. We are going to be focusing primarily here on 2.8, implement effective code enforcement strategies to reduce nuisances. And I want to take an opportunity to introduce our new code enforcement director, Steve Giveaway. He'll be presenting a little bit later. Next slide, please. As you may recall, we presented to you, we had the public hearing on the agenda on 3/1. Council asked us to go back out and have meetings with the community. This was the initial schedule. We had over 22 meetings. You will find in the backup for the presentation on slide 33 to 37 all of the comments that we gathered. We also are working on a RFP that's going to allow us to address several of those items by bringing on a third-party consultant that will be talking more broadly about entertainment districts across the city. And you'll see just the scope of that work on slide 38. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, some of you may recall, we have been working on this ordinance for quite some time, and this is just a history of what we have been working on since 2019. And as you can see here, we always plan to come back and revisit. As you know, we ran into COVID, and we didn't have an opportunity to really fully evaluate the effectiveness and efficiency of the ordinances and things that were put in place in 2019. So once the city reopened, we worked with our code enforcement team as well as the police department to launch a team that worked as in our entertainment districts, as we call them throughout the city, to ensure that we had, one, a way to support businesses as they were reopening, and also to be able to address the concerns that were beginning to emerge through your various offices in terms of the effectiveness of the ordinance as we had it in place. We used that opportunity to gather quite a bit of data that we'll be sharing with you, and that drove our recommendations from a data perspective in terms of what's effective and efficient. What also happened with many of the floor amendments that were brought forward, in writing, it was a good opportunity for us to, of course, have a way to be able to appease both parties who are involved in this process, but in practice, it was not something that could be enforced in a way that was efficient and effective throughout the city. So with that in mind, we're bringing forth some recommendations for changes to what was adopted in 2019. Next slide, please. What we'll be covering is current laws, the benchmarking that we did in other cities, a sampling of the existing data and data gathering that I mentioned, and also our staff proposed amendments. And we'll also, of course, have a section for Q&A. Next slide, please. This is just a reminder of what we had, what's currently in our code. Just a reminder here that the reasonable sensibility standard was added in 2019. That was not something that was a part of our code. And that really was to address some of the ongoing issues that we had that was not necessarily connected to the decibel reading level. Next slide, please. The amplified sound permit was brand new in 2019, and so that was really an opportunity over the last year or so to evaluate the effectiveness and efficiency of that in terms of helping to address some of the concerns of the businesses that were primarily really close to residential areas. And so we'll be requesting some modifications to that as well. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Russell Abel to go over our comparative data.
Good afternoon, Russell Abel, Assistant City Attorney. Next slide, please. So as part of this process with the data gathering, as we looked at this issue, one of the things we did is at the City Attorney's Office is we met with a group of city attorneys, assistant city attorneys from across the state, from cities like Dallas, Dallas Metroplex cities, Houston, San Antonio, and Austin. And we gathered what they had in their codes for your reference here. And in our discussions with them, I think we had about 4 meetings with them, and we're planning on having a meeting with them after this. They're very interested to see what City of El Paso does on this issue. They're all having the same issues that we are running into. So as you can see here with our noise ordinance, right now we are at 70 decibels. You'll see at Austin, they have 85 decibels or 70 decibels. There's kind of a range between some cities. We do property receiving the noise. Some cities do property producing the noise. So there's kind of a variation across between what the different cities are doing. Next slide, please. So with the permits for sound amplification at the City of El Paso, currently we have 70 decibels, and that's at the property producing the noise. Where you see at Austin, their max decibel level is 85 decibels, and they measure it at the commercial property line. Dallas does not have one. Houston is at 75 decibels, and they measure from the nearest receiving property line. And there's also a range for the time restrictions. City of El Paso, as you can see, the permit is required from 10 p.m. to midnight, and no sound amplification is allowed after midnight. Houston, they have a range. Austin, they also have a range. You can see distances too. So with the sound amplification permits, one of the things we consider currently in El Paso is the distance from residential areas. We're at 350 feet in El Paso. Austin is at 600 feet. And in Houston, they require a permit for any business that has amplified sound. This is what the data we've gathered from across the state, and really the feedback we saw was, this is not just an El Paso issue, but this is a statewide issue. Next slide, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Steve Alvarado, Code Enforcement Director for the city. I'd like to start off by saying I'm honored to be here to serve the fine residents of El Paso. Okay. This slide represents the numbers that Code and PD did for inspections. Violation numbers were considerably low due to both PD and Code going out there and doing a collaboration with the community and the entertainment districts. With that collaboration, we did educational outreach and weekly inspections during that time frame, with our main goal of obtaining voluntary compliance with the sound reading ordinances. Although education has helped tremendously, as indicated by the low numbers of violations, both PD and Code are not able to be there at all times. Thus, numbers, phone calls, reports of violations and loud music have gone up when we're not present. Citizens do have the option of filing a noise complaint packet with the city attorney office using reasonable sensibilities under section 9.40040 of the noise ordinance and with their evidence of the violation. Thank you.
Next slide, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mayor, Council, good afternoon. Steve Lopez with the El Paso Police Department, Commander at the West Side Regional Command Center. This slide represents the number of readings taken in 2021 by our code enforcement folks and our police officers, the number of venues where the readings were taken, and the average decibel level of all readings. It also shows the actual number of violations minus the reasonable sensibility and vibration complaints filed with the city prosecutor's office. What this slide does not represent is the amount of work and effort required to obtain this data. This slide does not show the months of dedicated efforts to include community and business meetings, educational forums, town hall meetings, presentations at all levels for all groups, and our continued community policing efforts. Our mission with this ordinance is to streamline the process and make it fair for all sides. We were not tasked with targeting any one specific group, business, organization, association, or neighborhood. Our mission is to bridge that gap between the opposing sides and the different views when it comes to the noise ordinance. We understood from the beginning that we would never appease all of the people all of the time. However, our goal remains. We will continue to work on bridging that gap, work on creating an all-inclusive team, stakeholders, work on solutions, and work on providing everyone with a voice. We do understand the importance of the entertainment sector here in El Paso, economically, but most importantly, the outlet for our residents, who are once again looking to step out and enjoy El Paso, our nightlife post-pandemic. We will continue, and our mission remains to work for an El Paso strong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Peter Pasillas for the record. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So these are the proposed changes to Chapter 9 of the Municipal Code. And as mentioned before, we're talking about the reasonable sensibility standard that can occur any time of the day, not just in those earlier comments during certain times, 10 to 12, things of that nature. And the reasonable sensibility standard, what we're looking at is it's disturbing somebody's ability to sleep, have peace and comfort in their own home, and be able to relax, things of that nature. That would be a reasonable person standard. And then lowering the decibel from 65 to 70, as Commander Lopez and Mr. Alvarado talked about all the readings that we went through. And then revising the vibration standards, joining basically what's happening with all this the sound that's coming out is it's causing the vibration affecting
residents and other businesses in the area. And then the location of the reading from the property line to the property of the person or individuals receiving that noise or vibration. And what it's going to do is it's going to help us align it into both ordinances that are going to be talked about later in Chapter 5 as far as it goes. So it helps with the enforcement side, but also on the education side, because it's confusing for the officers, whether code officers, police officers, and even the businesses and the residents. As it stands right now, it's very confusing. And it was discussed earlier, if you saw the readings in there, most of the business out there, majority of the businesses are in compliance with this. It's those that are operating out on the fringes that are causing the problem. Just like everything else, it's usually a smaller percentage of people that are doing that. Next slide, please. The penalties for this would be a maximum of $500 a day, and the city, through the Texas Local Government Code, would be able to provide or have action through a civil penalty of up to $1,000 a day. So it significantly increases the cost for the person or the businesses violating this. Next slide, please. And this is what we're asking for as a floor amendment from council on here. And what we're asking at is looking at the vibration, because all the meetings that Ms. Mack was talking about, we kept on hearing from the residents, it's the vibration of the bass that's going through their structures that is really disturbing their peace and ability to enjoy their home life. And the decibel reading should not be required, so it's going back to that reasonable sensibility standard as far as that goes. So we're asking for this floor amendment from council. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tony.
Good afternoon, Mayor and
Good
Council.
afternoon.
Tony de la Cruz, Planning and Inspections. I'll be covering the proposed amendments to Title 5, Chapter 5.03, the Sound Amplification Permit. As has been mentioned before, the Sound Amplification Permit was approved by City Council back in 2019. The intent of the permit was never to silence all sound being emitted from an establishment, but rather it was really to focus on the outdoor sound amplification that's a common complaint by abutting neighborhoods. While establishments that have this permit, could we please go to the next slide? While establishments that have this permit can play outdoor amplified music between the hours of 10 and 12 a.m., they are still limiting to cutting off all music at 12 p.m. and between those hours not exceeding the current 70 decibel limit. Of course, an establishment has to have an outdoor area for this to be currently applicable. The second portion really was designed to alleviate the complaints from the neighborhoods and provide them peaceful sleep during the late evening hours. Additionally, an establishment that applies for this permit does have to comply with the application requirements, which include providing a sound impact plan, identifying any proposed sound mitigation techniques, and also go through a public notice that the department sends out to abutting property owners within 150 feet and 350 feet of the proposed establishment. Next slide, please. The following slide shows you the number of permits that have been active since January 20th, 2022. Currently, the department has 2 active permits. We have 1 pending application that has been put out for corrections, so this slide isn't fully up to date on there. We don't have any businesses that have been denied the application. Additionally, since 2019, we had 12 locations that began the application process, 4 expired or were not renewed. 2 applications, there was no follow-up, so therefore a permit was never issued. 2 were canceled by the customer because they exceeded the maximum distance requirements. And as previously said, 2 are currently active. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the proposed revisions is because we want these establishments to comply with the permitting requirements. By doing so, it really is the first step to finding some peace and cooperation within the existing neighborhoods. So with that being said, the proposed revisions will clarify the definition of an outdoor area to include roll-up style doors and windows that are left in the open position, lowering the decibel limit from 70 to 65 decibels in keeping with Title IX, expanding the location requirements from 350 feet to 500 feet, expanding the notification requirements for affected property owners from 150 feet to 300 feet, and lowering the revocation threshold of the permit from 10 citations to 2 citations. Again, this is in keeping with Title IX. It also clarifies that the city may seek injunctive relief for violations under Texas Local Government Code. And again, with these revisions, an establishment can play music up to midnight, so long as they comply with the proposed revisions, if those are adopted. Next slide, please. The next slide provides you an example of the typical timeline to review a sound amplification permit. So typical timeline, we are looking at 40 to 45 days, with a large percentage of that being 30 days being allowed for neighborhood response. Okay, so that pretty much makes up 66% of the review timeline. The permit application is $367 and does require a yearly renewal of $125 with a $125 fee. The benefit is if the establishment is renewing appropriately, once the renewal process kicks in, we do not have to send out notification again to the abutting property owners. That would only happen if they let it lapse, and we have to treat it like a completely new application. Next slide, please. The following survey that you're seeing is a survey that was conducted by El Paso Police Department and PD Code Enforcement. What it identified, or what it shows, is that 638 establishments were inspected by the entities. Out of those establishments, approximately 222 were deemed to have the capacity of having outdoor sound amplification. That doesn't necessarily mean that all 222 would be required a permit, because if the proposed amendments were approved, even in one of these establishments, if they were further out than the 500 feet, the outdoor sound amplification permit would still not be applicable. Next slide, please. The following slides will show you just comparisons of different establishments throughout the different regional commands that identify how many parcels would be notified under the current code provisions of 350 feet versus 500 feet. So currently, on the West Side Regional Command, at 350 feet, we would notify 27 parcels. At 500 feet, that would be increased to 40 parcels. Going over to the east side, Pebble Hills Regional Command, at 350 feet, we would be identifying 2 parcels versus the 350 feet, 5 parcels versus 15 at 500 feet. Next slide, please. Going back over to the west side, around the Cincinnati area, at 350 feet, notification would be sent out to 38 parcels. 500 feet, we would be seeing 63 parcels. Next slide, please. Back over to the Zaragoza area, at 350 feet, we'd notify 21 parcels under current ordinance. With the proposed revisions, we would be notifying 42 parcels. Next slide, please. And similar shopping center, just an opposite end. As you are aware, in some areas, the shopping centers are becoming what is now the entertainment district. So similar parcel at 350 feet, we'd notify 36 parcels, and at 500 feet, 72 parcels. Next slide, please. And finally, in the Pershing area, at 350 feet, we'd currently notify 49 parcels, and at 500 feet, 81 parcels. Next slide. With that being said, I'll turn it over to the City Attorney's Office. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eric Gutierrez with the City Attorney's Office. Next slide, please. I'm going to be going over the citizen complaint packets that are filed with the city attorney's office. These cases are essentially the reasonable sensibilities cases that we ask our citizens to file with our office. We ask them to file those cases with videos, and essentially our prosecutors review these to see if we could prove these up in court or not. We accept cases that we believe we can prove, and we reject the ones that we cannot prove, and further have conversations with those complaining witnesses. The issues we have with these cases is we really do rely on the citizens to identify the offender for these violations, and also they have to testify to every element of these offenses. So the burden really is on them to come in and testify to a municipal court judge to prove these cases up. Next slide, please. The municipal court cases we have, a lot of them are pending a actual trial setting. And so what ends up happening is defendants file notices for discovery, they file for jury trials, they file motions for continuance when they can, and this results in these cases getting stuck in a backlog, essentially. Of the cases we have pending, approximately 1/3 of them are awaiting 1/3 of them are warrants. So a warrant is out for those offenders' arrest, and about 2/3 of them have been reset. And so we're still waiting for a resolution on those pending cases. Next slide, please. And that is the end. We will open it up to questions, if Mayor or Council.
Representative Nisarga, followed by Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor.
And then after that, we're going to take public comment.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Dion, thanks. Thank you to your team for the many years of hard work on this noise ordinance. I just want to commend you and everybody that was involved in this process. I know it's been a grueling process at times. I just have a couple of quick questions, and then, as the mayor said, we'll take public. Well, then I know Mayor Pro Tem.
We're going to take public comment. Mayor Pro Tem would like to speak after public comment.
Yes, and then I'd like the floor back after public comment,
Yes,
if
ma'am.
possible. Okay, thank you, Mayor. You talked about a third-party consultant, Dion.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you give us some more information about that?
So some of the feedback we received during our meetings was that we really need to look at, as a city, what entertainment districts should be and what criteria should be included in those. So we know that that was something that we had committed to looking at when we created our entertainment district CFT that includes several members of council. So what we've included as a part of that RFP is the feedback that we received from the community in terms of items that fell outside of the noise ordinance. What hours should we be operating? It really would also give us an opportunity to look at building code, which really wasn't a part of the noise ordinance, which became a continued concern. It was also a concern expressed that we wanted to ensure that all stakeholders came to the table and that we had a process to allow them to have their voices. And so this consultant would be facilitating that process for us, and then making recommendations that would come back to council. That's probably going to be at least an 8-month process after the award of the contract. But we knew that was something that was on our radar to complete, and we just expanded the scope of that work to include some of the questions that you see on slide 37 in the backup that were not completely related to this ordinance, but general questions that the city had committed to sort of looking at long-term, and that council had raised as being really important for us in terms of planning for the future.
I think that's a wonderful idea, and I look forward to that. Also, you mentioned about modifications as well. Were you talking about the new floor amendment, or were you talking about something else when you mentioned modifications?
So most of what we're bringing forward is just modifications to existing language and not new language to the ordinance, and that was a reference, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Dion,
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you, Ms. Parn. Can we take public comment, please?
Yes, Mayor. The first person is Liliana Rodriguez, followed by Keith Panel, Ernesto Garcia, Joe Gudenrath. Liliana Rodriguez. I don't see her coming forward. Keith Panel, followed by Ernesto Garcia, Joe Gudenrath. I don't see Mr. Panel coming forward. Okay. After Mr. Panel will be Ernesto Garcia, Joe Gudenrath, Joe Garibay, Don N. Larios, Vanessa Duran, Anthony Duran, Anthony Duncan, Madison Poe, Mr. Pennell. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to say hello to the council and to the mayor.
Good afternoon.
I've been here several times in the past, so you know what I'm going to say. So I'm going to try and put it down into one pithy little sentence, that if a bar and a bar restaurant wants to operate in an adjacent to where people live, a residential area, as opposed to somewhere downtown, out in the desert, or wherever other places are, they should be held to different standards than people who are not operating within the residential area. That's my key point to anyone who wants to listen, that there's a special responsibility that a bar owner has. I've lived on Cincinnati Avenue for 48, 50 years, something like that, with a family. All my kids went to local schools, local universities, and it was a perfect place to bring up a family until earlier in this century, when a city council, like yourselves, decided that there should be no restriction on the number of parking spots required based upon the number of clients inside of businesses. That had a deleterious effect. Immediately, bars spawned up everywhere. They didn't need parking. You can have 100 people in the bar and only 2 parking spots. That's the way it worked. And so there's been this plethora of bars. And with the bars, you all know this better than I probably, and the police certainly do, the crime, which is including murders, including coming into my own private property. It's just gone up and up and up. And partially the sound, I think, amplifies this, because you can't. I was even asked by one of the owners of property, Keith, can you find someone to rent our space for me? Why on earth did they do that? Because the only people that wanted to rent a vacant space on Cincinnati was another bar, and they didn't want to do that. So the point is that the whole environment there has sort of really impacted negatively the quality of life for all the people that live there. And there are people that live closer than I. But the bottom line is you have the responsibility for being able to say, look, common sense says if you're going to have a bar downtown, certain sets of regulations. If you're going to have a bar that's right next to Kern Place, 50 feet across the side of the road. I live about 130 feet from the nearest bar. That's my statement. Special places need special rules, and they should be enforced. And that's the tough part, but I don't have time to go into that. Thanks very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ernesto Garcia, followed by Joe Gudenrath, Joe Garibay, Dawn Ann Larios, Vanessa Duran, Anthony Duncan, Ernesto Garcia. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'll have Michael Bray speak for us because it's with Gepar, so that's who will speak. It was just my name on the thing there, so.
No, we can't.
Can't do
You have to sign up to speak. We can't.
He signed
transfer
up
your
already,
name.
so.
Pardon me?
He's already signed up.
I know, that's what I'm saying, so we'll take him as he comes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Joe Gudenrath. He will be followed by Joe Garibay. Good afternoon, Mr. Gudenrath. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City staff. Thank you for having us here today. That was great news by Ms. Mack about the hiring of the consultant to look for the balanced, constructive approach. I think that is step one in this effort versus what we're considering here today. These amendments that are being proposed are, further broad-based, one size fits all, does not apply to various districts or does not take into consideration various districts, types of business, et cetera. I believe they go too far. Based on the information we received from PD, those statistics, the amount of compliance is great. The number of citations, while they do exist, again, with probably any law, they are at a low point. These amendments do force operational changes on almost all business, many, again, whom are complying and are operating without issue. These changes put businesses in position to be in violation. Dropping that to 65 puts a lot more people susceptible to violation, which is very problematic. That is very unfair to good, hardworking business people. I definitely understand there are still issues with some businesses and noise complaints. I am happy to work with them to encourage them to be good neighbors, but I am not here to defend them. Even with these amendments, you will still have issues and only create more citations and more problems. Approaching this issue through enforcement alone is poor strategy and will not work. We need that comprehensive approach that hopefully we're on that path towards. To date, the interests and suggestions of the business community have largely been ignored until we learned that today. Our food, beverage, hospitality, and nightlife economy is a significant part of our economy, and changes that impact it should be done delicately and intentionally. On behalf of the Downtown Management District, I'm asking you to dismiss these amendments for the time being until we can have a complete examination opportunity to look at the entertainment districts, have this consultant here to have applicable amendments to applicable areas, and to include businesses, the neighborhoods, the city economic development, Destination El Paso, and other organizations like the Downtown Management District. Currently, we have an ordinance in place that is having an impact, and I think some of the police department slides have indicated that. Voting these amendments down at this time does not create problems that don't already exist. Working together, we can develop better policy supportive of various interests, and again, bring this community together to find constructive solutions. We ask that you take that approach forward. I look forward to working with a consultant to be an advocate for when that issue comes before the council. But in the time being, let's vote these down today, pursue that as step one, and then come back with a comprehensive set of amendments that have a lot more support than opposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Joe Garibay. Joe Garibay. I don't see Mr. Garibay coming forward. We'll move on to Dawn Ann Larios. Ms. Larios, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Good afternoon. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Representative.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your willingness to listen to the concerns of restaurants, bars, and the communities we serve, who will all be impacted by the proposed changes to the city's noise and amplified sound ordinances. I'd also like to thank Ms. Dion Mack, the El Paso Police Department, and the El Paso Code Enforcement for all of your hard work. The El Paso chapter of the Texas Restaurant Association, our friends from the Downtown Management District, participated in this year's 5 community regarding the proposed amendments. Each of these discussions and the underlying data have confirmed our concern that the current proposals, while well-intentioned, do not address the very specific problems that a small number of residents have raised with the city. And city staff have confirmed that 95% of the enforcement activity is taking place in one region, the city district. And even within that region, the vast majority of inspections result in no violation. This underscores the city's findings that across El Paso, 6,641 readings in 2021 result only 72 violations for a violation rate of 1.12%. Again, 1.12%. The data does not support these drastic policy changes. We remain committed to working with city staff, neighbors, the mayor, and city council to address the concerns that led to the proposed changes. The public hearings were very helpful in terms of identifying and helping all to understand the concerns. Unfortunately, the changes that have been proposed to date change the rules for every business rather than finding solutions for a number of businesses. These proposed amendments will affect the entire city of El Paso. Let's find solutions that will help our business community as well as our residents. Consider hiring a professional sound engineer like other large cities throughout Texas have done, and perhaps that's what your consultant will also be doing. Please follow through with a more comprehensive examination of entertainment districts. This was a promise made in 2019 and initiated in 2021 with the creation of a cross-functional team. We also ask and highly encourage the inclusion of local businesses. We understand the importance of working with our neighbors and the community to address residents' concerns and remain confident that we
Thank you,
can
Ms.
do
Larios.
so without
Thank you.
adversely.
Thank you, Ms. Larios. You've reached the time limit. The next speaker is Vanessa Duran, followed by Anthony Duncan, Madison Poe, Stephanie Nevem. Good afternoon, Ms. Duran. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Representatives. My name is Vanessa Duran, and I'm co-owner of Alan J. Cafe and president of the Texas Restaurant Association El Paso chapter. On behalf of the El Paso chapter of the Texas Restaurant Association and our members, I am here to share our concerns about item 26 and 27 on today's agenda. Many restaurants and bars rely on amplified sound to provide an enjoyable experience to their guests. The data is clear that the vast majority of these restaurants and bars are complying with the current rules. Unfortunately, many of the proposed changes adversely impact restaurants and bars that are following the current rules. For example, the maximum sound volume would decrease for all businesses in 2 ways. The permissible decibel level would decrease from 70 to 65, and it would be measured from the business rather than the neighboring property. For context, normal conversation, laughter, a vacuum cleaner, and cars traveling at normal speeds all routinely register around 65 decibels or more. Even if a business keeps their amplified sound under the decibel limits, they could still be cited under the proposed change that expands the offense for reasonable sensibilities. Because this standard lacks specificity, we're very concerned about how it will be applied. The thousands of complaints that are currently filed and result in a low decibel reading illustrates that people often disagree about the level of sound that is reasonable. We are also concerned that with the proposed changes, restaurants and bars that have music outside, or even those that only have indoor music but open their doors or windows, would have to get a sound amplification permit to have any amplified music after 10 p.m. Most concerning, these permits would be automatically denied if 25% of neighboring residents oppose the permit, even if the business plans to never have sound that approaches a 65 or 70 decibel limit. Acquiring an amplified sound permit is cumbersome and expensive, and so businesses are unlikely to apply if a small minority of neighbors can veto the permit before businesses even have a chance to comply with the law. These proposals also come at a particularly difficult time, as many restaurants and bars are still fighting to recover from the economic devastation that was created by the COVID pandemic. We agree with the goal of stopping bad actors and are ready to help. However, we must oppose agenda items 26 and 27 in their current form because of the impact that they will have on restaurants and bars that are following the rules and strive to be good neighbors. We respectfully ask that you vote against these items to ensure hardworking local businesses that follow the law and contribute to our community are not adversely impacted. Thank you for your consideration and for your service to our city.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Anthony Duncan. Anthony Duncan will be followed by Madison Poe and Stephanie Nebhem. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, y'all. I'm Anthony Duncan. I own 3 restaurants here in El Paso, and I'm a board member of the El Paso Restaurant Association. The current ordinance that we have now was passed in 2019, and at that time, council was directed by the city, the city directed to form cross-functional teams to explore entertainment districts and make recommendations before any more changes were made. This hasn't been done, although I'm excited to hear from Ms. Mack that you all are talking about moving in that direction, and even if it takes 8 months, I think that's a proper step to go before any changes would be made. Honestly, 3 years isn't enough time to assess that the current ordinance isn't working, and statistics from the city say it is. After COVID restrictions were lifted, the city took it upon themselves to check businesses' compliance to be at 70 decibel levels or lower. Out of 6,000 plus readings taken, only 72 violations were recorded. That's less than 1.12%, as was stated earlier. So as we from the Restaurant Association made it known that we were concerned with the proposed changes, the item was tabled and 4 more community meetings were scheduled. During the meetings, it became clear that a few residents have a problem with a couple bars, something that should be able to be worked out with reasonable residents and business owners and with the help of the city. Yet you're considering an ordinance today that would affect every restaurant in town that has an outdoor patio that plays recorded music after 10 o'clock at night. And most of you that met with us, and thank you all for meeting with us, told us you're not having any problems with your constituents in your districts regarding complaints about outdoor music on business patios. I ask you, and more than 3,000 people that signed our petition ask you, don't pass the proposed changes today. They don't work and will create a problem where there isn't one now. If you feel you need to do something, wait for the cross-functional team or team's reports. Then please get representation from the businesses that may be affected. Then we may be able to come to you in the future with something that works for restaurants as well as the residents that may live nearby. I want to thank you for your consideration. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Madison Poe, followed by Stephanie Nebhan, Joe Nebhan, Michael Bray, Evan Trempler. Madison Poe. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm here in opposition of proposed changes to Title IX and Title V. I've worked for 14 years at Asatuna's Beer Garden, a West Side bar with a large outdoor patio that my dad opened in 1985. A bar who has played by the rules for 37 years. When the current noise ordinances were established a few years ago, we complied. However, amplified sound is vital to our success as a business. Our benefits and fundraisers revolve around live music as well. The proposed changes will negatively impact many businesses in the community, some who are still just getting back on their feet after 2020. Live music aside, average background noise measures 60 decibels. We are mainly an outdoor patio. Our indoor space is very limited and has a garage door. So with the proposed changes, even our indoor space is considered outdoor, and people just talking on the patio will be too loud. Restaurants, bars, and entertainment are vital to the community. These changes will make it difficult for businesses to comply with the rules and be successful. I feel like these sound ordinances create hostility between businesses and neighbors when there should be ways to come together and find solutions that work for everybody. I understand that there are businesses that don't follow the rules, but I don't think all businesses should get punished to prove a point to the select few. All of that being said, I would like to thank the police officers for their tireless work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Stephanie Nebhan, followed by Joe Nebhan, Michael Bray, Evan Tremper. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Nebhan. I run the Gardner Hotel here in downtown El Paso. As a hotel, we are in the business of sleep. And right now, with the outdoor bars as our neighbors, they are negatively impacting our business. I have a sheet of negative reviews because our guests cannot sleep at the hotel with not only the loud noise till 2 in the morning, but the vibration literally shakes the beds in their rooms. So we have been working tirelessly with the police department, which I'd like to thank them for their help. But Commander Pena, informed me that as they've been ticketing the bars nightly, they do not care to lower their music. So the ticketing isn't even helping, and they are nowhere even near the 70 decibels. So I know as a small business owner, we want everybody to have their businesses and to succeed. And I would like maybe for us to find a way to work together. I want their business to succeed, but I don't think it is fair for it to impede on our business. So if there is a way through this that we can work a situation out so everybody can succeed and not everybody here is affected by what we decide today or in the future, I think that would be the best way to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Joe Nebhan, followed by Michael Bray. Good afternoon, Mr. Nebhan. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much,
Good afternoon.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Special thanks to all the city representatives that responded to my outreach. I do appreciate it. How the heck did we get here? We've had laws on the books for ages that could be applied to this, and they weren't. There was no enforcement. When I ran the hotel that my daughter, who just spoke, ran, we had the same problem. There was no respect from the other businesses, whatever they want. We have no problem with any of the facilities having outdoor music, as long as they go and they respect. This is our right to do business. We have just as much right to run our business as they do. The law that we have currently is enough if it is enforced. Without the enforcement, it's just ink on paper. And we need to go and, fix it, enforce it, but this whole process seems so convoluted. I mean, this has been going on for such a long time, and there's so much wrong information and so much emotion in it that people can't make the right decisions. What I'm asking for right now is that we continue to look for a solution that will fit most everybody. I'm sure we can. It has to come on an individual basis. We're downtown. We have the oldest hotel in the city, 100 years old. We just celebrated last month. And we have a right to stay in business, damn it. We really do. And so do our neighbors. But just respect us. That's what we need. I don't think we can enforce a law that says respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Bray. He will be followed by Evan Tremper, Ian Vogelweed. Good afternoon, Mr. Bray. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Council, and staff. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll have to tone it down. I'm exceeding the decibel levels as we speak right now, okay? I represent the Greater El Paso Association of Realtors here in El Paso. We have membership a little over 2,900 members. We're here to speak for the issue. However, we are against the ordinance as being presented to you today. We do appreciate the work that the staff has done over the relatively short period of time, but the thing that I just kind of noticed is all of the presentation was from the enforcement side. We have PD lined up in the back, we've got the attorney's office, we have all of that, and yet the ones speaking out against it are the stakeholders. We have residents speaking out against it, we have the business community speaking out against it, and so as the Association of Realtors, we're speaking out against this. We work with this situation every single day of our lives. We represent the commercial interests that are trying to bring quality of life businesses to our neighborhoods. We also represent the residential side, where we've got people wanting to live in neighborhoods that present the quality of life products that we have here. We not only do this here in El Paso, we do this in every single city that was mentioned. Not only that, we do this in every single city across the country. One of the things we found is we need to bring more people to the front to talk about these issues so that we can get a good balance, so we can coexist in our neighborhoods here. The item that you have in front of you, according to our experts, will have some of the toughest statutes or toughest criteria in the entire nation. And in my mind, all that's going to do is going to make something that is so one-sided that we're going to be spending countless amount of time and energy on behalf of the city and on behalf of the stakeholders out there to try to tweak this. Austin was brought up. We were very instrumental in the situation going down there in Austin and helping them develop it. We had to tweak the original ordinances, and now 3 years later, they have reduced the number of complaints by 73%, but that's only because we brought all the stakeholders together. So we're here today to respectfully ask you to vote against the two amendments that are before you, but to move to establish a task force, which we would be more than happy to help facilitate as representing all sides in the party, but to come back and bring you an ordinance that's based more on solid scientific facts and less on emotional response to this.
Thank you, Mr.
So we
Gray.
ask for your vote against this item. Thank you.
The next speaker is Evan Tremper, followed by Ian Vogelweed, Frank Castro, Brandon Shannon, Cristo Garcia. Evan Tremper. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys so much. Well, yeah, I've had the blessing of playing music in El Paso for the past 20 years and bartending for the past 10. And I just feel like these changes will affect thousands of people, family members, all the family members of whoever is working at these establishments. And another thing that I feel like is very important, and I feel like you, Mr. Mayor, this will resonate with you, is how it brings the community together. The musician and sorry, like the camaraderie that comes with that, and with the nightlife and all that stuff. And I just feel like the livelihoods of all families will be deeply affected. And also we have amazing school music programs, public school programs, but there's nothing about like the power of self-expression. And I feel like that's very important. And if we don't have an outlet for live music, that will be lost. And I feel like that's very important for our city and in general. And yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ian Vogelweed, followed by Frank Castro, Brandon Shannon, Cristo Garcia, Marceli Del Valle. Good afternoon, Mr. Vogelweed. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and staff for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Ian Vogelweed. I'm with the El Paso Chamber. And the Chamber has worked very closely with the City of El Paso on a number of economic development initiatives through the years, all with the goal of trying to create more jobs, higher wages for the community. And as part of that, we really try to find ways to both keep the young professionals we have in the city and recruit young professionals to the city as well. And one of the things that we've seen over the years is that a lot of these young professionals want to live close to and work in neighborhoods that have a vibrant nightlife. We know this is a really tough issue, so we're not here to tell you what you're doing is wrong. I think there's been a lot of effort over the past 3 years to try to find a solution that works. And I think what you're hearing from a lot of the business owners, the residential homeowners, is that this solution, it's just not clear how it solves the problem. And so there's a lot of alarm within the chamber, within a lot of our businesses, that we haven't found a comprehensive solution yet. We strongly agree with the cross-functional team approach to looking at these entertainment districts. We strongly encourage that. We strongly encourage the analysis that's being done, and we would love to hear what the results of that are. We would like to ask for the City Council to vote against these changes to the ordinances, and we appreciate that you've made a lot of your time available, that the staff has made a lot of time for the chamber to be able to talk through this issue and see how we can try to make it work a little bit better. So really appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Frank Castro. He will be followed by Brandon Shannon. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Thank you so much for your time. A lot of stuff that I wanted to say has already been said, including every single one of us that has spoken today being in violation of the decibel change that is being submitted through this amendment. But I really changed my mind as I was coming up here. because it was said that we're not trying to silence anybody, but that's what it seems like. I've been a resident of El Paso since I was born. I've been born and raised here, and I've lived in Juarez, and I've lived in El Paso. And I've been coming back and forth, traveling through, and seeing the changes that downtown El Paso has made itself. But the whole city, as it keeps expanding east, keeps expanding west, keeps expanding north. And that's what this is really about, is change. We really have to consider the change that has been going on in the last 20 years. And also take into consideration the mark that El Paso has been seen as a dangerous city because of the effects of Juarez, what has been said nationally, and by the incident that happened at Walmart. So we've been having a trouble to bring tourism and outside people back into El Paso. I worked in hospitality for 5 years, and I cannot tell you the countless times that I had to defend my city, telling them that it's not a dangerous place. So not only now we have to silence everything and become more of a quiet town, I myself was already cited once for having my music too loud in the establishment that I work at. The week after, we turned off our music completely and we still got cited. So compliance is not being accurate. And that's one of the bigger problems too. If it's gonna be compliance in a blanket statement, it's not the way that it's being done. I really hope that you oppose this amendment as to not strike down our businesses to continue growing and to keep El Paso growing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Brandon Shannon. Brandon Shannon will be followed by Cristo Garcia. Good afternoon, Mr. Shannon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor. I'm speaking on behalf of Beaver Dam and other business that this amendment will directly affect. Businesses like Gringo Theory, Aceitunas, basically any business with an open door window. I wanted to start off by painting a scenario of what this amendment will mean to me and my business, and I'll go down the list a little bit. The first one on the reasonable sensibility standard, clarifying violations can occur at any time of the day. So let's just imagine 5 p.m. on a Tuesday, you're having tacos and a cocktail, and the mariachi band's playing in the patio. The next one, property receiving noise to any property line, not the property line of the residential. So imagine this restaurant or this building is 450 feet away from residential. The sound ordinance task force will be able to set up their decibel reader on the highway side, which is about 30 feet from the establishment. They'll read 67 decibels, and next step would be they would come in and issue a citation of $1,000. Hopefully it'll just be the first one, because after the second one, you'll be revoked. You'll lose it. And then you'll have to be thrown into a pool of the residentials voting for you to resubmit or re-get your permit. So just imagine that owner receiving that $1,000 violation or that citation, all because we're having a happy hour with mariachis in the patio. It's not very reasonable. I obviously have a bias because I'm part of 3 different businesses in El Paso, but it doesn't seem like it's a very good compromise, nor a good solution to the issue, irregardless of how that sounds. That's not very fair. But I do believe that it not only affects the business owner, but it will affect the bands, the food truck, their employees, their families, their lives, all the employees involved, no matter what it being. But I know if this ordinance is passed, it will directly affect my livelihood as much as the food truck's livelihood, the band's livelihood, the employee's livelihood. It may not be the city's goal or anyone's goal to shut down or eliminate businesses operating in this town, but that's exactly what it'll be able to do. It'll dictate who can stay open and who can close in this city at will, at any point of the property line. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
The next speaker is Cristo Garcia. Cristo Garcia will be followed by Marceli Del Valle and Edith Bravo. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Cristo Garcia. I am the owner/operator of all 3 of the food trucks in his patio bars. So with that said, I mean, he's talking about the effectiveness it'll have on my staff. I have a total of 9 employees, and our peak hours are from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. because that's when everybody wants the mariachis and the tacos and the live music. And I think we need to work with the neighboring residents need to understand that this is what we do for a living. This is how we make our money. This is how we pay our bills. And we comply with all the agencies, fire department, any law enforcement, health department. I mean, we're trying to get back on our feet from COVID. And now this is coming up, and it's stressful for us, the business owners. We're trying to comply with everything that's coming up, like we did through COVID, and it changed every week, and we had to make a lot of changes, and we'll continue to do so. I mean, I just hope you guys take into consideration where we stand as business owners, and I'm concerned for my employees, my staff, as well as all the other businesses in El Paso. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Marceli del Valle. Marceli del Valle, *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, guys. I began working at Gringo Theory in 2019. At this time, I was living in an overpriced 1-bedroom apartment with my dog. I was going to school full-time. I would make rent by working part-time with my parents and also splitting the rent with them, which led to a lot of guilt. I was living away from home because I valued my independence, yet I couldn't live independently without their help. Gringo Theory provided me a place of work nearby, and my boss, Colby, has always been willing to work with my school schedule so that I can put my education first. Since being employed, I have been able to buy my own house and support the entirety of my mortgage and bills. Furthermore, I'm able to stay focused on what is now my master's program because of the flexible schedule. Moreover, Gringo Theory gives me the opportunity to do more than the bare minimum financially. I'm able to afford the things I want as well as the things I need. For example, because of my job, I've been able to afford things like vacations, which deeply helps me put myself as a priority and therefore aids my mental health. The environment that we provide at Gringo Theory makes people feel like family, not like customers, which brings me to my next topic of what Gringo Theory provides for others. For many of our clientele, Gringo Theory is a place to disconnect from their family stressors and find a safe space in the company of people that elevate their energy. We are not just bartenders here. We listen to our customers' problems and many times even try to help them solve them. Strangers will come to me and tell me about their lives, and I'm able to be someone that empathically listens to them. Many of these people do not have others that they can talk to about such issues. At night, Gringo Theory and other bars is a place where people can connect to others, they can meet new people, express themselves by dancing, and distress by not having to think about anything other than the music. The stigma on mental health is still something that continues to be severe. Therefore, many people don't have any other outlets, and going to Gringo Theory or other bars provides them this temporary break from all of their problems. At Gringo Theory, you're welcomed and you're not judged. You're treated as a part of the party, which elevates self-esteem. We are also located very close to Fort Bliss, which means that a lot of our clientele is military. This particular population is at higher risk for many mental health issues, including suicidal ideation. They live in the majority of their lives under extreme structure that can be immensely suffocating. Gringo Theory and other bars is a place where they can let go and enjoy a carefree environment that celebrates individuality. For many people, the hours in which we operate means that people can get off of a long day at work and still spend quality time with their friends in a social setting. The bars provide a place in which you can go alone and still feel socially supported by your bartender or by the other patrons that are there for the same purpose, to enjoy. With the continuing topic of mental health, the bar is an alternative for being alone at home, even if they have a home, or an alternative from being alone with their own thoughts, which is debilitating for many. By passing this legislation, we rob people of these opportunities. The opportunity for employees to be financially independent and thriving. The
Thank you, Ms.
opportunity for coworkers and team.
Thank you. You've reached the 3-minute limit. And the final speaker is Edith Bravo. Good afternoon. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Edith Prado. I'm a director with the Lawn Paws Animal Rescue. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to speak. We're a nonprofit animal rescue group focusing on rehabilitating animals stemming from cruelty and abuse cases. We were founded by an El Paso police detective with the Animal Cruelty Unit, and we rescue the animal victims from current cases that are under investigation. Being a nonprofit, much of our funding comes from community supporter donations, both individuals and businesses alike. We would not succeed without these partnerships. One of our biggest and consistent business partners are the Shannons, Colby and Brandon Shannon, owners of Gringo Theory and Patio Bar and Beaver Dam. They are animal rights proponents and loyal advocates of Lawn Paws. I welcome you to visit the family-friendly patio at Gringo Theory, which is comfortable and welcoming to families and animals alike, offering areas for animals to safely relax and play. This patio environment has proven to be crucial to our efforts, not to mention is a safe, open place to interact for those with health and COVID concerns. Gringo Theory, Beaver Dam, and the Shannons have collectively raised and donated over $20,000 to Lawn Paws since 2018. Partnerships such as these are crucial to the community, and we support and defend the community involvement that the Shannons and the patio environment provides to Lawn Paws and our fundraising events, and to the city of El Paso. We ask you to please also consider these factors moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comment on 26 and 27.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank again everybody who has had a chance to come and speak today. A wide variety of perspectives, but I think one that we heard is the need to continue this dialogue and the need for respect. It's a very big challenge, and we have really a couple isolated areas where we see continued concerns. And when we have an issue where we have a hotel property owner who's complaining about businesses that are also, he's also the landlord of, we're in a very confused situation when it comes towards policy and when it comes towards how to legislate respect. We're also seeing there's again, a number of issues relating towards the current noise ordinance and how to enforce it as well. And there was a good point that, again, we haven't even had 3 years, 2 of which have really been in the middle of a pandemic to fully understand the noise ordinance that we have. And I ultimately think that where we're at today is that we really need to be looking at further collaborative solutions that can address some of the narrow complaints and also a path forward for a part of our economy, our industry, and also being sensitive, again, to neighbors and residents as well that we represent. And so what I feel is we know that there's a consultant that we are coming on. We know that we've been having these CFTs, these cross-functional team meetings. And I don't think we're at a point right now where what we would be doing passing today would be very helpful to residents, to the community, to restaurants and bars, and really small business owners that comprise a real and significant part of our economy and our quality of life here. So I really believe that we need a more constructive approach that generally incorporates multiple voices and perspectives. Again, we are currently looking at additional resources as well as a consultant, and I believe we need a further genuine process that can create further and better dialogue between the community, the Restaurant Association, other groups and businesses as well. Therefore, I would like to make a motion today to direct staff to continue to conduct outreach with the community, businesses, and the Restaurant Association and others to create a better balanced noise ordinance, as well as a pathway forward for creating entertainment districts, which again was agreed by 2019, and to return to council no earlier than 2023.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I do want to thank Code Enforcement, Police Department. I asked to go out there, and I asked so I could go and see it myself firsthand. And I walked a couple of the entertainment areas and the nightclub areas, and pleased to tell you guys, no one recognized me at midnight walking in your places. So, but no, I can tell you that the noise outside was, you could hear it, but we were never in any violations. The code enforcements were really good about it, and they kind of showed me. And then we walked into the neighborhoods, and we had a really hard time being able to get the decibels. Sometimes it wouldn't even move up unless we spoke. So I think that it was very enlightening for me and very educational to be out there for a couple hours that night and kind of see firsthand what everyone was talking about. And then I did speak to some of the residents, and the biggest concern, I think it's and I think somebody talked about, was the parking and the littering on the yards and other things, but it wouldn't really, they were complaining a lot about the noise. It was parking within the areas. But and also one of the biggest complaints was the bass, and that you can't hear outside, but you can hear inside, which I never witnessed that. I did notice that if you're in an alley and the noise is really loud in the alley, you walk about 50, 60 yards away, you really don't hear it. It ended up being, I think one time we were in an alley and it was in the 80s. We walked away and went around the corner and ended up being in the 50s. And we were still within the area. So I think we still have a lot of work to do. And I think, Ms. Mack, I think you kind of talked about some amendments and some of the things we got to look at. And now we have a consultant on board. But it's really important that we continue to support our business community, but also I think Mayor Pro Tem kind of talked about it, talk about our residents. And so I believe that today we've done a lot of work, law enforcement's done a lot of work, but I still believe that we need to kind of look at it a little further. And I think the gentleman, I wrote down your name here, I'm sorry, from the Real Estate Association, that we can, yeah, Mr. Bray, that I know, and I know you, and I apologize because I spoke in front of you just the other day. And so I think that we can get some kind of great understanding, because it does affect also the residential. This is not just about the nightclubs and the nightlife. It also, this noise ordinance includes all residential, all private homeowners and all that. And I think so it's very important that we get it right and we continue to look at ways. And Ms. Mack, I thank you for looking at different amendments. I know that I talked to Chief Pasillas, and I know you talked about that we need to look at some things. So I think that today we really need to look at continuing to do what's best for the community and move forward on looking on how we can make this a better situation for everyone. And I don't think we're ready today to say yay or nay in any circumstance that would affect either the business or it would affect the residents. I think that we can come to a mutual agreement at some point, but I don't see that we're there today. So, because I did go out there and I did stand out there and I did walk it for a couple hours, and a couple of you guys had offered me a drink and I didn't take it. I want to thank you for that anyway. Representative, we'll go to the Rodriguez and we'll go to Representative Lasarga.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everybody that's here. As a small business owner myself, I understand the hardships of having to go through many regulations to get your business to succeed. I also understand the responsibility to have so many families dependent of your business success, for them to be successful as well. I'm always going to be siding with the small business community. I think that we are a vital part of our local economy here. I don't think that slapping more red tape on them is going to help the situation. I think that what could potentially help is actually going with whatever we do have in the books already and further enforcing it, and really taking a deep dive and looking into those bad actors. Mr. Nebhan and his daughter were here, and they're saying how, hey, our business is important too, and I agree completely. Their business is important also, so we maybe need to, Ms. Mack, look at what's happening there in that situation with the local businesses that are having the disturbances there, and I've been there, and yes, they are. So there's just certain locations that probably need a little bit more help than others. I'm happy to hear that we're going to have a third-party consultant coming in. I'm sure that with this third-party consultant, they will be bringing in sound engineers. Is that correct, Ms. Mack?
Yes, the scope of the work does not define exactly how they come to the result, but we're asking them to look at sound, buildings, permitting processes, and so we're really allowing the consultant to tell us what the tools need to be, and then also helping us to define who needs to be on these cross-functional teams to ensure that we're not leaving out any industry. And so we really want to allow that voice to come to the table to help to guide us through this very important next step.
Yeah, because I mean, just the modifications that you are all recommending for the ordinance. I mean, Sunday, we're a Hispanic community here. We're big on family cookouts. We're big on family gatherings. What does that mean? Does that mean that now if I want to have a Sunday cookout with my children and have the pool and have noise, like we now need to get a permit and let you all know?
No, ma'am. So the current noise ordinance that applies to everyone throughout the city is from 10 p.m. And what the PD was able to share with many people is that it generally isn't the calls from these one-time events that happen in neighborhoods. People are really accommodating to their neighbors for these one-time events, and when they are called out, they usually provide a warning, and they're not, it's not necessary for them to come back to provide any additional action in many of those cases in neighborhoods.
And what about band practices and football games?
You mean on the campus?
Yeah. Would there be any issues with them?
We haven't had any issues, and I have many of the commanders here.
But are they susceptible to being complained upon?
What's your question?
We haven't had any schools.
So to answer your question, no, ma'am, we haven't had any complaints from schools, band practices, things of that nature, football games, things of that. So I'll use Eastwood High School as an example. It's right there next to the residents. We don't get complaints during their sporting seasons.
But if this new ordinance would pass, then would they have to get would they have to get the permit?
No, ma'am.
No? Even though they'd be having loud music after 10 p.m. and...
No, ma'am.
No? And I'm really trying to understand the difference.
We want to just make sure we're clarifying between the sound amplification permit, although we're not taking action on that because it is in place. And just want to make sure on the record that that's clear.
Okay.
Eric, can you?
Yeah, Representative Eric Gutierrez, for the record. It wouldn't be applicable. So the sound amplification permit in Chapter 5, that's specifically for outdoor establishments that are playing music between the hours of 10 p.m. and midnight. And so the examples you're coming up with are not part of that permitting scheme, and they wouldn't be a part of that permitting scheme.
Well, I mean, but to be fair, that seems kind of unfair, right? Because they're still providing entertainment. They're still providing music after 10 p.m. It's still a lot of noise. It's still within the distance of homes. So why wouldn't they?
Sure. I understand what you're saying, Representative. It's something that we'll look at.
And again, I don't want the schools to be applying for permits for football games or band practices, but I'm just trying to say that, entertainment, music is something that's part of our culture. It's part of who we are. Like I said, we could have a cookout or we're watching our cars and we turn on the music. That's how we enjoy our lives, And so again, for those reasons, I wouldn't be supporting these recommendations. I do, however, believe that we should move forward with the third-party consultant and also hiring sound engineers, experts, basically to tell us if we're doing it right or not. And also further enforcing the code that we already do have to help the establishment, or the homes, and businesses that are being affected by this. So thank you.
Thank you. And with that,
may I just add,
go
sir,
ahead, ma'am.
we do have some FAQs that we have provided, and if that's useful to be able to distribute to people just to help them understand what's actually on the books and what those requirements are, we would greatly appreciate your help getting that out. And we basically utilize our PD and other connections to make sure we have that available, and it's also on our website because we know that codes can be somewhat challenging for people to understand.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I do want to say, and I didn't, when I was talking about, we did probably 10 readings while we were out from midnight till about 1:30 in the morning, and there was 0 violations on all the readings we did through, and we were in separate areas around town. So, and with that, and I apologize, Representative Lasada, I should have gone to you next, and I didn't, so please have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I too also want to thank all the residents that came out today. I know many of you have been here all day waiting patiently for your comments to us as a council. This is clearly a complex issue that lots of people have an interest in, and it's an issue that different constituents of mine approach with very opposite perspectives. We have postponed these proposed amendments several times for various reasons, and that has given me the time needed to engage with these different perspectives very thoroughly. I met with local restaurant owners, bar owners. I met more than once with the Texas Restaurant Association and many of their members. I've been to the homes of constituents who are impacted by noise. I did a ride along in the Cincinnati area with the police department from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. on a Saturday night and went into every single establishment to see what the situation was like. We witnessed 3 large brawls, one of them up in the area of the neighborhood, though that's a separate issue. I observed for myself that some businesses did a good job of adhering to the current noise ordinance provisions, and others seemed to make very little effort to do so. I will say that more than once, I got a hearing protection warning from my smartwatch and saw noise levels far exceeding 70 decibels at the sidewalk. I say all of this because I don't want anyone to think that I am making any decision lightly or without very thorough consideration of all the perspectives. What I can see very clearly is that there is a problem. There are dissatisfied residents and homeowners and neighborhoods, and they are not able to have full enjoyment of their own homes, and sometimes not able to sleep because of the impact of noise from nearby commercial properties. There has been lots of debate as to the scale of that problem, but it is a problem nonetheless. And it has been my policy since I took office that in addressing these sorts of problems, I try my best to err on the side of the neighborhood of the impacted resident. I can't guarantee that these proposed amendments are the best or most perfect solution to this problem. That can only be answered by their effectiveness after rollout if they are passed today. That said, we have a very professional staff across multiple departments who have worked on these proposed amendments and arrived at what I think is a very reasonable proposal. I think they offer a good set of steps to take toward addressing the problem that we have. I know many businesses would disagree, but I don't find these amendments overly strict or unreasonable to those who already take the steps necessary to stay in compliance. It is for these reasons that I planned to support these items today. I would prefer to vote on these items today. They have been postponed for several months now, and in the meanwhile, residents living near problem locations have continued to deal with the resulting issues. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like there is a majority of support to put this to a vote today. Businesses, if this were to pass today, we want to continue to work with you to help you to be in compliance in a way that doesn't impact your bottom line. Our city staff has assured me of that. I think that we can find a balance here. Neighbors, if these amendments do not pass today, we will continue to work with you to find a solution to the problem you are facing. With that said, I move to approve items 26 and 27 along with the floor amendment. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's
initially in 2019, I was the one that had started this because I had a very troubled district neighborhood and business commercial property at 1400 Saragossa. I went ahead and did what I had to do, met with the owners, met with the homeowners, brought them both together, and that ordinance was allowed to pass, and that's the ordinance that we're working off of. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Schwarzbein in the fact that at that time I didn't have a consultant. They didn't have a consultant ready, and it was all police department who did most of the research, all of the research, as a matter of fact. And Jan Mack and I attended several of those meetings. And what I would like to say is that if the stakeholders are there, they need to come up with solutions. Some did. There was initial residents who just didn't want a bar there. They just didn't want it. And it's understandable. But in this time and age, when we're trying to make our city progress forward, I kind of tend to agree. We have to move forward and bring those kind of venues so that we can attract our youth and keep them here in El Paso, especially to make this community a little bit better. And so I hate to burden the police department with further work, but since you are acquiring a consultant, I would like to give it a chance before we even vote on this to whether to pass it or not. Therefore, I am supporting Mayor Pro Tem in postponing this issue. And, pardon me? Mayor Pro Tem, can you repeat your motion, please? He did make a motion. Yes, he did.
Yes.
He did.
I
He did.
will repeat my motion again. My motion again was to direct staff to continue to conduct outreach with the community, businesses, and the Restaurant Association and others to create a better balanced noise ordinance, as well as a pathway for creating city-approved entertainment districts, and to return to council no earlier than 2023.
That was my motion.
On this language, it also include the hiring of the consultants, which is already going through that process, as well as the CFT process as well.
Thank you for that.
So that I wanted to second his motion on that, because, like I said, if we're going to we're going to continue to work together on this. The police department is trying to come up with every possible solution that they can. I ask the stakeholders to come up with solutions and not just counter a complaint with the officers when the officers present something. It's got to be done. This community has to move forward from here. This several years, Ms. Mack and the cross-functional team have spent a lot of time, a lot of hours doing this. And it seems like every meeting that was held, it was always, I know it's every meeting that was held, it was always waiting to see what the police department said. Therefore, I want to give it an opportunity, and I hope, it turns out with a great solution for everybody involved, because small businesses here in El Paso do need to exist, although residents also need to live in peace and not have to listen to somebody else's music when they're not wanted. So hopefully we can arrive at and determine a position that the city will take, and that the department can act on as well, and that the residential owner is satisfied with. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and I agree with you and Mayor Pro Tem with that. Now, did we get a second on the original motion?
Yes, the motion to adopt as amended was made by Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga, seconded by Representative Anel.
Yeah, that's now the main motion, but I would still like to speak, as Representative Rivera was just allowed to speak after a motion and a second.
Right, that's correct. We can do that. And the only thing we're not allowed to, it's when there's a postponement in a second. So it was not a postponement at this point. Yes, ma'am. So with that, now we have Representative Salcido. She moved herself. Oh, you keep moving yours. Okay, go ahead. You're after.
Yeah, Mayor, thank
Salcido.
you.
Go ahead.
So a couple things. I've worked in the service industry previous to having this job. It was my main occupation for 17 years in Washington, D.C., in New York, in Boston, in Austin, and in El Paso. And it was never till living in this city that I had an issue with noise. And it's being a server and a bartender in the city and going home and still having to deal with it. Right, because there was no noise ordinance here. There was no way to deal with it. So there's this conversation about small business and not allowing that to happen and like shutting down bars. And I can tell you, every other major city in this country deals with it in a way that those two things are allowed to exist. When I came into office in 2017, there was a really bad actor in my community. And like Representative Lozadaga, I did drive-alongs. I went to that person's house. I went to that bar. Mayor, I don't know where you went, but I remember it being really, really bad. And the reason it's not bad anymore is because a new owner took over that bar and said, this is awful. Why would I do this to the people in this neighborhood? Right? That was someone who made a choice. The people up here opposing this are making a choice to not be good actors. And Mr. Rivera, no offense to you, but the reason that what we worked on in 2017 didn't work is because this council got up and changed what staff had worked on for 2 years. And the ordinance we have now is half an ordinance that nobody even bothered, none of the people here bothered to get a permit for. And like I said to every one of them, if we were the TABC and asked them to get a permit, they would have done that. But they chose to disrespect this council and disrespect the staff, the law enforcement, and the ordinances we have in place. So I agree with Representative Lozadaga. This really should pass today. Out of respect for the voters of this community, this should pass. I do have some questions for you, Ms. Mack, if you're available. When you said you have an RFP or Q that's out?
It's going to be an RFP.
RFP, and when is that due?
We will be posting it next week. And so we're looking at around an 80-day time frame around that. But of course, that would, it really depends on the number of applicants we get. It is a specialized area that we're asking for. And so our hope is that we have something in place within our normal time frame. But I'm not sure with everything we've seen in terms of procurement.
So 80 days just for approval?
Correct.
Okay. And then what is the process with that? I mean, after the 80 days, it comes to council. Do we have a time limit for whoever is awarded that contract, or will we go with their recommendation?
We put 6 months in the recommendation, but typically when we do this, particularly if it's an area of work that we don't do historically, we have an opportunity through interviews to really understand what the best practice might be. Although we're talking about 6 months, we are a large city. And we have expanded beyond the scope of what we have seen in some of these traditional RFPs or work to include some of our building code and sound ordinance and others. So once we have them on board, I think it will be similar to some of the other studies we have in place. We'll have them develop a timeline for us, help us to understand the first steps, and then of course we'll be sharing that information with the Entertainment District CFT, and then from there we will begin the process of engaging the community.
Okay, so you put this out next week. You've got an 80-day time frame. Then you've got to get it on council. So you're looking at essentially 90 days, and then 6 months. So you're looking at basically 9 months until, and then it has to come to council as an ordinance change. So that's 2 meetings, and you have to do public meetings. So you're looking about a year and a half.
And then you forgot the outreach piece.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. I didn't even, and then I also didn't include who the stakeholders are going to be, scheduling them, right? Then doing the outreach. This is a 2-year process.
Probably.
2-year process. You've been doing 5 years of work on this, and we're asking you to make residents wait again, to wait another 2 years. I don't disagree that this is a good idea, and I thank you for coming up with it. And I've been very thankful to you and everyone on the CFT for this, and you've done a lot of work. But I think it's irresponsible of this council to make residents wait for another 2 years to see any action. So I appreciate all the work that you've done. Thank you again. Thank you for volunteering to do more work on this. But I will be supporting your item today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative Anello. Representative Salcido, followed by Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Representative Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Even though this is a citywide ordinance, I still want to disclose for transparency that I owned and operated a sports grill before the pandemic. Since the pandemic, the business has been closed and the TABC license has expired. So I just want to be very full transparent with you all. I do want to thank also the city staff for all their hard work, and the CFT group, and also the police department that really spent countless hours in vetting everything that we were talking about. I know that the first time it rolled out in 2019, I did feel like it was rushed to fail. But like Representative Rivera mentioned, he was trying to find a solution for his area, and so that was the best that could be done at that point in time. But I think this community does deserve for it to be handled by a third party, with experts, sound engineers, to really take a look at this whole picture. And I know the time frame is going to be, I think, around 1.5 years, but I think that this community deserves to get a proposal, a third party to come out with, reasonable coexisting ordinances that can help both neighborhoods and businesses coexist and provide both the quality of life that some people want and also the peace of mind that other people want. So I don't think it's a bad idea to really go ahead and wait for this third party consultant to come out with suggestions. I think that it'd be best for us to be able to coexist and not be enemies of each other. I think that there's ways that we can come up with solutions. So I do support waiting for the third party to come about and then propose more balanced solutions for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Salcido. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. And I just want to be clear that I do appreciate all the support and time that staff has had with this area, and again, with some of these specific areas and issues. I've spent much time on drive-alongs with our police department, driving in around the areas, as well as visiting residents for years. I've taken many Friday and Saturday nights driving in this area, looking at the concerns, looking at the parking in the area. My office also has worked with city staff to have numerous community meetings in the Kern Place area with residents to deal with some of these ongoing issues of nuisance and parking and issues of parking in residential areas. We've been able to have some success in terms of looking at some of the towaway zones and others. And my concern is that the issues in that area were there before I was ever in office, and now were there before Representative Lizardo represents that part of the city as the District 8 rep. And I'm not sure that any of those issues of nuisance are going to go away with the passing of this noise ordinance, because those issues were there before I was ever sworn in July of 2015. That doesn't mean that we can't work on them. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't work on those issues. But we need to separate what this noise ordinance will do for our entire city and our community and small business owners, and what we can do to deal with ongoing issues of nuisance and other issues of parking in specific parts of our city. So again, I think the most prudent and responsible thing to do, right, is to go and not pass this noise ordinance, as well as however much time staff has worked on, which we're all very appreciative of, but again, to work with the community for continued outreach, to work with the business community, the restaurant association, and others, again, to create a better balanced noise ordinance, as well as a pathway for creating these city-approved entertainment districts. Because we talk about entertainment districts, but there is no definition in our city. There is no definition by ordinance. There is no definition of what exactly an entertainment district is. And again, giving staff time to bring on these consultants to do this the right way and to bring it back in 2023. And I think that is something, again, that brings the proper amount of respect to the business community, to the residents as well. We know that the issue that we have is one of respect and working well. And we all need to be good neighbors here. That is not something that can just be legislated out of the blue. It's something that needs to start from the ground up. And I think we have a great way, not just to talk about it, but to show it through this process moving forward about building a better noise ordinance and the creation of these entertainment districts. And again, I would hope to have my colleagues support, again, by doing the right thing, by being responsible and measured, with coming up with something better than what we currently have here today. And so I hope I can have the support of council moving forward with that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and we'll have Representative Rodriguez, and then we'll call the question, Ms. Prine. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just You know, I also want to reiterate, I want to thank the police department and Ms. Mack for all your hard work. I know that this has been a very challenging situation. But I guess I want to kind of take a deep dive in looking into the penalties. Ms. Neiman, is there a reason why, you know, we can't keep increasing the penalties for the bad actors, right? Because I just don't think it's fair, again, that we're going to impose or wanting to impose this ordinance across the city when we have identified a few bad actors. So the $500 a day penalty, why can't it keep increasing if they keep having the same issue that establishment that has been seen as a bad actor?
To clarify your question, you mean why can't it go above $500?
Yes. So like the police department shows up once, it's $500. They show up again. The next day it increases $600, keeps increasing until.
Because the violation is per day, so as opposed to it going up in value, it's per day. So it's day one would be 500, day two could be another 500, day three could be another 500. So that's how it increases. It's based on the per day violation.
Okay, and is there anything that we can do to look at that to say, okay, you know what, it was 500, but if I come back tomorrow, it'll be 1,000?
So we wouldn't, so the manner in which we draft these ordinances is to allow for the court to make a decision as to whether or not additional days would be found. Eric, do you want to address the way that those fines are issued by the courts?
Right, and so Rep. Salcido, these are Class C citations, and so there's a max of $500 per offense. And so the way we have it right now is, you know, you get a citation on day one, and you have a max of $500. Day two, if you're still violating, you have another citation, max of $500. There's no way to kind of preemptively make that higher because it has to go to court still, right? So it still has to go to court. There still has to be a trial. There still has to be a guilty verdict, essentially.
Makes sense.
Okay, I was asking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Representative. It's been a long day. I'm
That's
sorry,
okay.
Representative Rodriguez.
No, it's okay. So I guess my whole thing here is I think that, again, instead of just kind of looking at the entire city and punishing everybody, I feel, you know, even like I said, you know, we have cookouts, we have swimming pool, we have kids. Football games could become a target. I don't know. Band practices. You know, I have people that complain about living close to a school. I don't know. This could potentially be motive for them to start complaining against the schools and their activities, right? I think that we should be looking at the individuals committing these repetitive or having repetitive complaints and seeing what we can do about maximizing those citations.
Rep. Rodriguez, with respect to maximizing them, you know, there's other things that we're looking at. There's the Texas Local Government Code. So the city attorney's office, we're going to be filing civil cases, and that's a max fine of $1,000. That's a civil fine. It's not a criminal one. And so there are other avenues that we're looking at addressing this on these more egregious offenders.
So increasing the fines is essentially a Texas issue, is what you're saying?
Right, yeah. So it'll be capped at $500 because it is a Class C citation.
And is there a cap on the amount of citations they can receive?
No, ma'am. We right now it's per day, and that's kind of how we organize it, just because it's easier for the court to understand it if we separate by days and we're able to explain what that offense was on day one and day two and so on and so forth.
Okay, so would you be able to go into an establishment at 11:59 and issue a citation and then come back at 1:02 a.m. and issue another one?
Theoretically, yes.
Yes. Okay, so you can return to the same establishment more than one time.
Correct. Yeah. So when we're talking about that time frame, it's another day, so they could issue another citation.
Okay.
The noise ordinance is between midnight. It's after midnight, correct? So you couldn't do that.
Well, so it would be from 10 to midnight. The permitting scheme's from 10 to midnight, so a citation could be issued during that time frame, and then there's no noise past midnight, so that could be a second citation for another day. But that's already right. It's after midnight. It's 12:01, so that's another day. So that's two different ones.
Okay, so all I really ask is that you all really take into consideration, and I know you all are already doing this, the bad actors, but really looking at also, you know, the people that are complaining. I don't know if they could be considered bad actors as well, where they just don't want the business to be there, right? And so, and I know it's a very, very challenging thing, so I really hope that this third-party consultant can address those issues. But, and I'm, right now, I just really want to hone in on, you know, the Gardner Hotel, because they're not getting any help. So if you could really look at them and address their concerns and visit them once in a while or visit them multiple times, because it's true, their business deserves to flourish as well.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Prine? Hold on one second, please. If you don't mind 1 second. We have somebody that was ready to speak on call to the public.
Yes, Mayor,
and
we
did not.
have Mr. Joe Garibay that signed up to speak. I'm not sure if he's still in the room. Oh, you,
Different item? It was a different item. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I misunderstood.
Go ahead, Representative Nello.
Thanks, Eric. For clarification, can you talk about what was done previously in exempting downtown?
Yes, Rep. Anello. Chapter 5, the permitting scheme is exempt. The downtown management district, the original map as it existed when it was created, that is exempt from Chapter 5. It is not exempt from Chapter 9, which is the general noise nuisance.
Okay, and so what does that mean for the Gardner Hotel?
So if you're exempt from the Chapter 5 requirements, you still have to comply with the general decibel level, max level that we have, which is 70 right now. You still have to comply with the reasonable sensibility standard, which means that you can't have anything that a citizen can call in on, and it's not necessarily 70 decibels, but it's still disturbing their peace, comfort, and repose. And there's also the vibrations clause that that's still applicable for the DMD.
Okay, and yeah, so I mean, I would agree with Representative Rodriguez. They've come here. This is, probably the 4th time that they've been here waiting for this item to be heard. And I understand they've sent several emails since we started talking about this. I know I forwarded them over to the team. If we could get them some assistance, that would be really appreciated.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Ms. Okay. No, go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Mayor. Actually, I have a question in regards, they mentioned there was a floor amendment. I just wanted to get a little bit clarification on that floor amendment.
That's correct, Representative Salcido. The floor amendments for the vibrations clause, and essentially the floor amendment is clarifying that we're talking about the bass for that we're hearing the loud bass music, and we're also clarifying that we don't need any sound meter level reading to go forward on that type of a vibration clause. And so essentially it's opening it up to any affected property. So if your property is affected by vibrations and you could feel those vibrations in your residence, you would be allowed to go forward on those types of cases. And this is not something that would be filed with the city attorney's office. It would be a citation issued by either PD or code night of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to thank PD, code enforcement, Ms. Mack and your team, and everything you've done. None of it will go to waste, as you hired a consultant that will have a great ground floor to begin and move forward. So I thank you all for that. With that, Ms. Prine?
Yes, Mayor. So the motion by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein takes precedence in this case, and his motion, seconded by Representative Rivera, was to direct staff to continue to conduct outreach with the community, businesses, and the Restaurant Association and others to create a better balanced noise ordinance, as well as a pathway for creating city-approved entertainment districts, and to return to council no earlier than 2023. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes with 4 affirmative votes. Representatives Schwartzbein, Salcido, Rodriguez, Rivera voting aye. Representatives Anello, Molinar, and Lizarraga voting nay. The motion does carry.
And just to be clear, the consultant's not on board yet. They do have an RFP. I just wanted to be clear about that. I know that Dion just told me she made that clear, but I just wanted to reinforce that.
Sir, do you know when? You said it was going out Thursday? Right. So, thank you. Thank you for that.
That's going to be Thursday?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. And with that, Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. The next 2 items are related. Item 28 is a public hearing on an ordinance amending the future land use map contained in Plan El Paso from 03 agriculture to G7 industrial and/or rail yards at 9879 North Loop Drive. And item 29 is an ordinance changing the zoning from RF Ranch and Farm to C4C commercial condition and imposing conditions also at 9879 North Loop Drive.
Pardon me? That was Ms. Pine?
Item 26 and 27 has already been voted on, and it was to refer it to staff.
Yeah, who was Representative Schwartzman's second?
Hold on. Let's allow Ms. Pine to speak.
Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwein's motion was seconded by Representative Rivera, and so that was to refer the item.
But that was after I seconded her motion.
But in the order of motions, it comes first, so it was approved, so that means that Representative Lizarraga's motion is null.
Question, but his motion wasn't to postpone this item. It was to continue working with staff and stakeholders. It technically was not to not vote on this item, because they would still work with stakeholders with this RFP, whether this was approved or not. So he would have to go back and reword that motion because it didn't actually, nothing that he said was about those two items.
Ms. Neiman? Ms. Neiman?
So the proposal that was voted on was to postpone the passing of this item as worded? Is that what the motion was, Laura?
No, he didn't say postpone. That's what we're saying.
His motion was to direct it to staff, and this was to refer it to staff, which in the order of motions, it takes precedence over the main motion.
Could you reread it, Laura? Do you mind?
Yes, sir. The motion that was passed was to direct staff to continue to conduct outreach with the community businesses and the Restaurant Association and others to create a better balanced noise ordinance, as well as a pathway for creating city-approved entertainment districts, and to return to council no earlier than 2023.
So the process that's going to entail, council, will entail the hiring of that consultant that's not even on board yet. So that'll be several months before we get them on board. And then the outreach that'll take place and all the discussion that you had and all the input that's going to be received, that's going to take quite a bit of time. And so we would bring it back in 2023 according to what she just read.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's my interpretation, so I hope that clears it up, Mayor.
I think you're right, sir.
That was my interpretation also, that they're going to return with another ordinance.
Right. That's correct. Ms. Neiman, can you give us the ruling, please?
I still say that Peter's item didn't say postpone. So he did not say postpone the item. So I think my agenda, my item is still on the floor.
Ms. Neiman?
Mayor, per the rules, you decide based on what the parliamentarian is advising.
So what's...
So the parliamentarian is advising that the item as worded was to continue to work with the stakeholders.
So do we need to take the Representative Lizarraga's motion, or no?
Because they're going to return with another ordinance, not this ordinance.
That's your decision to make, Mayor, as to whether or not you take the next item.
Well, which one should, I want to make sure we follow the rules. That's why I referred to Ms. Prine, and I'm referring to you.
Right, so Ms. Prine is explaining that there was no motion to postpone the item. She's explaining that the council agreed to allow the consultant to continue to work with the stakeholders. So the decision you have to make is whether the item that Representative Lizarraga is still on the floor for the council.
So we need to
vote.
take a vote on her item, is what you're saying?
That's your decision to make, Mayor.
Okay, so we'll do that then.
But can we
Hold
ask staff
on,
what they would
please.
like?
Please, hold on real quick. Is that what you're saying, Ms. Neiman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to take the advice from our city attorney and take that, let's take that item, please. Let's take the vote on that item, and then we can vote on the next item if it passes or fails, depending on that.
So you want me?
Yeah, but it was the second, you didn't,
Point of clarification.
Hold on. What Ms. Neiman is saying is that we didn't put the item for postponement. Or, so what she's saying is that we need to take the first item, the first motion that was second by Representative Nello first, and if that motion does not pass, then we should take the second item. Correct, Ms. Neiman?
I think what was said, Mayor, is that Representative Lozadaga is right that the word postponement was not used.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
However, the way it was worded, and I shared with you my interpretation of it, Laura Prine, which is a parliamentarian, affirms that. She concurs, that's her interpretation of it. But we are not disputing the fact that the word postponement was not used. So Representative Lozadaga is correct that that word was not used. But the way I understood what y'all passed is we're going to go back and work with the stakeholders to come back with any revisions to the existing ordinance or a new ordinance.
Okay, so
As
Ms.
well as a
Pine,
pathway
I'm going to take your ruling. You're the parliamentarian here.
Mayor, it was my interpretation that this item will return before 2023, based on the motion from Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwein, that it was to direct staff to go back and work with the community and then return with a better balanced noise ordinance before or no earlier than 2023. So it was my interpretation that it was directing staff, that it was referring the item to staff to continue working and then to come back with another ordinance.
In 2023, Laura.
It says no earlier than 2023, correct, sir?
So it's in 2023. So just so it's clear, I don't want council thinking we're going to come back in December, because we're not. It's probably going to be sometime in 2023.
Yes, sir. So Ms. Prine, it's your ruling. You're the parliamentarian.
Mayor, like I said, it was my interpretation that this item was being referred to staff, and I'm not sure if Ms. Hamilton is available, because I also conferred with her for a minute.
Okay,
I don't,
and that's what it is.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. And just to make sure that we're clear, Ms. Prine is the parliamentarian to advise the mayor on the decisions of order. And so, Mayor, if that's, what your comfort is on this item, that's...
Well, you know what, so to clarify and make sure everything's clear, we'll go ahead and take vote on Representative Lozadaga's motion.
yes, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So with that, we have a motion and a second to pass it as, and then if not, we'll take the second, we'll re-vote on the second item.
I'm going to remove my second, and I would like to ask Ms. Mack what her opinion on this is, because if it doesn't pass, how does that impact the work that they're going to do in the future based on the first motion? So at the moment, I'm removing my
So
second.
wait, time out. If you remove your second, then you'll have a motion and a second in front of it now.
No,
Because
we
she's got
already voted on Representative Schwartzwein's motion and second.
I just want to make sure.
That's what Carla Neiman and Mr. Gonzalez
Ms. Mack, come on
have
up.
told us. We've already voted on that.
Yeah, but they're talking about voting on your item first now.
If council wants to redo the vote, then they would need a motion to reconsider,
Okay, let's, hold on.
because the vote has been taken. Would you like to reconsider 26 and 27?
Hold on, let's, time out. Ms. Neiman, I'm asking your legal opinion. Are we legal on the motion that we passed?
The motion that was voted earlier, that's voted on and approved, Mayor. So the question is, what do you do with the second motion?
Was what?
Your question is the prior motion
Are
that
we
you already
supposed to
voted.
hear the other motion or not? Based on legality?
So based on the interpretation of the parliamentarian, her interpretation was that that this item would return at some point in 2023 after the work of the consultant was used.
Okay, so that is a legal motion and we don't need to hear the other motion?
So the question that is before the council and you, Mayor, is as to whether or not you can still vote on the item to pass the proposal as posted on today's agenda, which
And
is
I'm
the
asking
amendment
you,
to Title
so
V
that's
of
up,
the
it's going to be determined by me?
Yes, sir, based on
All
the rules
right, I
of
think we
order.
just need to move forward and call it, and I'm going to take Ms. Prine's decision. So we're done. You're the parliamentarian, and I'm done with it. Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
Prine.
Mayor.
And I asked for legal, and that's what I got, so I'm taking it. So we're done. Let's move next item.
Okay. The next two items are related. They're items 28 and 29. Item 28 is a public hearing on an ordinance amending the future land use map contained in Plan El Paso at 9879 North Loop Drive from O3 agriculture to G7 industrial and/or rail yards And item 29 is a public hearing on an ordinance changing the zoning at 9879 North Loop Drive from RF Ranch and Farm to C4C Commercial Condition and imposing conditions.
Move to approve.
Oh,
You
thank you,
have a
Mayor.
what, sir?
Yeah, I'd buzz you to speak. Is that
Go
okay?
ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. With this future land use, anybody who can, either Mr. Edway or city manager, if you can let me know, is there already a plan in place for the valley area, the Mission Valley area? Is it
I'm
like
sorry, Representative, I didn't hear the first part of that.
I'm sorry, with the item 28 and 29, with this approval here, if it goes through, is there a set valley master plan, like say the East Side master plan, that with this apparently with all these industrial parks opening up?
No, sir, there is not. A master plan for the valley.
For the
No,
valley.
sir. No, sir. We're doing work around it. I know that the Alameda corridor, which I know is not necessarily in that area, but we're doing it around it, right? And then the East Side master plan that you mentioned. But no, we're not doing a master plan in the valley at this time.
Would it hinder anything if we approve it today and then come back with a request for that?
Let me read that real quickly. Give me 1 second. No, if you approve those, nothing precludes us from, if we did a master plan for the valley, that what actions you took would preclude us from doing a valley master plan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Yes,
Mayor.
sir.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion and a second? Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second now.
There was a motion made by Representative Rodriguez, seconded by Representative Rivera, to approve items 28 and 29. There is no public comment on this item. On the motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Yes.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes with 5 affirmative votes, Representative Anello voting nay, and Representative Lizarraga not present. The next 2 items are also related. Item number 30 is a public hearing on an ordinance amending the future land use map contained in Plan El Paso from O3 agriculture to G4 suburban. This is north of Inglewood Drive and west of North Loop Drive. Item 31 is a public hearing on an ordinance changing the zoning from RF Ranch and Farm to AOC apartment office condition and imposing conditions, also north of Inglewood Drive and west of North Loop Drive.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There is a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Rodriguez, to approve items 30 and 31. There's no public comment on these items. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Lizarraga, will you be voting? Aye. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. And the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. Item number 32 is a public hearing on an ordinance changing the zoning at 9751 Pan American Drive from RF Ranch and Farm to M1 Light Manufacturing.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Molinar, to approve item number 32. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes with 5 affirmative votes. Representative Rodriguez voting nay, and Representative Anello not present. The next item is number 33, and this is a public hearing on an ordinance changing the zoning from A2 apartment to C1 commercial and imposing conditions at 7249 Dale Road. And Mayor, staff has comment on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Prine. Raul Garcia, Planning Inspections. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. This item has been requested to be postponed for 2 weeks. The request, this is at the request of District 3 City Representative's Office.
Motion to postpone then.
And we do have public comment.
Go ahead.
Second.
Well, before we can't take public comment if we do second it, so you want to wait a minute? Do we have public comment?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we have Rodolfo Rodriguez that's signed up to speak, Elba Villagran, and Scott Winton. I don't see Rodolfo Rodriguez in the queue. Is Elba Villagran in chambers?
I don't think anyone's coming up.
Scott Winton?
No one's coming up.
Okay, that concludes
Go
public
ahead.
comment.
You want to second it?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to postpone for 2 weeks. 2 weeks, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
There's a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Salcido, to postpone item 33 for 2 weeks. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. And the voting session? The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Representative Anello not present. The next item is number 34, and this is a public hearing on an ordinance changing the zoning from R3 residential to A4 apartment and imposing a condition, and this is at State Highway Spur 16 and Isela Rubalcaba Avenue.
Motion to approve?
Second.
There's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, seconded by Representative Rivera to approve item number 34. There's no public comment on this item. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Yes.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Representative Anello not present. The next item is number 35. And this is a public hearing on an ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute a quitclaim tax resale deed, conveying all right, title, interest, and property described as lots 29, 30 in Block 2, Orchard Park Addition, to the city of El Paso and to Figueroa Holdings. There's a motion made by Representative Molinar, seconded by Representative Lizarraga, to approve item number 35. There's no public comment on this item. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 36. And this is discussion and action on the proposed programs and projects for inclusion as part of the Community Progress Bond.
Good afternoon, members of council. Sam Rodriguez, Chief Operations Officer. The presentation today will focus on continuing the discussion for the Progress Community Bond Program that's proposed for November of this year. The presentation today will focus on the initial project list that's based on the feedback received from the public engagement process, as well as the strategic planning sessions that the City Council had late last year. As you'll see, the big focus on this program, or the initial program, is based on streets. Concurrently with this process, we've been, as you have heard before, we've been working on a pavement condition index. That project is scheduled to be wrapped up at the end of this month. So we're scheduled to come back in August to further provide information about the pavement condition index and how we would further make recommendations related to how we will spend the funds allocated within the initial program that's presented to you today. So with this, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Alex Hoffman to present it. Alex?
Thank you, Sam, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Alex Huffman with the Capital Improvement Department for the record. Next slide, please. So just as a reminder to City Council, so we started back in January, this process. It came about as a result of our strategic planning process, and in January we presented a schedule of what we were going to follow to help develop and include potential projects and programs as part of a potential bond. And so what we did after that was that we conducted a round of public engagement where we asked the public a series of questions related to these 4 project areas, that the results and the findings of those engagement efforts were presented to all of council, and we provided that feedback back to each of you. If you can go to the next slide, please. And so as a result of that public engagement, the big thing that we took away from that process was that the public in general was supporting 2 key project areas. So one was really looking and concentrating on streets, which 56% of our responses, which were around 2,500 responses, really prioritize streets, with another 21% looking at parks and recreation. And so because of that, next slide, please. We took the results and findings specifically related to the economic development questions that we asked, and used that information to help us inform potential programs and projects, as well as project locations, really focusing on the 3 areas that were focused, that are highlighted here, looking at streets, parks and open space, and then climate change. Next slide, please. And so as a result of that process, we have put together, and we'll go through in those subsequent slides, a potential bond program that's $399 million. Next slide, please. And so the project cost by program area, 70% of that money would be towards streets. Again, really looking back and reflecting on what we heard during the public engagement phase of this process, hearing that loud and clear that streets were the priority. And so as a result, we've put the majority of the funding as proposed as part of this program towards streets, and then 29% going towards parks and recreation, and then finally 1% going towards climate change. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Robert Cortinas, who's going to be going over the financial aspect of this program.
Good afternoon, members of council.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I have a few slides. Some of these you've already seen. What I'm going to present to you is the existing debt that's already been approved or authorized either by the voters through the Quality of Life or the Public Safety Bond, or through the City Council on prior action. So this slide shows you the current CIP, $1.4 billion, which Sam has presented on multiple times. Shows you the breakdown of the budgeted amount. If you pay attention on the far right-hand column, this amount shows you the remaining amount of debt still yet to be issued over the next several years. So for example, in the 2012 Quality of Life, we still have just over $128 million remaining to be issued for the MPC project. In the 2018 and 2019, we have a small amount of COs to be issued in the future, specifically for the Tommy Slope Repair project, which is approved in the 2018 capital plan, and then the remaining top 25 arterial projects in the 2019 capital plan of about $26 million. And then the largest piece is still yet the $246 million roughly in public safety bond projects, which was approved by the voters in November of 2019. So altogether, we still have approximately $407.1 million of debt to be issued over the next 6 to 7 years. So I'm going to show you here in the next couple of slides what the debt model looks like on that existing debt, that $407 million, and then also incorporates the $399 million of a potential November bond election and what that impact would have on the city's debt rate. But first, we're going to start with talking about some of the assumptions that are built into the debt model. We talk a lot about this also when we do our 5-year forecast. Obviously, well, we put a lot of time and effort into making the correct assumptions. However, obviously, nobody's 100% perfect as to what's going to happen in the future, especially with nowadays with the environment changing as rapidly as it does. But included, obviously, we look at the cash flow needs. So we work very closely with the Capital Improvement Department on the timing of these projects, not only the ones that have been approved, but the ones that are in the November 2022 bond at the timing. So looking at the amount, Looking at interest rates, obviously we've seen a rise in interest rates over the last several months, factoring in that into the model. Future property value increases, which is a key component of the amount of property tax revenue we'll have available in the future. And then utilizing any potential debt service savings. That last bullet point there, refinancings, we do not incorporate any refinancing savings into the model. And we do that because nobody can foresee what interest rates will be down the road. And so we don't want to put in an estimate as to what we think future refinancing savings would be, just because it's sort of an unknown at this point in time. So looking at the debt model here, two components in this. So the blue portion of the bars there incorporates all of our existing debt that has either been authorized and issued or has not been issued. So this factors in the remaining $407 million. So currently our debt rate is just over 29 cents. With our currently approved debt, it would push us over the next several years to about 33 cents. So looking at about a 4-cent increase over the next several years. The orange portion of those bars there at the top, you'll see that incorporates the $399 million of a November 2022 bond election. And so you can see that it pushes the city's debt rate from 29 cents up to around 38 cents. And again, this is over a 7 to 8 year time period that you see that increase. And then you'll see beginning in 2033 and 2034, you'll begin to see the debt rate actually begin to come down as we begin to retire old debt, particularly some of the old pension bonds, which is really, really good to see that 10 years from now come off the books. So my final slide, this shows you the year-by-year change in the city's debt service rate, incorporating, again, the blue bars there are the currently approved debt, and also incorporates that $407 million of debt to be issued. And then it does a comparison. The orange bars there are the currently approved plus the impact from a November 2022 bond election of $399 million. You'll see in fiscal year 2023, again, we've talked about this not only yesterday, but during your briefings, we have a very minor increase in the overall debt service rate. In 2024, again, a minor increase in the debt service rate, actually a decrease right now without a November election. And again, that's incorporated in 2024. Again, a little bit larger of an increase in property values. Obviously, we've seen a large increase this year. We expect to see another sizable increase in property values next year. And then in 2025, you'll see on the debt service rate between a 2 to 3 cent increase in each of those fiscal years. And then it begins to taper off after that. And then you'll see it starts to flatten out and then actually begins to decrease in 2033. And so with that, I'll now turn it back over to Alex, who will pick up the presentation.
Thank you, Robert. So again, we focus our presentation now on the key strategic project areas, again, focusing on the 3 components as a result of public engagement and the strategic planning process. Next slide, please. And so just to remind council that during the strategic planning process in December of 2021, we presented our project selection criteria, which we're focusing on these 3 things: equity, access, and being strategic, so alignment with the strategic plan. If you can go to the next slide, please. And so then as a result of our public engagement that we conducted, we added a 4th criteria, which was really focusing on what we heard from the public during our process. And so we used these 4 criteria to then develop the programs and projects that are identified in each of the program areas. And so you'll see how those come into play as I go over the specific projects and programs in each of the project categories. Next slide, please. So for the streets component of the proposed bond, we're looking at using 2 criteria because streets are a little bit different than facilities. So looking at the top 50 arterials, again, looking to close those out and to really make the priority the most traveled streets, which we heard as a result of our public engagement process, which is the 2nd bullet point here, that those are the streets that the public wanted us to prioritize. Next slide, please. And so in terms of the overall program, it's listed out here, and I'll go into detail in terms of what's included in subsequent slides, but just to give a high-level overview, $170 million of the 263 total that are programmed for this program area will be going towards reconstruction, resurfacing, and lighting as part of the top 50 arterials. Again, this will be looking to close out primarily the streets 26 through 50 on that project list. Another $52 million would be going towards connectivity. So those are street extensions, again, because we heard during the public engagement process. that addressing traffic congestion was really important, especially to residents on both the east side and the west side. And so really looking to be responsive to that component as well. Next, looking at $15 million for intersection safety, and then $8 million for both the Union Depot renovation.
Alex, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I think Alex is frozen.
Sam, can't hear Alex.
Yeah, I'll take over, sir. Sam Rodriguez, Chief Operations Officer. So again, where you left off, we're looking at the intersection safety improvement that would address the ongoing funding over the next 10 years to continue intersection safety improvement programs, but also looking at the traffic signalized intersections as we continue to see an average of 2 to 5 intersections being warranted per year. So this will provide a sustained funding source for that. And then also 2 facilities that we'll be looking at providing investment in the renovation and upgrades. 2 would be the Union Depot as well as the Convention Center. And then the NIP program, the Segundo Barrio street improvements, $10 million for that was also allocated to continue the improvements within this area that would address traffic lighting, pedestrian lighting, and improvements through here. Next slide. This is a map of the top 50 arterials. So we'd be looking to address the pavement condition throughout these corridors. This is a map of showing the green, the red, and yellow. This is from the 2018 data. As I mentioned at the onset of the presentation, we're working on updating the pavement condition index. So we would look to address the pavement from 1 through 50. While we do the pavement, we'll also be looking at lighting improvements in some of the corridors 26 and 50 to ensure that we're addressing these streets in a complete manner. Next slide. Alex, are you back?
Yes, Sam, I'm here. I'm going to try turning off my camera and see if that helps.
Yeah, you're okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Teams froze on me there. So again, we'll be looking at the top 50 arterials, like Sam had mentioned here, and really looking to incorporate the new PCI data. And so again, these are listed out based on the 2018 data, but we'll be looking at both resurfacing and reconstruction as part of the top 50 arterials program. Next slide, please. And so when we think about how we're going to be using the top 50 arterials and the new PCI data, we'll be looking at both reconstruction and resurfacing, with reconstruction for streets that score below a 30 on the PCI, and that for streets that are between 30 and 70, we'll be looking at resurfacing as part of that. And so again, we're going to use that new information and new data to help us determine and prioritize accordingly using the newest information available to us. Next slide, please. As well as looking at the top 50 arterials for safety lighting and landscaping. And so as part of our top 50 arterial analysis, we looked at where there are gaps in both lighting for pedestrian and vehicular safety, as well as necessary landscaping. And really what the idea here is that combining these two elements can really help us to address concerns that we heard from constituents in terms of safety along these corridors, because we know that these two elements combined can help slow down traffic, and then also beautify these corridors and increase the economic competitiveness, specifically along high priority corridors. Next slide, please. And then, as I mentioned, or hopefully that you heard, a big component of this is also looking at connectivity. And so when we did our community engagement, one of the things that we heard specifically from residents in districts 5 and 1 was really wanting us to do something about the traffic congestion that exists specifically in these areas of the city. And so to respond to this, we're proposing 3 street extensions that will really help alleviate a lot of the traffic congestion and things that we've heard from residents loud and clear, which is looking to do a North Wrestler extension north of 375 to connect it to the remaining portion of North Wrestler, to do the Montwood extension, which we know is very important to East Side residents, and then looking at extending Airway Boulevard south of Interstate 10 and connecting it to Industrial as another key connection in central El Paso. Next slide, please. And then we're also looking at traffic safety initiatives. So there was a presentation that was made by Streets and Maintenance in conjunction with UTEP, and they identified high injury networks. And so what they're proposing is that we really prioritize particular intersections in the city. And so the money will be going towards looking to address some of the safety concerns that we found in the analysis of those intersections. Next slide, please. And then also looking at then warranted intersections. And so as part of the funds that are being made available through the Streets program, we'd be looking to do 2 to 3 new signalized intersections per year during the life of the bond, and really prioritizing these first 5 intersections. Again, these are where we've identified that signalization is necessary, but we do not necessarily have the money available to install those, and so we'd be looking to use funds immediately to address these intersections. Next slide, please. And then getting to the last few items here, looking at the Union Depot, and we heard when we met with each of the council representatives from a number of you that Union Depot renovation was something that was a priority, and so we want to be responsive to that, and so we're proposing programming $8 million towards that. And if you can go to the next slide, please. We're also looking at renovations to the convention center, another $8 million for those, which will go towards improvements such as exterior paint, network upgrades, ballroom improvements, kitchen improvements, fire suppression systems, and updating the annex restaurant. Again, really looking to maintain and enhance this great asset that we have in downtown. Next slide, please. And then finally, looking at street improvements specifically in South El Paso, recognizing that a lot of the top 50 arterials aren't necessarily in this particular area of the city, and so wanting to make sure that we program funds to beautify and enhance the existing public infrastructure that we have. And so some of the funds could go towards things like street trees, doing sidewalk improvements, looking at doing alley activation and some of the other projects, and highlighting some of the great amenities that we have in this area of our city. Next slide, please. Moving next to parks and open space. So the program here is $116 million in total. It's broken into 2 components, one of which is for park upgrades, and the second part is for new parks facilities. Next slide, please. And so the criteria that were used to develop the project list and the programs for this, we're looking at things like equity, priority areas, again, highlighting the importance of the strategic plan, looking at service gaps, again, where there are deficient facilities or facilities in needs of upgrade, and then finally looking at public input. Next slide, please. And so the program that we put together in response to this was that we would be programming $19 million for Pablo Real for phase 1, Mary Frances Kiesling phase 1, and Memorial Park phase 1. For both Mary Frances Kiesling and Memorial Park, it links really well to the studies that we're currently conducting in concert with the public and with each of the representatives, wanting to make sure that we're not just doing plans for the sake of doing plans, but looking at these plans as an opportunity to prioritize the feedback that we receive from the public during these processes. We'd also be programming $6 million for Scenic Drive, the Murchison Overlook, which I'll have a slide image of in upcoming slides, as well as $8 million for camper on site, really looking to prioritize amenities for ecotourism, and this would be in the Northeast. And then doing $5 million for stage structures, $16 million for all abilities playgrounds, and then $4 million for open space acquisition. And then, as we heard earlier today, a lot of the public in general, as well as each of the representatives, are really excited about the neighborhood improvement program, and so allocating $20 million for that program. Next slide, please. And so for Murchison Overlook, what we'd be looking to do is to match this with funds, knowing that this is a project that's being led by the Community Foundation, but it would really help to improve this great asset and partner with another agency in our city. Next slide, please. And then in terms of the ecotourism site in the Northeast, we'd be looking at providing amenities to promote outdoor campgrounds and looking at really looking to capitalize on some of the open space acquisition that the city's already made and connecting residents and visitors to our great natural assets that we have in our city. Next slide, please. And then finally getting to the last part of the program, which would be climate change. And so as part of climate change, even though it's only 1%, we would be allocating $5 million for both a climate action and urban energy plan, as well as implementation. And so we'd be using those funds to develop and implement the climate action plan and then enhance and improve energy management and efficiency for municipal operations and the community. Next slide, please. And so the program as proposed right now would be a 10-year rollout. We'd be looking at starting this program in 2023 and having it run through 2029, and looking at allocating at least $26 million annually and averaging somewhere between $30 and $50 million annually to help fund some of the different programs that were identified in each of the project areas. And so with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
We will start with Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Representative Rodriguez, followed by Representative Anello.
Thanks again, Alex. The work that you and Sam and Daniela and everybody with staff that have had and really taking a hard look at this, of looking at something that could listen to the needs and concerns of our community in a productive way has really been outstanding. And I want to thank you for all the hard work that staff has been doing, as well as city management for this work, because this is something that, again, I think is really important to bring up, right? Because we hear about concerns from the community, we hear the concern about residents, about how we're going to fix our streets, what can we do to invest in our community? And this community progress bond, I believe, provides a sensible way forward for doing that. But I think that where we are right now is we really need to, I think, be measured and considered with what we bring to the voters right now, focusing on those core needs of our community moving forward for a November voter-approved bond election. And so I think looking at the overall group of projects, there's some things here that I think might make more sense to look at down the road, but I do think that there are important projects to bring today. Specifically, I think a lot about the streets section as well. Montwood Extension, Wrestler Extension, Airway Extension. I can tell you that I hear monthly about the concern for residents that live north of Trans Mountain Road, Loop 375, about the need for extending Northwestern or Wrestler, that essentially they need to drive out to Vinton to be able to U-turn around, and that there's a tremendous amount of traffic concerns in that area. And we know that TxDOT is looking at improvements, but those are a very long way away. So this Wrestler extension is something that is directly something we've heard from the community, and it provides a path forward. I think we need to think long and hard about which projects make sense to do, and if we can look at other sources of funding. I know the Union Depot has had years of deferred maintenance. It's a building on the National Register District, a Daniel Burnham designed train station that fully functions as a train station and also as a college of architecture. So I think that that's something too that we need to look at. I don't know if it makes sense to have that right now. In addition to that, there are improvements being scheduled through CDB4 with Segundo Barrio. And we know that that is a new National Register District. And I think that we need to look hard about how we can look at augmenting what's being done with CDB4 and being sensitive to that. From the parks and open space category, some of these projects I think are really great. And I think we need to further refine where we're talking about what we can present to the voters, maybe not in 2022, but down the line as well, in a future year. You know, for me, Mary Frances Kiesling Park is a really great project that we're currently going through master planning for that part of town, which is basically west of Doniphan, bordered east of Doniphan all the way to West Side Drive, north to Borderland and south to Country Club, there are no true public facilities in that area. And that kind of investment is much needed in that area. And the Roundhouse Campground is one, too, that came from an OSAD plan of recommendation for an urban campground experience from 2009. But again, I think that that's something that, we need to look at and really refine. One thing that I feel strongly, however, is while it's the smallest part of this, about this overall bond package, the issue of combating global climate change is one that is very much a need and not a one for our community. And while it's the smallest part of this package, I do feel strongly that it should be included and should be brought to the voters about looking at ways that we can support sustainability and resiliency efforts in our community, as well as provide a clear path forward for funding a climate action plan for our community. We need to build off the success of our Rockefeller 100 Foundation opportunities for resiliency and sustainability, as well as the strategic plan that the Renewable Energy Advisory Committee, our REACT committee, had approved as well. And a big part of that, I think, is really going and moving forward with a climate action plan as well as other opportunities. And so I would like to see if we can come back in a future council meeting, maybe our next council meeting, to see what that package could look like further refined for the climate action plan, for the climate change part of this. But I do feel streets is really important to bring back. I do think it's important to look at being frugal, to being responsive to the condition that a lot of our families are going through right now. We all know that things are not very easy right now. We know that inflation and the price of gas is affecting folks, and we need to be very sensitive to that with focusing on a voter-approved bond initiative that can really focus on streets, infrastructure, and the needs of our community.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Representative Rodriguez, followed by Representative Nello, followed by Representative Salcido.
Thank you. So, I also want to thank all staff. I know that this was something that you all worked really hard on, engaging the community and seeing what was important for people to their vision for the community in the future, right? And where they wanted to invest their money. I just have a couple of questions. What's the action on this today?
Representative, I can answer that question. This is Alex. Again, sorry for not being able to turn on my camera.
No worries.
So what we're asking for is just to begin to have the discussions about the programs and projects. So we listed it for discussion and action, just to allow for there to be action if council decides to take it. Really the timeline that we're trying to keep in mind is that we need to, if we're going to be moving forward with a bond program, introduce a bond ordinance on or before August 2nd. And so this is just to allow there to be action if there needs to be action, and also to allow for discussion.
Okay. So basically we're just kind of dissecting it and looking at it a little bit further and seeing what it is that we would want to present on the bond, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So much like Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to go through the three different ones. They would be, if presented, they would be presented as three different proponents, right? Three different propositions?
That's what our thinking is right now. We haven't finalized the actual proposition language until we get the feedback from council, but we're tentatively planning on looking at three different propositions.
Okay. Well, with that said, I think it's really important that, an initiative that's $399, almost $400 million, that we are bringing it forth to the community and giving them the option to vote on it. Looking at it carefully, looking at streets and infrastructure, I think that, every single item that is on there is there's reason for it. For example, the convention center, if we improve that, that'll bring revenue to our city. So I think that's really important. Union Depot also would bring revenue to the city. Traffic lights, of course, are important. Connectivity, we talked about Montwood Extension. That extension is very important in District 5 and District 6 as well, because, I live in District 6, but I would use that probably on a daily basis as well. looking at parks and open spaces, all of these projects, I think that we can probably in the future present them again as a bigger initiative. I know Pavo Real is one that I've been pushing for because it hasn't seen any recent renovations. I know it's getting the mural done, but it's very minimal. And I know that the community in that area would definitely want to see something newer and it is really highly used. But as far as parks and open space, I think the only one that we should probably keep is the NIP project. And the reason for that is because, if we were to present this in the future, we would be able to just kind of use that money to just kind of get us to the next step where we can improve on the different parks, the parks and pathways and all of that. As far as the climate change initiative, I don't see how exactly this would benefit the community. I don't know if they'd be, happy with saying $5 million for just a study and plans. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be doing that. But again, given the nature that we are in right now with inflation, high gas prices, no baby formula, it's hard, and prices on taxes going up, the values of homes going up, and I mean that almost seems unnecessary, but that is just my opinion. So that is it. Those would be my recommendations to this council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Anello?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Alex. I guess, I know I gave you all a scare the other day, but I guess it seems like council has very similar opinions about this bond. I'm going to agree with my colleagues a little bit. There are some things I don't agree with what Representative Rodriguez said. I think that we should keep the NIP, but I think we also just had a conversation about how we've been utilizing things like NIP and CDBG to deal with our failing infrastructure. And I think if we're going to look at parks projects in a bond, we need to look at failing infrastructure, bathrooms that have been closed for months, rec centers that are sinking to the ground. My biggest problem with what is being proposed, especially on slide 23, is there's no equity whatsoever. Only one of these projects falls into what HUD would describe as a low income zone. The rest of them are all in high socioeconomic areas, and Memorial Park kind of teeters there, but I think that's a real problem when we look at a bond, especially when you need the voters to approve it. But I do have some questions about streets a little bit, Alex, so let me get up there. Okay, so, I think that this bond should have a lot more street improvement than it does. I know you and I had a conversation when you presented the results of the study. Right, it was I can't remember exactly what it was. Maybe you remember, Alex, you were saying that people wanted reconstructing streets, or they said they were something was equally as important. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What was that?
It was asking whether or not streets that are like residential streets are less important, equally important, or more important, and then also looking at high traffic streets, connecting streets that are streets that connect destinations to one another, those types of things.
That's absolutely what it was, right? Yeah, so we had that conversation about how residential streets weren't as important, and I said, no, people absolutely said they were equally as important. And so I think, a lot of my constituents have been under the understanding that this bond would be looking at residential streets, and there's nothing on there. We've also, you and I and Sam have had lots of conversations about how street renovation, street repairs can also be looked at as a way to deal with runoff and water issues. We're not discussing that all in this bond. I'm not going to complain about the 26 through 50 arterials. I've been asking for that for a long time. But I do have a little bit of concern about it. It's not a question, it's more of a concern. Right, Trowbridge has been a big concern of mine, and not necessarily because the pavement is that terrible. You can see on your 2018 PCI data that it puts Trowbridge at a 37, right, or the average is 65, not bad. The issue with Trowbridge, however, is that it's been repaved so many times that there's no longer a curb, and anytime it rains, the water goes onto the street into people's homes, right? So it's we're looking at reconstruction based on a number that doesn't really solve the problem. And at least in my district, I can't speak for every one of these. I'm also going to talk about equity again. There are 2 streets on this list, on this entire list, that are south of I-10. That's, again, I know we're only doing 26 through 50, but that's not acceptable. We really need to be making sure that when we are asking the voters for money, we're being equitable about this. I do have a question, finally, on slide 19. You say that you want to do 2 to 3 intersections a year, but there are only 5 intersections listed. How many years are we looking at this bond for?
Representative can answer that.
Sorry, Sam,
if I
thanks.
could just go back to, if I can go back to the issue of the pavement. So when we're looking at top 50 arterial program, and Alex mentioned that we would do reconstruction from 0 to 30 or resurfacing, it's something that we would look at very closely about the conditions that we have on Trowbridge, because that's not the only street that has the similar conditions where it's just been overlaid on top of overlaid to where you don't have a curb anymore in certain cases. So we would look at that individually. And as I mentioned, PCI program or a study will be completed and scheduled to be presented in July. So we'll have that information with recommendations on what we would do in some of these top 50 corridors. Also understanding that we have the $7 million residential program that's looking to address, and obviously it's not enough, that we can hear that. We heard that from the public and we hear it from you. So that's really good feedback, because I think part of what we're trying to accomplish with this bond is to supplement what we have going on with the residential program and the collector program to ensure that where the bulk of the traffic or the bulk of the residents travel on are good streets, because we do hear streets like South Kleinfeld. There's multiple streets around the community that are very highly traveled, that have just horrible conditions right now that we need to address. And so that's the intent, but we will come back the PCI study results and recommendations on how we would spend this $170 million that Alex mentioned. And then on the intersection, traffic signalized intersections, right now we have 5 that are warranted that are not funded. If you remember, the 2020 capital plan funded, I believe, was 19 intersections. That was a backlog that we had. So those are all funded and actually out to bid right now. And so right now we have 5 that are not funded. And on average, we get an additional 2 to 3 per year that go on that backlog list with no funding. So that's what the slide says, is with this 15 million, we would address the 5 that are already warranted, plus the additional 2 to 3 that we expect to get per year over the next 10 years.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. That makes a lot of sense. So I'm just going to say a couple more things. In regards to the campground sites, I think that's a great idea. I don't think that and this is my opinion, that this is the best way for us to do this. I don't think the city should be in the business of running campsites, right? You've seen in state parks across the country, right? You have fancy camps, which is in Florida state parks. You have getaway cabins, which are kind of throughout the East Coast. And those are primarily some of them are actually just privately or state-owned land where they kind of contract this out, right? Somebody builds these, they maintain them, they rent them out, they book them. It seems like, obviously we would need to go in and put infrastructure for these things to exist. But I don't know that we should necessarily be in the business of running campsites. We've got a lot of overhead, as we've talked about. I don't think that's really something we should be taking on right now. Do I think we should research, contracting that out and putting campsites there? Absolutely. I think that's a great tourism idea. I don't agree with this expenditure. Again, I know we would have to put in some kind of infrastructure. There will be dollars that need to be expended. Fully support that. But this is not correct.
Well, if I can just make one quick comment on that, in that there's good feedback, and we don't disagree with that feedback. The model would be that we would outsource it. This would get the program going. But yes, that is what we're looking at. So that's very good feedback.
Thank you. And so the last thing I'm going to say is the urban energy plan. So what does that look like right now? Does anyone know? Does anyone know what the climate action plan entails?
That would be Sam Rodriguez, and he's in connection with Nicole Farini and Tracy Jerome on that subject. But yes, he does have a game plan. You do know about the microgrid at the airport. You know about the EV hookups that we've been working on with GM. And Sam can talk to you about the buildings that we are focusing on in terms of making them more energy efficient. So yeah, we do have a plan. I think that the climate action plan that's been talked about in the past would set you up for potential more funding at the federal level. My only concern that I shared with staff and with council members who have asked me about it is just that I haven't seen something definitive from the federal government yet. That would be my only concern in terms of expending dollars in something that may not have the return in the long run. But again, I've shared that with staff in terms of how they look at it. Sam, do you want to make any comments?
It's okay. I kind of wanted to clarify. You kind of answered, unless
Okay.
Sam really wants to make comments about it. I don't want to stop him from doing so, but I kind of wanted to, right, you kind of clarified. We're going to be looking at buildings, things like that. And I want to have a conversation that I don't think the city has had since I've been here. I recently actually had it with my appointee from the Youth Advisory Committee and Ms. Cody, and then I saw this presentation, and it's, there are a lot of climate issues that we can deal with, and I think that with not necessarily solar panels or energizing, right? And I think that the Segundo Barrio project here is a great example of that, and I think we should be considering it citywide, right? We know, we work in municipalities, we absolutely know, it is a known fact that communities that were redlined in the 50s and 60s are 10 to 20 degrees warmer than those of high socioeconomic levels. We know that. That's a fact at this point because there are no trees, right, for shade. So then their electric bills are higher. You have low income communities paying more for energy than higher socioeconomic areas, right? So when we're talking about climate action, we should also be talking about investment in things like planting trees, right? What are long-term things we can do at low cost to help these communities? And that's why I think the Segundo Barrio project is great, but I think we should be looking at, again, our HUD low-income neighborhoods and how we can be implementing programs like that. Because that just in and of itself, planting 20 trees in a neighborhood is going to reduce energy significantly, right? And we've never had that conversation in a community. I understand we're a desert, but you've driven around the city, you know that there's a huge equitable difference in communities like that. So I guess those are the things that I would like to see, right?
Are you
I would like
are you suggesting like planting $5 million worth of trees
Hold on,
versus investing? I'm sorry, Cesar, I wanted to ask you because I think this is very interesting.
Hold on.
I'm not putting a number on it. I think it can be a long-term plan, but I do think, we're talking about climate change. We know that there are neighborhoods south of I-10 that have absolutely no trees.
Right. And I just think the reason why I find that very interesting is because I think that the voters would probably be more attracted to an idea like that than saying we're going to spend $5 million on a study and not necessarily knowing what the return of it would be. Yeah. But that's just my comment.
Yes, ma'am. I don't disagree. We had that conversation as a staff and also with individual council members that have asked me about the climate action plan, and I told them I'd rather have the money go towards projects. I think that most of the council agrees and says, yeah, I'd rather go to some projects. But if the plan is important to get additional funding, then I wouldn't be against it in terms of from an operations standpoint. If council wants to do it based on what we put in front of you and what y'all vote on, we'll execute it. But with regard to like trees, we do have a plan for downtown. We've been working that plan. I signed it to Sam, and it's about 2 years ago that I asked him to work on it. And so the plan would include things like what Representative Anello talked about. And I think the reason why we looked at Segundo Barrio is we wanted to include all of downtown, in this case, what we would call lower downtown, midtown, uptown, and include all of it as one big development because she's right on her points. I don't disagree with those comments. That's the reason things like the Deck Park, the San Jacinto Park, when you have those kinds of projects in your downtowns or your central part of your city, those are big deals in terms of having a cooling effect of some kind, because she was right on her points.
But I guess I'm glad that this conversation happened because I'm not just talking about downtown. Look at the NIP projects. I literally had a community just ask for $75,000 to put trees in a park because there aren't any. Right? It's not just downtown. It's entirely citywide. I'm also not saying that I don't support this study. Right. I do agree with Representative Rodriguez. I think people would probably, have immediate action versus a study. But my point was that there are other energy efficiencies that can be done and should be done in addition to solarizing and electrifying and things like that.
And I'm glad you said all of the city, because we have, as you know, focused on all parts of the city. The east side is probably the best example, that it was ignored for decades, and now we've got the big multi-generational recreational park that's got a 50-meter pool and a diving well that the council voted on, and we executed in terms of getting that done. The people voted on it. The fact that you have an East Side Regional Command Center, a police center, a fire station, You have a huge park now. You have a multiplex soccer field complex on the east side. We're not ignoring it. So the tree program, to your point, Ms. Anello, does represent the work that the council really supports, like the 50 most traveled corridors, to have good landscaping throughout the city, not just in one part of the city. So y'all have been very vigilant when it comes to those kinds of initiatives.
Yeah, and also
Representative Anello, I want to thank you for, I want to go to Representative, if you can wrap it up so
Yeah,
I
I'm
can
just
go
going
to
to wrap it up.
Representative.
All I'm going to say is I think every project on here is great. I agree with what Representative Schwartzbein said. I don't know that the time is now for all of them. And I would just ask that, again, we talked about this earlier. I have a rec center that can't be used because it's sinking into the ground. I have pools that are shut down because the infrastructure is falling apart. We heard about it from other communities. I really think that we should be focusing on really like fixing our facilities that are quite frankly broken before we build new ones. Sorry, Mayor.
No, that's fine. No, thank you for wrapping it up. Representative Salcido, followed by Representative Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I will definitely agree with Representative Anello and Representative Rodriguez when they spoke about streets. I think that these are really great projects that are on this bond, but I think that we need to kind of go more micro on this and really look at what we really need to address, whereas trying to address everything, of course, given the time and the climate that we are in right now with inflation and everything. I think we need to be a little bit more focused on what we're hearing out there. I know that as I've walked and talked to a lot of my constituents in the community, and even when I first came into office, streets has been at the top of the list. And specifically in District 5, it's been about traffic mitigation and also expansion of Monwood. And but if I look at this list, I don't know if it's a good idea to kind of be more focused on it. And I don't know if streets would be it. I mean, we're saying it here. The voice of the customer saying 70% streets, and I keep hearing that. I don't know if you all are hearing this as well. And one of the things that I'm hearing as well in my district is also maintenance, streets and maintenance. And so I know that my streets are not yet as bad as the PCIs as other streets, but if we don't maintain them and get the problem, have an action plan on it now, then District 5 will be there in the future. And so my goal is to always look proactively at things, and so I'm looking proactively at we're the fastest growing area, and but as a whole, actually, I did notice here we didn't have we're not addressing any of the streets in the neighborhoods. We don't have like the most traveled streets in the neighborhoods on this list. We don't have that on that. Okay, so if I could think of a way I would like to look at this as a focus would be streets. I would say the top 50 travel streets, more of the residential. I don't know what number that would be for residential. I know that I hear a lot of concerns, not necessarily completely in District 5, but when I drive to Northeast or I do hear, and I drive through these streets, so I think that they need immediate assistance. But the road extension and the intersection and safety part, I think would be a good way to focus, be more laser focused, and be able to really address one of the biggest concerns our community has. So this is kind of one thing that I think are very important. And so I know that right now we're just having conversations, but like if this is my important things, do I let you all know now, or do we need another time, or?
No, you can let us know now. I mean, like was said earlier, the way this has been set up, it's for y'all to take action, discussion and action. So if y'all have specific direction, you can make a motion. If y'all want to take action, it's set up that way, and we'll take that direction and work on it.
Well, on just my point, and I just will add, I would like to make a motion just on streets. I mean, I think streets are so important, and I kind of went over what I think the community would definitely appreciate and wants in us for us to be able to be proactive.
So what I heard you say is that to focus just on streets, reduce this package down to just streets, and have it include the top 50 most traveled streets, money for residential, money for road extensions, and money for intersection safety. That's what I heard you say.
If I didn't miss anything else, I'm going to let my colleagues also chime in, but those are what I think is what I would want to see part of the motion.
Representative Salcido, I'll second that if I could make a friendly amendment to it.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Representative, we have Representative
Go ahead.
Rivera.
Well, I'll yield to Rep.
Well, hold on, but
Mayor
then
Pro-
we have Representative Anello next, so.
Oh, okay.
Let's not jump in front. So we have Representative Rivera, Anello, and Rodriguez followed. If you want to go after that, Representative.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, we'd love to have you. Representative Rivera?
Okay. On your motion there, Rep. Salcido, you're including the collector. Are these also including collector streets, sir? Like
If I can.
Traywood and Maltwood?
Yeah, and so I think what I heard from Representative Salcido, and correct me if I'm wrong, Representative, so based on the PCI study, we come back with a recommendation on how to break out the $170 million so that a portion of that goes to top 50, and then we allocate a portion of that would also go to residential and any road basically below the top 50 that we would use that as the guidance to come back with a recommendation with the results of the PCI study in conjunction with the residential PAGO money, the $10 million that we already have in place.
Well, that would be great, but you know what I'm saying this because some of these collector streets are battlegrounds when you drive down there, and I'm not the only one who has it. Every other district has theirs. But I also heard NIP being mentioned, and so with the streets being in there, does this also include the NTMP for street humps or no?
It does not include the NTMP on the intersection safety improvement. It really tackles the accidents and the intersections that need upgrades as a result of the accident data that was presented to City Council. As you know, we have the NTMP program already underway, and that's an annual funded program that the City Council approves with budget on an annual basis. So our proposal will be to continue that PAGO money that will come from the operations side for the NTMP.
Okay, well, if you can assure us that you know how that's a popular thing with the neighborhoods or neighborhood associations that want it, but if your motion was to concentrate on streets there, is that what it was?
Yeah, I was just kind of, mostly streets is really where I'm trying to focus. Yeah, just to move forward.
To move forward with that, I would second that. And hopefully we can somehow also increase the NTMP somehow, because that's a continuous program that I get called on. So, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one.
Yeah, it's a very popular program, and
Yes.
y'all have, as a council, repeatedly talked about how y'all want that in the budget, and this is the last year of it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Representative Anello?
I'm back. I agree. Representative Salcido, could you also add funding for complete streets? That's something that we said we were going to be looking at. Did you mention that already?
I think the intersection safety covers that.
Okay.
I don't think it covers it to the extent that you're referring to, but I mean, yes, I'll ask Sam to look at that.
Thanks.
Ms. Anello.
And then I would also like to, I guess, make a motion. I agree with Rep. Salcido completely. I absolutely think this should be really heavy on the streets. I do think so, however, there should be dollars towards park improvements. I don't necessarily agree with all of the projects here. I said that, but I think like NIP is huge. Again, I'm going to say it again. We literally saw projects use these NIP dollars used to fix facilities that are falling apart. What I would like though, sorry, I want to see, my motion is to come back with a revised plan for parks dollars. And what I would love to see, Alex, if possible, is what the asks of the community were when you did that outreach. That's something that we've never seen. We've never seen what did people submit? What did council members submit? What were people looking for? And so I'd like to see that from you. I don't know if that's in a subsequent presentation or if you have a list that you send to us. But I do think that we should take a look at some kind of dollars for, right, like I think we said, the All Abilities Playgrounds are good. The Neighborhood Improvement Program are good. Those are good programs. So I was just like, I'm going to make a motion to have a revised Parks and Open Space funding along with the information from the community survey. I don't know if I can get a second. Thank you.
I would tell you that just a quick answer would be that what was said earlier, 70% of the response was for streets. So I do believe that the motion y'all made and seconded is one that corresponds with what the community has asked for in the work that we've received, and then y'all have apparently heard some similar feedback anecdotally through your districts, so that supports the feedback we've received. We have additional information on the other things that made the list, and I'm sure Sam and Alex can share that with the entire council.
If I can also add, Representative Salcido, just to go back to your motion, part of the street package included the extensions. I didn't hear you make the motion for the extensions of Montwood and Wrestler.
She did say that, Sam. She did say that, and when I was reading back what I wrote down, I read that back. I don't know if you caught that or not.
Okay, I'm good, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And now with that, we have Representative Lizarga, followed by Representative Molinar, followed by Representative Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Representative Salcido, I do agree that we should be focusing on streets. My question, and I did second Rep. Anello's motion, so I just have a on the parks, because I think that's really important as well. I do have a question, though. So on slide 15, is that still going to be included? Well, this is to staff. No,
What
I know,
was your
but you were
question?
talking
No,
about
Representative
parks.
Salcido's motion.
But I'm just wondering about the streets. Slide 15. Well, the safe, high-quality streets and infrastructure, would that be still included? Okay. All right.
I think.
Alex, can you bring it up, please?
Yeah.
I think I'm looking at the screen now. The motion was for the top 50. It was for the streets, the build outs. It was for intersection safety, and residential streets.
And road extensions, connectivity.
Ma'am?
And connectivity?
Connectivity is building out the streets, so I
building
just
out
said it
streets. Okay.
differently. But yes, it's connectivity.
And I think NIP, I don't know if somebody asked.
The NIP is what, the two amendments that I've heard so far,
Yeah.
and then I think there's a third, but the two was the Mayor Pro Tem and Representative Rivera. That was for sustainability and for NIP. And I think I didn't quite make out, Ms. Anello, what yours was. I think it had to do with parks, but.
Yeah, mine was to come back with a new list for open space and parks. And to share with feedback from the community and the council on what those requests look like.
Now, I would
Okay, so I
remind the
still
council
don't-
that what you directed us to do, Ms. Lizarga, and that the council approved, was to put a plan together, which we did, which is on this plan, this bond program relative to the all abilities playgrounds
And the shade structures. Yes, so I definitely would like to include
Well,
that.
the all abilities playground is on this list, and then.
Well, that was in my motion.
If that got removed, right, so if that would have been removed today, by y'all's guidance, what we would have done, because we're working on a contingency, is work on a budget plan to do it over a 5-year period to work on shade canopies and things of that nature. But if y'all include that.
I mean, I did, when I first made the motion,
Yes,
I
ma'am. So
included
if you
it, yeah.
include
I
that,
said
and I got a
NIP.
second, she seconded it. So if you include that, then you're still trimming down this bond package, and you're prioritizing. And it would be those first two things, and then the third thing would be the canopies and the all abilities playground.
Okay, I want to be really clear. So I did say all abilities playground, and I did said NIP and shade structures. I don't necessarily think we should trim this down. I just don't think these projects are appropriate. What I did say is I do think we should be looking at literal infrastructure in our parks and rec centers that are falling apart.
Right.
If we have facilities that can't open because the roof is caving in, which I don't know if that's a thing, I'm just using an example. I know we dealt with roofs recently, so maybe it's a bad example, but like if we have a roof that's caving in on a rec center and it can't open, I think that's what we should be using the dollars for.
Yes, ma'am. And I think that I have no disagreement from us on like facilities like rec centers, but I think that I sent y'all an email earlier that Ellen enlightened me on relative to the maintenance and the issues there with the different parks. I have a lot of vandalism that's going on to a lot of these restrooms that y'all made mention of. But with regard to rec centers and things of that
Pools,
nature,
yeah.
that's a separate subject, and I think it's a very, very good point in terms of the motion. Ms. Anello.
Yeah,
So
Representative.
I still have a question then.
That's right. You still have the floor, though.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all. Thanks for that clarification, Rep. Anello. Going back to slide 15.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you could just tell me what would be included in this amendment.
Okay, and Sam, you jump in, Sam, if I miss something, but let me give me 1 second, Ms. Lizarga. So it would be the top 50 most traveled streets, money for residential streets, money for road extensions, which is your connectivity, and money for intersection safety.
Okay, so the Union Depot would no longer be on the list?
Would not.
And the convention center improvements?
Would not. And no, it would not. So I think what I heard some of y'all say when you were having a conversation was that, you know, these things don't need to go away. Maybe we go back, and that's separate from what Rep. Anello and you seconded, okay? But that some of the other things that are on this list, maybe go back and do a deeper dive, and maybe we can work more with the community with just bigger, more engaging kind of projects over a longer period of time, and that could be a separate proposal. But like today, the most pressing issue that's been the most pressing issue for a while has been streets. The streets, and then the things that y'all are pointing out because you know they're important to your neighborhood associations.
Right. So also the Segundo Barrio would not be included as well?
No, ma'am, it wouldn't.
Okay.
But there's some work there that we can do that I believe that with what Mayor Pro Tem said, with what Representative Anello and Representative Rodriguez talked about with regard to trees, because the $5 million is not for a plan. I think the plan cost is around $1 million, give or take, and depending on just the cost given today's climate. But it's about a $1 million, $1.2 million. The rest of that money would have been used for a or two demonstration projects. And when I say demonstration projects, I'm talking about things like a building being more sustainable. In this case, with the question that was raised, which I think is a very good point and complements what we're already doing and adds value, lots of value to it, and that's more trees in different parts of the city. That could be part of it, and that could be construed, and you could insinuate the idea of climate protection by putting more trees. I don't think that's a stretch by any imagination.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Representative Lizarga.
Yes.
Representative Lizarga, also as a reminder, we do have a current contract in Segundo Barrio that's investing $12 million with federal dollars that are being matched by local city dollars as well. That contract is already underway and it's under construction, and it's addressing, I believe, 6 or 7 corridors within the Segundo Barrio area already, and that'll happen over the next 2 years.
And one other thing, we approached Kelly Tomlin over at the electric utility, and we talked to council about this, to put a rider on the utility bill in order to bury overhead lines and underground them, and we wanted to start in Segundo Barrio. And then I think if we did that and complemented that with some sidewalk improvements and tree installations, I think that would be a big deal. I think that would be a huge improvement to our lower downtown that connects to Mexico. So I think that would be a vast improvement.
I agree completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Molinari.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Looking at slide 1515, so are we saying the top 50 arterials are going to be resurfaced, reconditioned?
We're in a process. Go ahead, Sam. Were you going to say something?
Yes, sir. Yes. What we're saying is that the top 50 arterial, which if the motion passes, would be broken out would also include other roads like residential or roads below the 50, would be based on the recommendations that we come back with as a result of the pavement condition index that's scheduled to be completed this week or by the end of June. So we'll have that recommendation and presentation for council in July to share with you how we would break up that 170. But that's how I understand the motion, is that 170 would be broken up, but within the top 50 plus residential roads. So a portion of that money will go towards residential as well, if the motion passes.
Okay, but you're saying the PCI would be ready in the month of July?
Yes. Yeah, we already got the draft data. We just need to get the final report, and we'll be putting that in a presentation format to take back to council with recommendations on how we would invest and break up the $170 million specifically to the corridors based on that data.
So that's going to give us limited time to act as far as getting ready for the bond that we need to have ready for August?
Well, I think what you would do, sir, is the direction we get today gives us the information we need in terms of guidance. In terms of the PCI data, it is what it is, as you know. I mean, the numbers are what they are. And so the numbers would be where they are. And if he allocated, let's say, $90 million, $100 million for the corridors, the top 50, it would go to however many it hits. And then if you put the other, put another 50 million or 70 million for residential, it would do however many streets that would do. But that, I'm just breaking it out, just thinking out loud. So that would be a huge push. It would add more money for residential. Right now, as y'all know, we have 10 million that goes to residential because of the fee that we have in place on the water bill. So people ask what that is for. That is for the residential streets that go in people's neighborhoods, that people have really been very pleased with the work that happens there. So it would augment the 10 million we have on an annual basis for residential streets.
I support this, sir, but I still really need to see a more concrete map
The
or
PCI?
pathway or whatever words we want to use, because since I've been in office 17 months, not one street in District 4 has been resurfaced, reconditioned, repaved, whatever word we want to use. And people are still crying and screaming about that. And so I need to fight for District 4.
Yes, sir.
And yes, Hondo passes on this, and that separates District 2 and District 4. But there's various streets on the residential side, but that could be, I mean, off the top of my head, probably 20, 25 different streets. So, I mean,
Yes, sir.
it'd be hard to say.
And just so that it's clear for your district, so that they hear this, we've done a lot of streets in District 4, but I think that just in the rotation and the way it happens, you may be right in terms of what has or hasn't been done there. But we've hit every district, and there's more to do, and this would give us more to do, and it would include obviously your district as well if this passes.
And you heard me earlier today when the Nicole Rodriguez brought up about the NIP, the Neighborhood Improvement Program. I support that.
Yes, sir.
But, that's from 2012. We're 10 years into that. And so we still haven't finished that money. And so I'm not really sure if putting another NIP project would be, or rollout part would be right now advantageous.
Sam, I think this is our last year, is it not?
Yeah, this is the last round of funding that was approved in 2012.
So we don't have any more funding after this next year.
That's correct.
So doing this would set the council up, set the neighborhoods up to continue that funding stream.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We have Representative Rodriguez, followed by Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Representative Rivera.
Okay, so I know there's two motions on the floor. I would just want my colleagues to consider kind of cleaning this process up a little bit. And I don't know if you all would be okay with kind of going like category by category. So right now we're looking at streets and voting on streets and saying, you know what, yes, we want to be heavy on streets and take out Union Depot Convention Center or whatever, and just kind of vote on that first, and then looking at the next one, which is parks, and then saying, okay, well, from here we like the NIP, we don't, whatever it is. And I mean, that's just because I think this has gotten a little bit like, oh, do we add this to this? And it's just really making the thing really confusing. But that's just my suggestion. I don't know if you all would just entertain just going item by item, starting with the first motion that Representative Salcido made.
I think right now, with just if this helps, and then I'll leave it to council for you to continue what you just shared with them. You're at 237 with just the streets, and then if you add the solar, let's say you add $5 to $10 million, and let's say it's 10 just for the sake of argument, you're at 247, and if you add the NIP, and let's say that's 15 million, you're at 262. And then if you add the all abilities playground, that gets you to 278. And you add canopies, you're getting the 280s. So right now you're in the 280s. You've trimmed off over $100 million on this bond package. I know that y'all shared concerns about y'all's comments about where we are today as a community. I know the council's done a lot of work with reducing the cost to the ratepayers, to the taxpayers for utilities. Carla and her team have done a tremendous job with Texas Gas Service, over $100 million decrease, $40 million in electric. So y'all haven't just been focused on property tax, you focus on these other areas, and then plus you have a budget that's reducing the tax rate by almost a penny. So, and then on the operations, a penny and a half. So you have done a lot of things already, but that gets you roughly to about 280 right now, in the 280s, because I think the y'all's concern is how much you put there in front of the public. So I'll leave it at that, just so you have that, Ms. Rodriguez, and then you can go from there.
Okay, and that helps, but I still think that, you know, for me, I think that maybe in the future, looking at a really strong package that concentrates on just parks and open space would probably be a better idea than trying to just say, oh, but I really do like this piece and I really do like that piece. And the only reason why I suggested keeping the NIP is because it kind of like keeps the housekeeping done on projects that are falling apart, right? Where, you know, something is, well, it'll eventually take us to that next level, where hopefully eventually people will vote on a bigger package for parks and open spaces, where maybe at that point we could include the convention center, and we could include the Union Depot, and maybe include a little bit more money.
If you went that route, you're in the 260s, and we would then probably work on that 5-year plan for the canopies in the budget, and try to work in an all abilities playground in that 5-year period. And we could then go back and do what you're suggesting, go back and look at a stronger package for all these other things that y'all have talked about, and what has been raised with regard to some of the maintenance on the park system as well.
So then, are you suggesting that we vote kind of on based off of estimates, like kind of a 263 million? And
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'm not suggesting anything. This is the council's decision. I simply was attempting to answer questions related to the dollars, and what the motion was, and what the second to that first motion was, and what the second and third and fourth, what the first motion, and then there was 3 amendments.
I know, that's why.
So I was trying to just or list those and clarify those.
Okay. Okay. I want to hear the motions again.
Do you want to hear the motions again?
Yes.
Ms. Pine, do we have the motions?
I have a motion made by Representative Salcido, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, and this is to focus on the reconstruction, resurfacing, and lighting of the top 50 and residential streets based on the PCI study, and to include connectivity and intersection safety traffic signals.
And then Representative Salcido?
That's what I have. Is that correct, Representative Salcido? I'm sorry? Okay, so I have your motion was to approve the projects for reconstruction, resurfacing, and lighting for the top 50 and residential streets based on PCI, and connectivity and intersection safety traffic signals.
Well, I mentioned the NIP.
She also said residential.
I said residential streets based on the PCI.
She did.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry.
And what would be the estimate on just that?
To doing just that is 237. Is that right, Sam?
That's correct, sir.
237 million.
But there's no residential streets in the
No,
right? So
with
that's
no,
it's
ma'am.
more
But the
than-
motion is to include residential streets, and then I gave the example of what the breakout might be.
Okay, I missed that. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Sir, I
and
also
then I made the
included-
point about the fee, or if you recall,
Also
Ms.
included
Anello.
NIP.
Well, so that's in my motion. We're not there yet.
That's a separate motion.
So this first one, to just restate, 237 million, and it is to include residential, Ms. Anello.
Okay.
Thank
How
you.
many?
Be able to
Do we
vote
know?
on that?
Mr. Gonzalez, I know it's a 10-year bond rollout.
Yes, sir.
When would the debt be issued? I know that rates right now are higher than they were obviously 6 months ago. Have we determined when the debt would be established? Here comes, because I know that
It is on the last, yeah. Go ahead, Robert. I'll let you have it.
I'm looking at the last slide. That's what I'm wondering. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, there you go.
Be in 2023.
Yeah, it's the last slide there. So it's
Yeah.
incorporating, based on Sam's estimates. Again, that was one of the assumptions of looking at the cash flow and the timing. I don't know if IT could bring that slide up.
I'm looking at it right now, but I'm having a hard time. I see all the way to,
23 or 29.
It's a 10-year program, 10-year
it's a
rollout.
10-year rollout.
No, it's a new program. I mean, I think that you're referring to maybe the existing ones that we
So-
did before, the 17 and 18.
So you would issue that based on need unless otherwise favorable rates? I mean, we would still have that option.
Exactly. So this is the plan. I mean, the public safety bond package, I think, is
Sure.
a perfect example as well. And so looking at that, I've been meeting with Sam quite a bit because right now we do have pretty much a large cash on hand with those projects because of all the delays we're facing. We were planning to do an $80 million issuance for our public safety projects next year. We may or may not go forward with that debt issuance just based on the need for cash and also, as you mentioned, the rising interest rates. If we don't need the money, we won't issue the debt.
And Robert, if I may add one other comment for council's consideration is that we're also looking at the commodities cost. Steel and wood are very, very expensive. So we're working on the designs and plans for some of these facilities, but if the steel and wood doesn't come down, we'll wait that out as well.
And a large benefit to this program as well that you all have been discussing, streets is obviously a top priority, but looking at, you brought up the operating costs. Most of these projects don't contain any operating costs, which is a
Now, are
benefit as
COs
well.
and GOs the same rate?
It fluctuates.
It's not, is it?
It fluctuates just depending upon, I mean, it's all timing. I mean, we did the CO and GO issuance last year and they were pretty close. I mean, I think they were off by maybe 10 basis. I mean,
So GO would be less?
actually the CO 2 years ago was less than the GO.
Is it? Okay, that's
was.
what. You said just a
It
little
was
bit.
very close. I mean, they were both around.
It used to be a larger separation, Mayor, of what you're remembering. COs are cheaper, but
Right.
now the gap's closed.
Okay.
But
And I
interest
think it's
rates is-
important that we look at based on what's going on with the, with the interest rates, and we're still expecting another 2 to 3 rate hikes between the end of the year. And, may or may not happen, but, based on expectations, that's what they said they would do. So,
That's the other reason why we made it a 10-year program, in order to give ourselves that flexibility and not overpromise. And then Sam, can you speak to the point about, you're making a good point, Mayor, but the other point that we'd like to make too is the street resurfacing. It's more of a static cost. We haven't seen the inflation kick in and hit that like it has the vertical construction. Sam, do you want to speak to that?
Certainly. So the horizontal, what we call horizontal construction costs, are mostly locally sourced. So we're talking about aggregate, the asphalt, the oils. With the refinery here, it's all very local, with the exception of cement. We've seen an increase in cement, but not to the percentages that we've seen steel and wood. Basically, anything that comes from out of town, we've seen a much bigger increase to date on some of the bids that we received. So we just opened bids on a big resurfacing of the runway at the airport, I think last week, and we saw basically came in below the engineer's estimate based on what was being out there. So it's pretty consistent as far as the cost being not increasing as much as some of the other commodities. What's driving up the cost too is the labor as well. So we do see an increase. It's not flat, but it's not to the extent that you see on the vertical construction.
So I think we see some of the stuff that we're looking at depends also and I think Mr. Gonzalez just said that, based on, the interest rates that are happening today. And based on your payback estimation for the 10-year rollout, have you calculated based on what rate?
So let me go back to the assumptions because that's a good question, Mayor. And so when we did all the briefings, there were several representatives that asked about that and some other questions as well. Because they show this and it shows the increase in the debt rate over the next 20 years out.
Right.
And so in the debt model, I talked about all these different assumptions, right? So we just talked about cash flow. We're only going to issue the debt as we need it. Obviously, if projects get slowed down or sped up, we'll adjust accordingly. Interest rates. So the interest rates in outer years. So in 2023 and 2024, we're looking at 6% is what we have built into the model. And then we actually go to 7% beginning in 2025. Just to be conservative, because obviously I'm good at forecasting, but I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what's going to happen next year.
I got one
2
from
years, 3 years.
Representatives. I'll see the ones. I still have it.
So we're very, very conservative in the debt model because we don't want to give unrealistic information to the council as we're presenting this information. So not only on interest rates, property values as well. And so when I show the impact
Right.
in 2023 and 2024, we know what we're seeing right now, large increases in property values. We're not going to continue to see double-digit property
And that was
value
going to be my
growth
next question.
every year for the next 20 years. That's unrealistic. So actually beginning in 2025, future property values, we're only looking at 2% is what's built into the model. Again,
Okay,
just
so
to
you're
be
looking at
conservative
2%
in
when-
property value growth.
year over year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're looking at 2% increase year over year and rate up to 2025 at 7%?
Beginning 2025 at 7% on the interest rate.
Okay, so that's.
It's a very conservative model. It's not doom
Right.
and gloom. It's not worst case. It's a very conservative model because, again, I don't want to give.
It could do better, is what he's saying.
No, no,
Exactly.
and I agree with him. I agree what he's doing on this.
And
so-
just like what we've done with, and I'm going to go spend a second here on this slide because we talked about a little bit about this yesterday. So the blue portion there was all of our existing debt plus the amount that we still have to issue, primarily for public safety. And so originally, when the council approved that, we approved a change to the debt management policy. We originally thought we were going to get close to 40 cents. By the time we issued all the debt related to public safety and the quality of life, you'll see in the blue portion there now that we're only projected to hit 33 cents.
So
And that's a result, again, of property values being higher, interest rates being lower, the refinancing savings has brought down that impact. So more than likely, that 38 cents that we're projecting here would come down.
Yeah, okay.
It'd be much lower.
Because of what we were able to do in the 2021? Okay, no, I got what you're saying.
So the only other thing I would add to this discussion would be that that's the reason why it's uber important that we get a better interest rate rating, and that's the reason why the thing with the pension fund, we talked to Tyler Grossman, we got that worked out, the language with respect to taking the cap off and doing 18%, no less than 18%. That's going to help, and then hopefully getting to 90 days, that'll put us over the top. We're at 75 today.
And what happens to your model here, and I know it's you don't have a crystal ball, and I understand that, but you're basing it on 7%. I know that, what are rates today, about 5?
They're increasing every day. So I talked to
know.
a financial advisor 2 weeks ago, and she said that she was pricing deals already in the mid-5s.
Yeah, that's
so
what I'm
we're
saying.
probably getting close to 6, maybe on some
So
rates.
that's what makes me a little worried then, what does this do to your model if we go to 7, 8, but 7, you got it at 8, 9, 10%.
It would have a little bit of an impact, not much, but I would tell you that on the property value growth, it would more than offset because we're going to see more than 2% increase in our property values. And we use historical information. We hit we've talked a lot about this, particularly when we did the briefing. We saw about a 7 or 8 year period where we were hitting about 1.5% property value growth. But prior to COVID, we were hitting over 4%. So the 2% we're using is pretty conservative. So while we may see higher interest rates, my projection is we're going to see higher property value growth, which would more than offset that.
So the bond payback over 10 years is amortized over 10 years at what rate based?
25 years. It's
25 years.
25 years.
At what rate?
At what interest rate? Well, I mentioned 2023 and 24 would be at 5 or 6%. Beginning of 2025 would be at 7%.
And that's issuing, and maybe we're not on the same page here for a minute. So we're going to issue let's say
Issuing all of the debt in
million.
10 years, exactly.
So we'll issue all the 400 million at one time?
No.
Or no? Okay,
No.
that's what I'm saying.
No.
So you're going to issue how much the first year, second year, third year?
Well, and that number is now coming down. So what we have built into this model was the 390
Right.
million. Obviously, we're having discussions about lowering that. So in the first year, 2023, we're looking at about $28 million of that total. In 2024, it goes up to about 54 million. In 2025, it goes up to about 55 million.
Robert, if I can stop you, but that's based on the 399.
Correct.
So if it's lowered, and we're talking
We'll have
about
to come
lowering
back
it to
with a
like
different-
250 or 260, then those numbers would drop down considerably. And the reason why it goes up in that second year and third year, it's based on the project, Mayor, which projects that they're going to be doing. But if on a static, which is not going to be static, but if it was 250, it'd be 25 million over a 10-year period every single year. The reason why it's not static and it goes up and down, it depends on the projects that are going to be executed in those years.
So, okay, no, and I know, I agree with that, and I know that it's going down in the amount, but, so we're calculating in 2029, 39, I can't see that far. I'm sorry, at the end, what rate are we calculating that at, the issuance? At the end? I can't see. 2029. It's the last on your bond rollout. What percentage?
What interest rate?
7%.
7%.
7%. And right now, we're getting close to 6 today.
Correct.
So that's
Well,
a
we're
little,
also in unprecedented times, and we don't expect to see 6% forever. And hopefully they do, with the actions the Fed's taken, we do see a decrease in those interest rates.
no, and I don't want to, I remember 1980 also, so. I know you don't, but I do.
I do. I was 3 years old. I do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We remember different things about 1980. You're right. Yeah, no, I remember 1980, and you know, it was capped at 18%, and every loan we got and everything we did was at 18%. So that's what I just.
Yeah, and also, like I mentioned, in the model as well, and I mentioned it, and I'll repeat it again, the one thing that's not included as well is refinancing opportunities. So, I mean, if we did see
Yes, sir.
that, there is opportunities to do some different things to be
and
able to.
I appreciate that.
bring
And so
impact down.
we're based on 7% all the way through.
Correct.
At the end.
And
okay.
only 2% increase in property values, which is very, very conservative, very conservative.
Okay, thank you for the information. And I apologize, Mayor Pro Tem. I got long-winded on that one.
No, it's okay. I mean, you bring up some really good questions, and I think that the council in the whole, I think is thinking about, again, how we can focus on those needs of the community and be sensitive towards what we're seeing, you know, again, in the world. So I think those questions, you know, thank you for addressing them. I'm curious, so when would we see the resurfacing and reconstruction start with the streets, assuming we focus on streets, perhaps coming back with the sustainability or resiliency of climate
Sam, would you
change
address
portion?
that?
But the resurfacing and reconstruction, when could citizens start seeing these streets being worked on?
So
passes in November.
We're in the process of we just had a discussion today with Streets and Maintenance about getting more contracts out to bid, because we still have the 10 million ongoing, plus adding the additional capacity and giving us more flexibility over a 2-year contract period. So we would be able to have this, if we get these bids out here this summer and get them executed right before the end of the year, we'll be able to start paving on the resurfacing side pretty much the beginning of 2023. As soon as Robert gets us some money, we'll be able to do that. The reconstruction, as you all know, we go through a design process with utilities, and it's just a design process because we typically address drainage, utility work, landscaping, if it's a major corridor. So that's the piece that would take a little bit longer, because we would typically take a year to design those and then start construction in the following year. Again, assuming that we progress this in a logical manner that meets the cash flow that Robert has in his model as well. But the resurfacing will be able to start at the beginning of 23.
Okay, and when do we see like the resurfacing and reconstruction kind of wrapping up? Because I know that it was said that this is going to be a 10-year rollout. Do we anticipate that if we take away the parks? I mean, take away the parks, leave it NIP. NIP is a 10-year rollout because we're putting those funds out through 10 years. But outside of an NIP or the streets, say just focusing on the resurfacing and reconstruction that represents Salcedo Way, what kind of time frame are we looking at to be done with this? In terms of a rollout, is this like a 1 to 5 year kind of thing?
You know, if you look at the rollout, part of it would be the model and our capacity. We wouldn't recommend doing all of that money in the first 5 years, because the reality is that you still have 10 million. So we're looking at it from a capacity and our local contractors being able to execute this work too. But we're right now if we stick to the 170 and let's say all of it went to resurfacing, we'll have $27 million worth of contract every year out there. If we just did it on a year-by-year basis, that's a significant amount of work for our local community that I think they would adjust. They would adjust and meet our demand, because the sustained work will be there. But it would be really hard for us to recommend, a whole lot more at the first years. If we pick up more capacity to do more work from a local contracting community, then we could make recommendations to accelerate that. but our initial recommendation will be to space that resurfacing over the next 10 years because the demand will continue to be there, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. And then I know the resurfacing of residential streets is one that Representative Molinar and others have brought up. You know, I mean, all of us could probably list different streets in our districts that need to be looked at, resurfaced, or worked on. You know, Love Road, Thunderbird. I'm sure everybody has their streets. I think Representative Molinar mentioned Hondo Pass. I think it's really important that with the upcoming PCI study, which is being completed, that the data really guide those residential resurfacing projects. And I think the balance is, you know, I think for the public to know more of what streets would be resurfaced or reconstructed. I mean, that's why the top 50 I think is very effective. But I think the more information the public has about what streets would be selected, I think the better people will understand where their money is going for. With that being said, I also understand that we need to make sure this is a data-driven thing. So I just think that that's something we need to be thinking about over the months ahead if we move forward with this as well. I also agree with others that I think the NIP program is one that helps communities focusing on those needs that they see in their community on a very granular level. So I would like to make, to Representative Salcido, she'd like to make a friendly amendment for 2 items. One friendly amendment would be to include the NIP as part of the streets package. I don't know, Representative Salcido, if you're agreeable to that.
That's on a separate motion, Mayor Pro Tem. Separate amendment. That's
Okay.
a separate motion currently on the floor.
Okay. And then the other is, I do feel that the climate action plan that's being proposed, again, we've seen many other cities across the United States have a climate action plan. A lot of that also helps to guide cities in terms of how to be more sustainable and resilient, which saves tax dollars over the long run, while also helping to address global climate change. In addition to that, having that also enables opportunities for further federal funding and other grants as well. So I would like to see us look at refining the climate change section, focusing on our sustainability plan and resiliency, to also include looking at funding for additional street trees and others that Representative Rodriguez and Representative Anello brought up. So I would like to make a motion. I don't know if this can be amended to it, but to have staff come back for the next council meeting with a refined climate change priority list to include the climate action plan and other sustainability initiatives.
I'll second that.
I don't know if, I think that gives action. I mean, I think we're at 5 million right now, but I think the goal is to look at the climate action plan, understand that combating global climate change is not a want, but a need for our community. We've seen the impact. We're living through it right now. And it's not just about a plan, but also actions such as our sustainability plan, which calls for enhanced street trees and others that I think we can take a step forward with as part of this bond package. Again, while being very fiscal, by being very frugal with looking at the overall package.
Yeah, we'll come back based on that motion, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll come back and refine the definition of what the money, and then increase it as we need it. Because I think part of what I'm hearing also is to look at opportunities to do things like street trees or other things that could help not just prepare a plan, but also start the implementation of it in a much more meaningful way.
Absolutely. And we've done, and we, and to again, to the credit of yourself, city management, our, chief resiliency officer, our community development department, we have done a lot in terms of resiliency, right? We have been one of the Rockefeller 100 Foundation cities. We have a strategic plan by REACT. So we have been doing much, but I think this is really taking it up a level and leaning into the challenges that we have as a community and the opportunities we have as a community in combating global climate change and making a more sustainable city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Representative Anello, followed by Representative Salcido.
Okay. Sam, Representative Schwartzbein was discussing on how we should have kind of the list of streets, residential streets resurfacing on the bond, right? I don't disagree with that, but I have a question about how that would work based on the PCI, because we would still have the $7 million a year from the other fund, correct?
That's correct, Representative. So what we're going to be doing is I think the top 50 corridors are very easy to develop a list or strategy, if you will, to be able to show the community what corridors are going to be addressed with the pot of money, to include corridors like South Kleinfeld, which is one that we hear about all the time, among others. And you saw the list on Alex's presentation. There's a lot of corridors or segments of corridors that have PCIs in the 17s, 40s that are in need of resurfacing. And so we can develop the top 50 very, very easily and make that recommendation as part of the bond. The challenge is with the residential. I think when you look at streets in our network, there's over 2,700 streets that have PCI levels from 0 to 70. And this is based on 2018 data, obviously. So our approach with that would continue to be, and what we've been presenting to City Council with the $10 million, is to continue to address these as we clear utilities, as we complete neighborhoods, but also give the community an idea how we're going to spend the money, because I think that's going to be very important so that they know what kind of criteria we're going to be used to implement and address the residential roads with this bond program, in collaboration or in conjunction with the $10 million that we have on a pay-go basis.
Okay, yeah, I mean, because I hear what Representative Schwartzman's saying. I think people will be more supportive if they see what the streets are, but I don't want us to say, okay, this much money is being put aside for these residential streets on the PCI over 10 years, but then every year we're going to be doing streets. So actually the ones you put on the bond get pushed back, if that makes sense. But that's just what I wanted to avoid, and the questions that came up when he was asking his questions. For Representative Salcido's motion, can we make an amendment to add the complete streets to the reconstruction streets to make sure that we're following that? I don't know if I have a second on that. Well, so complete streets is the, go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, just so that we're clear on the complete streets, if we're doing reconstruction on those roads, we're designing them to the complete streets in the new design manual that was approved by City Council. So that'll be, if we're reconstructing, it'll be done to the full standard. If we're resurfacing, our approach is to ensure that we're doing ADA, that we're addressing ADA as we go through on some of these major corridors, the ramps, and sidewalk connectivity. So that'll be addressed as the resurfacing. Going much more beyond that, I think limits our ability to really extend our dollars to address the pavement, which is, I think, the big concern from the community.
But complete streets wasn't just about ADA accessibility.
Agreed, Representative. It's about ensuring that we have multimodal access for bicycles and the implementation of the bike plan and whatnot. That's what I'm telling you is that when we reconstruct a road, we have more capabilities to design it in a way that meets all the current codes all the way through. With the resurfacing, it's much more challenging. But on the resurfacing, we want to be strategic on how we spend the funds.
Well, and that's why I said I said specifically on the reconstruction roads.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reconstruction, you don't need a separate motion for that, Representative. We're going to construct to the current standards and what has been adopted by City Council.
Okay. And then I want to address Representative Rodriguez. I want to say two things about it. I don't want to go through this list and say, like, this is good, this is bad, for, like, several reasons. Especially one is that one of those is in Representative Hernandez's district, and she's not here, and I think it would be, like, kind of awful. And that's the only one that's in, like, a low-income area, so I don't want to just start picking through those. And I do want to base... So I have two things to say. I do think that the bond should go down. I think that number should go down, but I don't want to parks... Like, I want to see what people wanted in parks. I want to see what our facility need is right now, right? Like, I want to see these things before we make a decision. So I don't want staff to come back and say, okay, and I'm just using this as conversation. Like, you said reduce the park section by 50 million, so this is what we're presenting to you. No, like, I want to see the full picture. I want to understand what the need is and then build based on that. But so that's just to answer your question, Representative Rodriguez. I don't feel comfortable just pulling stuff out right now. I just think that staff should come back, let us know what the requests of the community were, let us know what facilities are in serious disrepair, and then we can kind of put that together and make the decision. And that's all I had.
Thank you, Representative Nello. Representative Salcido.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues for all the great comments and also the suggestions and amendments. I think I just wanted to ask if, and I know to Representative Rodriguez when she mentioned, I don't know if I could ask you, so you meant like for separate bonds to be addressing like parks, or you want to pick or choose?
No, so we're looking at, like, if you scroll down to the very last slide, and you see that it's broken down into three different, I guess, it would be three different propositions. One would be streets and infrastructure, another ones would be parks and open space, and another one was climate change. So I was just suggesting looking at each one of those would be propositions and analyzing it and saying, okay, this is what we like from here, this is what we don't. That's it.
Okay. And Representative Anello, when you mentioned that if you wanted like parks, did you want to put them all in their separate initiative?
Well, they are in their separate initiatives. So what Representative Rodriguez is talking about is there are 3 ballot initiatives proposed. One is streets, one is parks, one is green infrastructure. And so I think that based on them, we have 3 different motions, right? One of yours is for streets, mine is for parks, and Representative Schwartzbein is for the climate. And so I think kind of what I was just saying is, instead of like sitting here and picking apart and choosing specific things with the exception of maybe streets, I think, Sam, I don't want to speak for you, but I feel like we've had a lot of conversation and we've given a lot of guidance on what a different package could look like. Or do you need anything specific, more specific from us at this moment?
I think I think it's pretty clear, the initial motion by Representative Salcido to include those 3 initiatives. Obviously, Laura, if you can help me out here, the motion on the sustainability from Mayor Pro Tem, I think that's pretty clear. I think the motion that you made, Representative Anello, related to the parks, and I think if, from what I understand, and let me rephrase and you can correct me, but the motion would be for us to come back to City Council at the next council meeting to share with you what the status of all of our existing park and rec facilities are, like a much bigger picture related to that, as well as providing you the feedback that we received through the public engagement process related to parks and what kind of feedback we received from the community in a much more granular manner. Yeah, and then also, I think there's a motion out there for NIP as well, Laura, is what I have in my notes.
Yeah, to streets. And so what I was just saying to answer your question, Rep. Salcido, is I think like we as a body should not be thinking about the number right now, right? We have our parameters. They know that we want to see a reduction, but let's just look at what the need is and decide from there.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure I'm listening to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lizarga.
Yeah, I was just going to make a suggestion that we have a work session and work only on the bond. I don't know if you know, that's something that.
What's the deadline again? It's August 1st.
August what?
Yes, our intent, Representative Lizarga, is to come back at the next council meeting, and then we have one more opportunity at the second council meeting in July to continue the discussion and give us an opportunity to, again, like today we received direction. We're going to come back and hopefully provide a much refined program for council, and if there's more edits, we can still have one more opportunity in the second meeting in July. And then we still have the introduction on August 2nd that Alex mentioned, so that would be the introduction. And I do believe, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, the 2 weeks after that is when it has to be finalized with what the actual ordinance and the ballot language is going to be.
Hey, Sam, so council, we would need very clear direction from you at the next council meeting in regards to the final package, because this still needs to go to bond council to assist us to draft the final ordinance. So I would urge you to not push it past the next council meeting in terms of what council needs to decide. The final adoption would need to happen in August.
Excuse
Will
me.
we be able to do it for the next work session, like Representative Lizarraga, and if need be, also do it at the next council meeting?
The work session for next week, you mean?
Not for next
Well,
week.
whenever the next work session is.
In 2 weeks, right?
Yes.
So you have the June 5th and 6th meeting is the
July.
the July 5th and 6th meeting.
Yeah, so would it be possible to just put it for a work session and then also have it just in case for the council meeting?
You could put it back to back on June 5th and 6th.
Okay.
Could we
July,
actually,
excuse me.
could we actually just really push for it in the first meeting? Just do the work session, do the COVID updates and just that, and spend a long time looking at it? This is what I would
What
ask.
date would
I
that
think
be,
that's what-
Repinello?
July
That's what you're
5th,
recommending. huh?
But not the 6th.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, just the 5th.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
No, that was my question was just about the absolute last deadline for when we would need to finalize this. And I agree. I think having it as a work session on the 5th makes a lot of sense, and then just, we just don't have to recess the meeting if we need to continue the conversation onto the 6th. So yeah,
Thank you.
that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Prine, believe it or not, we have no other speakers, except I think we have some public comment.
Yes, Mayor, we have Mr. Rick Bonard that signed up to speak on this item. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Thank you, sir.
Speak on this item. I have something I'm going to place on the Elmo. I guess what's most interesting to me is, the bad timing of this. How sad it is that, and it's not your fault. It's just the economics of the situation. And I would agree with you to a certain degree. It looks like 1980, but to me, it actually feels a lot more like 2007. Right before the bubble bursts. And it's not that the interest rates might accelerate up to 18%, but the evaluations of the properties might drop. And I think that's something to look at, especially when you really are starting to slice and dice this and go way down on your projects. And it's kind of working out to the neighborhood of $25 million a year of CIP. So do you really want to borrow money for that size of project? Because maybe it should be just mainly paid for out of your budget and your revenues rather than extending yourself more credit and getting more into debt. That being said, that was just a side note. So really why I was here, and one of the things that Representative Nella brought up was complete streets. And I think what you were trying to mention was street trees. And when you look at that, maybe what you want to think about too, if you want trees, is actually reminding city council and staff that, there were supposed to be an additional 400 trees along Trans Mountain Road that TxDOT owes you and still owes you. Ted Marcus sent them a letter, but you guys never followed up on it. And that would be nice to get those trees. It's kind of sad to see the trees at the lower portion of Trans Mountain doing so well and at the upper portion of Trans Mountain doing not well, because they ran into a problem. Oh my God, there's 1,000 feet of elevation and we didn't plan for the pump stations. That's not your fault. That's their fault. They need to put in those trees. But the real issue today, what I wanted to speak to you was the feeling that I have in being on BOAC and having experienced this is like deja vu. And what happened to me is that, the things that I saw and that you were promoting today and were trying to sell to the public, and what it felt like was, oh yeah, we're going to get these wonderful things and all this stuff. Here I am 10 years down the road, the trails that were promised are not being delivered. The open space that was supposed to be acquired is not being done. Those are the issues that speak to me, and why I'm going, why would I vote for something like this again? I'll just find myself, and the money that I wanted to be used will be reprogrammed. So if you look on this Elmo, that's from 2012. It says trails and trailhead improvements, trailhead parking areas, open space land acquisition. Notice it doesn't say paved trails. And to people like me, those were supposed to be natural trails. And that's why people like me don't feel confident in voting for something like this ever again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Prine, I think we have a motion.
Yes, sir, there's several motions on the floor. The first motion is from Representative Salcido, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein. And this is to focus on the streets and infrastructure projects, on the reconstruction, resurfacing, and lighting of the top 50 and residential streets based on the PCI study, and connectivity and intersection safety and traffic signals. Is that correct? On that motion, call for the vote.
Ms. Prine, how many motions do we have?
Three.
Okay, sorry. Sam, and the only reason I'm asking this is because I know Saul Kleinfield is a big one. That one is on the 50 streets, right? I don't want to say vote in
Yes,
favor
it
of
is,
something and then it won't be on there.
It is on there, Representative Rodriguez. It is
Okay.
on there.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Representative Molinar voting nay. The motion carries. The next motion I have is from Representative Anello, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga. And this is to direct staff to return in 2 weeks with a revised plan for parks and open space to include all abilities playgrounds, NIP, and shade structures. Is that correct? Okay. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Representative Rodriguez voting nay. The motion carries. And the last motion I have is from Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, seconded by Representative Anello. And this is to direct staff to return in 2 weeks with a refined climate action plan. Is that correct, Mayor Pro Tem?
It's not a refined climate action plan. It's a refined climate change project list. I don't know, Sam or Tommy, how you want to refer to it as, but this climate change section.
Yeah, I think if we just keep it as simple as come back with a refined proposition that addresses climate action plan and implementation and urban energy plan and implementation, we'll come back with those revisions.
Again, this isn't approving at this point. This is just directing y'all to come back to get a better sense of what can be included, including trees, as well as costs.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And also just throwing it out there, can you also look at the implementation of green walls? Green walls.
We'll set up a meeting, Representative Rodriguez, with you so that we can understand a little bit more what that means. I know what a green wall is, but I just want to make sure we're looking at the same vision that you're thinking.
Thank you.
So last thing that I will say before we vote, because I know we can't discuss once our last motion is voted. So we've decided that we're going to try to hammer this out and finish it on the 5th. So I would just ask Sam and Alex if, we have budget briefings next week, but I think we really need to be briefed in between with what y'all come up with. I know it is a very short timeline. I wish this had been brought to us prior to today, but I guess I'm just asking for a briefing before the 5th. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll do, Representative.
Okay, so the motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, seconded by Representative Anello, to direct staff to return in 2 weeks with a refined proposition that addresses climate action and urban energy plan and implementation. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Representative Molinar voting nay. The motion carries. Mayor, may we move on to item 37?
Do you really want to? Yes, ma'am.
Move to
Thank you.
approve?
Item 37 is discussion and action on the final draft of Onward Alameda Corridor Plan for Alameda Avenue from downtown to the east side city limit.
There a motion?
Move to approve.
There's a motion made by Representative Anello, and I heard Representative Lizarraga second. Item 37. On that motion, call for the vote. Voting session is open. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Just wanted to say a great job to Joaquin Rodriguez for all his hard work. Thank you, Joaquin. I'm voting yes.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 39. And this is discussion and action on a resolution that the city reviews and approves the issuance of the Unlimited Tax Bond Series 2022 by Paseo del Este Municipal Utility District Number 6. Was that Representative Rodriguez? Council, if I can ask you, please use the microphone when motioning or seconding. That way I can make sure I capture that. There is a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga, seconded by Representative Rodriguez, to approve item 39. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 41. And this is discussion and action on Sunglow and Lockheed Median Improvement Solicitation 2021-1339 Landscape Maintenance Agreement between the city and the Texas Department of Transportation.
Motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
There is a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Rodriguez to approve. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. The next item is number 42. This is discussion and action that the City Council approves a deductive change order to Jordan Foster Construction LLC for the 2018-1613R Hawkins Boulevard Reconstruction Contract.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Molinar to approve item 42. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes unanimously. I believe we've gone through all the items on the consent and regular agenda. That brings us to executive session. I think I heard Representative Rivera make the second. It was motion made by Representative Anello, seconded by Representative Rivera to retire into executive session. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And the City Council of the City of El Paso may retire into executive session pursuant to Section 3.5A of the El Paso City Charter and the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, to discuss any of the following. Executive session item 1, purchase, sale, exchange, or value of real property located in Northeast El Paso, Texas. Matter number 21-1004-1393 under 551.072. Executive session item 2, Max Grossman lawsuit versus City of El Paso, Texas Supreme Court case number 21-1105, matter number 17-1001-171.001 under 551.071. Executive session item 3, Daniel Tovar versus City of El Paso, cause number 2019 DCV 1249, matter number 19-1005-1751 under 551.071. Executive session item 4, TGS Annual Gas Reliability Infrastructure Program GRIP application for annual interim rate adjustment, RRC number 00008972, matter number 22-1008-189 under 551.071. Executive session item 5, discussion regarding the value and purchase sale of real property managed by the El Paso Water Utilities located in central El Paso, Texas, matter number 21-1009-1122 under 551.072. Executive session item 6, purchase, sale, or value of real property located in West El Paso, matter number 20-1004-1140 under 551.072. Executive session item 7, purchase, lease, exchange of real property located near El Paso, East El Paso, Texas, matter number 22-1004-1384 under 551.072. Executive session item 8, purchase, lease, exchange of real property located in East El Paso, Texas, matter number 22-1004-1370 under 551.072. And executive session item 9, economic incentives for a technology firm to be located in the City of El Paso, matter number 22-1007-2887 under 551.087. These matters are taken into executive session under 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberation regarding real property, and 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations. It is 5:14 p.m.
you have a motion to come out of executive session? Do we have a second? Ms. Prine?
There's a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The meeting is back in session at 6:30 p.m. We're on EX1, and we do have public comment on EX1.
We'll take that first.
Thank you, Mayor. We have Mr. Rick Bonart, followed by Sharon Miles Bonart, followed by Joe Garibay.
Good evening. We haven't said, we said morning, afternoon, not evening.
The Elmo, and now
IT,
the,
if you can please bring up the Elmo.
and the microphone is on.
The microphone is on. We just need the Elmo.
I know, me too.
IT, if you'll.
There it
bring
is.
up-
It looks like it's coming
I
up.
wonder how they came up with that name, because I do.
Very good.
Thank you.
So I want to make sure that you understand that I am on subject, because I think that probably having discussed this in closed session, that you understand that at the foundation of this are dollars. And dollars are coming from somewhere. And at this point in time, the dollars come as an exchange between the stormwater utility and the water utility. So today's weather, of course, reminds us that the monsoon season is here. I don't know about you, but last night we had an inch of rain. You know, and I start getting flashbacks having served on the Public Service Board. And who can forget the floods that happened in 2006? We had like $400 million in damages. I bet you some of you experienced that. And the magnitude of those damages were so great that in order to pay for it, we had to come up with a new taxing entity, which was a stormwater utility. But even after 14 years of operation, and it's not slamming the stormwater utility because of the magnitude, as I mentioned, and several rate increases, there's still plenty of infrastructure that needs to be built. And even last year, during the monsoon season, there was some flooding that may have affected your constituents. And as you know, floods affect everyone. They're inclusive. They affect every district and all of your constituents. And we simply put, we can't afford to waste any of the stormwater funds on land transfers. Those monies need to be used for what it was proposed that they were used for, which is stormwater infrastructure. If we had everything all caught up, then sure, you can be a little bit frivolous with the money, but really not now. And you know, when there's a flood, your constituents are going to come to you and say, I thought we were paying for that. So simply put, there's no logical reason for the water utility to build a stormwater utility for property. And wasting stormwater dollars is a public health issue. And what I'd like to talk about now is the foundation for doing that. As you know, city-owned property can only be conveyed by you, by ordinance. If you want to rent it, if you want to lease it, if you want to sell it, you have to pass an ordinance. Well, when the PSB sold property to the stormwater utility, you didn't approve that. You didn't pass an ordinance to do that. They shouldn't have done that. And we're talking about a lot of money here. Between these two properties, you're talking about $25 million. So it was inappropriate for them to do it. Equally troubling was the use of the stormwater money, 10%. Those monies can only be used under a very narrow set of circumstances for stormwater and open space. I'm telling you, there is no stormwater purpose for open space, which is natural and upstream. And I think my time has run out, and somebody else is going to take over.
Thank you, Mrs. Bonart.
Okay, the reason we're here today is to ask you, City Council, to protect us, your constituents, and do what's in the best interest for the public. Clearly, these land transfers have no public benefit. They violate city charter. They're improper as there is no dual purpose. There is no precedent for land transfers of this type. Prior to 2019, the El Paso Water Utility never billed the stormwater utility for land. That's why we're here today. Please manage the managers and refund the $25 million so it can be used for the proper purpose for flood prevention. Thank you.
The next speaker is Joe Garibay. Good afternoon, sir. Good evening, sir. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I am Joe Garibay. I am the chair of the Open Space Advisory Board. The Open Space Advisory Board has asked me to bring this issue to you all. The board is actually quite concerned with the unilateral decision by PSB to transfer funds from the 10% stormwater fee to the El Paso Water Utility. The water utility compensation for this was done because they did a land transfer from the water utility to the stormwater. But they did this without asking you all. They just did it and took the money from the stormwater drainage fee. OSAP believes this was an improper transaction. The land transfer like this needs to be approved by council. It should be approved by council. El Paso Water's action is very beneficial to PSB, but not necessarily to the citizens of El Paso. PSB is a public entity and needs to be responsive to the public. City Council represents the public, and therefore OSAB presented a proposal to City Council. That proposal was to direct the City Council to direct the PSB to refund the 10% stormwater dual-purpose monies used to unnecessarily transfer lands from the water utility inventory to the stormwater inventory. The Open Space Advisory Board has a number of concerns with this transfer initiated by the PSB. The main concern is the price that was initiated by the PSB. The price was $14 million. At the price, the stormwater fund was at this price, the stormwater fund will be depleted for the next 7 to 10 years. This means there won't be any any open space acquisitions for the next 7 to 10 years. There won't be any money to get any open space. It'll all be gone. Along with the price concern is the means by which this transaction was conducted. Last year, the PSB initiated this transaction. They came to us and said, "Have we got a deal for you? You're going to get this northeast land for $6 million, the whole transaction." They said that was the total price, and they said, but only $1.7 million will come out of the stormwater fee. In December, they reevaluated the land and said, by the way, it's not 1.7 anymore. We just took $14 million out from your account. I can tell you the board, the OSAP board, is angry. They do not like how this transaction has gone down. It feels very much to us like it was a bait and switch type thing. I don't know that that's what really happened, but when you come in and say, hey, deal for you at 14, I mean at 1.7 and now it's 14, it doesn't go over well. The PSB recently reappraised this land. They put a covenant on it. They now say that land is worth $500,000. No, that's the price we want to pay.
Thank
and
you,
we're
Mr.
asking you
Garibay.
to see if you can address that for us.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem? You're on mute, sir.
The water PSB that is in the chamber at this point that can discuss some of those things that were brought up by the public.
Yeah. They're not in here, sir.
Okay, then I'm wondering if there's a ability that, and I don't know if the PSB or the El Paso Water Utility have come and spoken to OSAP about this, but I do think that that would be beneficial because I think that members of OSAP to the public, as well as members of this council, quite frankly, still have a lot of unresolved questions relating to this use of funds for this open space land. And I think that would be beneficial.
You have a question for something? Hold on one second.
Mr. Schwartzbein asked if PSB had come before OSAP and stated.
Oh, yes, sir.
before
Please,
them.
please, yes, sir.
OSAP has asked PSB to come and talk to them about this situation, I would say at least the last 4 or 5 months, and every time they have said, we're not ready yet, we can't talk about it yet. So that's where we're at, that's why we're here.
Thank you, sir.
Is there a way that city staff can communicate to the Public Service Board on Paso Water about attending the next OSAP meeting to discuss this item and others?
We can make a request.
Yes, we will communicate that to the PSB.
Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions?
Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga, do you have a motion for EX1?
No action.
Thank you. EX2?
No action.
Thank you. EX3?
Motion, June 22, 2022. Motion made and carried that the city attorney be authorized to attend mediation and negotiate a settlement agreement for the case entitled Tovar Daniel versus the City of El Paso, cause number 2019 DCV 1249. In addition, the city attorney is authorized to sign all necessary documents to effectuate any such settlement under matter number 19-1005-1751, adopted this 22nd day of June 2022.
Second.
There's a motion read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga, seconded by Representative Rivera, to authorize mediation and settlement authority in the case. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Representative Anello not present. EX4?
Thank you, Ms. Prime. Sorry. Thank you. Motion, June 22 of the year 2022, that the City of El Paso, after review of the interim rate adjustment filed by Texas Gas Service Company, a division of One Gas Incorporated, on March 10, 2022, finds, number one, that the interim rate adjustment request filed by Texas Gas Service Company, a division of One Gas Incorporated, for the incorporated areas of the West Texas service area, including the City of El Paso, on March 10, 2022, is hereby denied. Number two, that the Texas Gas Service Company, a division of One Gas Incorporated, is ordered to reimburse the city's expenses in reviewing this request within 30 days after it is invoiced. Number three, that the city attorney's office, in consultation with the city manager, is authorized to file an intervention in any appeal filed by Texas Gas Service Company from the action of the City Council of the City of El Paso. This motion is intended to grant broad authority to the city attorney's office to take all action necessary to address these matters, including but not limited to the initiation and response to any litigation, complaints, appeals, administrative or judicial proceedings or process regarding this matter, approved on June 22nd, 2022.
Second.
There's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga, seconded by Representative Rivera, as read into the record by Representative Lizarraga, to deny the request. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
I just have one question, Ms. Prine. I know that we have Microsoft Teams. Is there the ability to bring in John Blue or others from El Paso Water for agenda item number 1 through Teams, or is it too late at this point?
I don't have a way of contacting Mr. Baloo.
Okay. I'll vote yes on this item.
We can if we send him the link. I can send Mr. Baloo the link.
I mean, I think that there was questions directly involved. It'd be beneficial to be addressed. But I don't know where the rest of the council is.
Can we complete the voting on EX4, please?
Voted yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Yes.
sir.
Yeah.
In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Representative Anello not present.
Next item.
EX5,
Action?
thank you. EX6,
No action.
thank you. EX7,
No action.
thank you. EX8,
No action.
thank you. EX9,
Motion, June 22nd, 2022. Motion made and carried that the city manager is authorized to negotiate and execute on behalf of the city of El Paso economic incentives to FinHabits Incorporated, a New York corporation associated with the expansion of their operations into El Paso, Texas, in accordance with the term sheet for FinHabit Skills Training Grant. Attached to this motion as Exhibit A, and in a form and substance approved by the city attorney to accomplish the intent of this motion, approved this 22nd day of 2022. And I believe Ms. Triggs has a comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Elizabeth Triggs with Economic and International Development. Just a little bit more about this particular term sheet that council's considering. This is a term sheet that would set up the negotiation terms that we would later bring forward in a Chapter 380 agreement to council for a financial investment technology firm known as FinHabits. It's an app-based company that was founded in New York in 2015. And I think what's really unique here is that it was founded by an El Paso native who's now looking to expand his company's operations in El Paso. According to the terms of the sheet that council's considering, he will be creating 60 FTEs over the next 4 years, and all of those FTEs will meet or exceed the minimum area wage in each of the job occupations. So a really good opportunity to add jobs to our community in the financial technology investment sector.
I'll be seconding it.
were you seconding it?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. There's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga, seconded by Representative Rivera to approve the action read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Lizarraga to authorize a term sheet for EX9. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Representative Anello not present.
Before we adjourn, Mayor, were we going to call John Blue for?
They're trying to get that
No?
link to him, but I don't know if they're successful.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn?
Motion, is there a motion to adjourn? Or you want to wait and see?
Oh, you have a question?
Go ahead. Michelle.
There was no action, correct, on item number 1?
Correct.
Will we be seeing this again?
We could.
The item would come forward if council, if there is a proposal to sell the property, it would come forward in an open session.
Right. We could.
If, right?
Correct.
Okay. Motion to adjourn.
There is a motion and a second to adjourn the city council meeting. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? And the city council meeting for Wednesday, June 22nd, 2022 is adjourned at 6:49 p.m. Thank you.